football. ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. The Western Victorian town of Donald is being encouraged to wear a splash of pink today in honour of missing 13-year-old girl Layla Jeffrey. Matt Neal reports.
Layla has been missing since July 4th, and the investigation into her disappearance uncovered human remains in Donald. The remains are yet to be formally identified, but police say they are believed to be those of the missing 13-year-old. A 16-year-old boy from the Swan Hill area has been arrested, and 2 women in their 50s are assisting police with their inquiries. This morning, Layla's friends took part in their under-14s netball game between Donald and Charlton with pink ribbons to honour Layla. The local community has been asked to wear a splash of pink to Donald's football, netball and hockey games today to remember the 13-year-old.
A footballer who died after suffering catastrophic head injuries in an on-field incident in Melbourne's north last weekend will be honoured at a public memorial service today. Kerry Worthington reports.
27-year-old Nathan Fitzgerald never recovered after suffering 2 head knocks in quick succession before his head hit a cricket pitch in a local league match at Laylaw Recreation Reserve last weekend. The Epping player, who was also a high school teacher, died on Monday. A commemorative service will be held at Epping Recreation Reserve this afternoon, which is open to the public. Nathan's reserve's teammates have also opted to sit out this weekend's match, while senior players will play on. Players at all 18 AFL clubs will wear black armbands this weekend in honour of the much-loved and respected footballer.
Telstra has confirmed it will appear before a federal parliamentary inquiry next week following the nationwide outage. More than 600 calls could not get through to 000, and there were major problems for businesses and transport networks. A Senate inquiry looking into the Optus outage last year will now call on Telstra to give evidence on Friday. Senior Government Minister Jason Clare says the telco needs to be held to account.
Telstra have let Australians down. You know, people could have lost their lives. That's why there's an investigation by ACMA. I assume that parliamentary inquiry will scrutinise the actions of Telstra over the course of the last week.
The mayor of a central Victorian shire has been forced to stand down after becoming the third council representative to have criminal charges laid against them by a local resident. Yvette Gray reports.
Hepburn businessman David Penman has laid private prosecution charges against Hepburn Shire Mayor Tony Clark. The charges relate to financial documents that are alleged to be missing from the Shire's annual budget, which was passed by the council last month. Councillor Clark has been forced to step down from council. Mr Penman also laid private prosecution charges against Hepburn councillor Don Henderson and CEO Bradley Thomas back in March, and those matters are still before the Supreme Court. In a statement, Hepburn Shire has noted that all allegations are unfounded and untested and not part of a police investigation.
Ambulance Victoria is reporting record demand across its services, with paramedics attending more than 1,000 Code 1 emergencies every day over the past week. A surge in winter illness is contributing to the demand, prompting a plea for Victorians to only call 000 for serious or life-threatening emergencies. Ambulance Victoria Acting Chief Executive Officer Tegwang McAnamy says they're expecting the demand to remain quite high across the weekend.
We definitely prioritise ambulance attendance to those who are in most need. So definitely for our emergencies such as strokes, cardiac arrest, chest pain, serious respiratory ailments, we absolutely want to be there and help you.
Iran is denying that it asked to continue talks with the United States as US President Donald Trump declares the ceasefire between the two countries is over. Ali Crew reports.
Iran's foreign ministry says Tehran is not seeking further negotiations with the US, but has allowed a visit by a Qatari delegation working as a mediator. Mr Trump had announced he'd agreed to continue the negotiations after a request from Tehran, but stressed the ceasefire deal was over. It follows a week of renewed conflict between the two sides after several commercial ships came under fire in the Strait of Hormuz. That saw the US retaliate with strikes on Iranian targets, while Iran hit American military positions in the Gulf states. Mediators Qatar and Pakistan are both calling for diplomacy as they try to revive the memorandum of understanding reached in June.
To the weather now, and there's a severe weather warning for damaging winds in parts of the northeast, East Gippsland and West and South Gippsland. For the state, cloudy with areas of rain in the west extending eastwards during the day. Small hail possible in the southwest at night. For Melbourne, partly cloudy, the very high chance of rain, most likely late this afternoon and evening with a top today of 15. It's currently 13 degrees. ABC News.
Comedy, music and tricky clues.
Because Spicks and Specs is back. More music than a comedy night, more comedy than a concert, and enough trivia to impress your co-workers for weeks.
New Spicks and Specs. Streaming now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
McDonald makes it, plays on, goals, game changer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bolly. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And ABC Listen.
Magpies are back to winning the Thrillers. Are they ready to make some serious noise in 2026 on the back of a 4-game winning streak? Did North Melbourne's season end last night? And should the Kangaroos extend Alistair Clarkson before the start of the 2027 season? Did Thursday night footy tell us more about the Dockers or the Swans? And is it time to give the purple team their flowers as the outright premiership favourites? Meanwhile, the AFL have unveiled their long-term plan to grow the game in India. Is it worth the push? We've got a Cat B rookie spot available to boost First Nation participation. Is that the right path forward? And how should the AFL feel about the record broadcast deal for the NRL? All of that to come today on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
Up it goes. Sherry slaps it out. Taken by Anderson. Ball spits out. Sheasel gets it on the boot. High kick towards the pack. Trimbath goes up. Hands to it, doesn't mark. Ball just free. Cardiac Collingwood. Back to their winning ways in a close finish. The Pies by 4.
That is how it ended last night. This is AFL Saturday, the award-winning on ABC Sport, of course, where you hear from all the senior coaches, or at least most of them across the course of the season. Senior coach number 14 joins us today, Josh Carr, the coach of Port Adelaide, as part of our program. Your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. Corbin Middlemass alongside the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball. Hello, Bally.
Hi, Corby. Yeah, take a deep breath. Good call, Ben. Cardiac Collingwood. It was the Pies of, say, 2023 when they just found a way to win the close one. And even then, geez, Cooper Trenbath had a good look at that, didn't he? Had both hands to it, and those hands are vice-like most of the time. I don't know, I had a look this morning. I think it was Dan Houston who was standing at the time. Let him have a clear run and jump at it. He'll be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, Mick, because that could have been an even bigger finish. It was a good, tight contest, was it? Didn't reach any great heights, and in the end, you could argue that the cream rose to the top in those key moments late with Nick Dacos in particular. He didn't have his best night, but just found a way to will his team over the line with a few of his mates, and they keep their top 6. You haven't heard the coach talk about it. Yeah, top 6 hopes alive. They're still going to need a fair bit to go right, and we'll talk about your question off the top there, Corby, whether they are a legitimate threat. I think if you watched last night, probably these teams are a little bit off the team, a little bit off the game that we saw on Thursday night, of course, which we'll talk about as well, which was an absolute belter. So anyway, all you can do is win, and knowing Fly and those senior players as well, they'll be certainly eyeing a significant or playing a significant part in September.
The man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL football, 3-time Premiership coach, Premiership player, Hall of Famer. Mr. Mick Moldhouse is in the house. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corby. Hello, Ben. Or Ben's not part of this, but he's always with us. Little Benny, little stump.
You get that every week, don't you, Coach?
Yeah, I do every week. And I'd like to acknowledge him.
It was. I heard the end of last week's program, and I didn't think I'd be back. So he was very good last week. So.
Podcast numbers high.
Yeah, Bally and all our wonderful listeners. Last night. Yes, the cream did come to the top, Bally, but I thought North Melbourne lost it more so than Collingwood won it. Only because when you lead by that and then you make fundamental mistakes at crucial times, instead of taking a deep breath and thinking, let's take the sting out of the game, we don't have to rush anything here, we've got control of the football, spread, give your players a chance to find those spaces and then kick the ball to hold the ball. A miss by Jack Darling, I think, which is very unusual.
Yeah.
30 metres out or 40 metres out, directly in front. That's a bad miss. And Collingwood breathe a bit more life into their finals. Sixers is not beyond them if they take some big scalps.
Yeah.
I mean, we looked at it last night. Melbourne currently are sixth. Geelong, it's hard to see Geelong not featuring in the top six, quite frankly, because I still think they're the best Victorian side. And but if Collingwood can take two or three, or probably two, take the two that they should win, and two of the remaining four, that numbers will get them get them in there.
Yeah.
And there's provisos there because they don't play. They play Carlton. They've
got to win.
They could end Carlton today or this weekend. And the following weekend is a massive game.
Yeah, they've got the benefit of the draw. So I think they're going to have to win 4 of their last 6.
Yes, they do.
There's some tough ones to be a top 6 chance, and probably 3 to guarantee themselves a top 10, wild card spot.
But that's the thing though. If you're good enough, you win those games.
Right.
But look, they'll probably lose Schultz, I would suggest. I'm not convinced if Howe goes off at that time of the game, when it's so tight, meaning so much, he's got to have some question mark, and he's important to him that given that Moore is out. So they've been tested with their bottom, I say 6. Now it's probably bottom 8.
Yeah, and that's putting my old scarf back on. My concern is just at the pointier end, the reliance on, and you could see, Nick Dacos, what an absolute champion. He looked a bit under duress in that second half last night. They're still so heavily reliant on their top 6, aren't they? And when you look
throw his brother in there. I think Josh gets overlooked a lot of times. Yeah. His ability to find space, mind you, he found space because North Melbourne allowed him to have space. It was I think it's quite damning that you allow. See, they say about Houston, he's a great kick. His decision making compared to Josh Dacos is secondary. So Josh Dacos is the one you go, no, we cannot allow him to be free under any circumstances. And yet he stood at the back of the pack time and time again, fed off. I thought he was very, very good.
He was in the votes last night, Josh Dacos. We had him with us post-game, and I asked him the obligatory question that it feels like we ask any member of the Dacos family or anyone from Collingwood, from that matter, whenever we get the chance to chat. Just on Nick, by the way, I don't know what he was doing tonight. Only had 28 disposals and kicked a goal. It was an equal season low.
Shit house.
28. Is he aware of some of these gaudy numbers that he's putting up?
Yeah, it's incredible. I was actually talking to Dad today. We were in the car driving, and something came up about our football journeys, and Nick's in particular. I feel like he was always dominant as a junior, but we couldn't have seen this coming. I feel like the way he's grown each year with his leadership, and like you said, this year I think he's hitting the scoreboard and having 30 odd touches, which is ridiculous. So even on the nights where he might be a little bit quieter statistically, he has some big moments, and we saw that with that massive play for Tim Membry's goal. And personally, it's awesome. I get to play with my brother. I love playing with him, and never take it for granted.
It was an equal season low, 28 disposals. He's only had 3 games this year below 30. So
I reckon there was only one ball last night that he could have done something else. He tried to do something that was beyond him even. Mm-hmm. All the rest, he just finds targets that are right targets. Yeah. Not a target. He's Pendlebury with Pendlebury's hands, is Dacos with his feet.
So you don't want to play Collingwood, do you? I feel like they're the kind of team that you probably don't want them in a wildcard game if they're the lower-ranked team. We know they're a big-game team. Craig McRae did his press conference last night, and naturally was asked about Lachie Schultz, who was injured on the run. He sat out the second half with an ankle concern.
Syndesmosis is the early call, which back in the day used to be a really scary word. Apparently our high-performance team says it's not as scary as it once was, but we'll have to get scans to work through that.
So no Elliott, no Hill, and now Schultz is banged up. McCreary can't find it. He's had 1 goal in the last 8 weeks. 5 goalless weeks in a row for Bo McCreary. So they're small forwards, which was really underpinned their premiership success. That they can't either get them on the park or get them up.
Well, McCreary's not a crumbing forward. Simply not a crumbing forward. So that's what they lack at the moment, and that's where I think that they're going to have to bite the bullet. And this is where the testing case will come in about Nick Dacos's hip and any other injuries he might have. He is as classy small forward as there ever's going to go around.
Yep.
He's not going to take the big towering mark. You don't want him to. You just want a contest. If there's going to be a player can read it off the pack or can find that bit of space, it will be him.
Yeah.
So he's probably got to do maybe 10 or 15% of his game in that little forward line, in that close to the ground forward line player, for them to capitalise to break what they've lost with those other players.
Well, yeah, he didn't attend a centre bounce the last quarter. Now, part of that was possibly because he was a little bit hampered, but you're right, Mick. And it has been happening, certainly in the second half of the year. Nick and Jordan De Goey, not resting off as much, but resting deep forward. And really,
he's
testing the opposition.
But he's not a crumbing forward either.
But he's going to have to kick goals now, isn't he? With no Schultz. I mean, Schultz was the one. Ironically, Schultz was the one leading out and marking it last night before he went off.
Yeah, and some players just mimic each other. Geelong with Dangerfield and Collingwood with De Goey, they're big bodies, strong hands, long kick goals, smart players. You've got to have those sort of players because if the others don't turn up. Let's say Membry gets held or McStay gets held, then you've got to have your next one, and your next one is a De Goey.
Talkback number 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. Can the Pies make some serious noise in 2026? And did North Melbourne's season end last night? So give us your take, 1300 558 222. Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse. My name's Corbin Middlemass. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. We're at the Docklands counting down to the first game on the slate for your big Saturday of footy in round 18. It is Port Adelaide and St Kilda. Is that it for North last night on the back of their defeat? So they're now a game and a half behind the Magpies. They find themselves on the outside looking in. They could be a game and percentage out by the end of the weekend. And how about this for a run home? So they play Melbourne next, who they've lost 7 of their last 8 against. Then they play St Kilda, who they've lost their last 6 against. Hawthorn, who they've lost their last 7 against. The Bulldogs, who they've lost their last 9 against. Then Geelong, who they've lost their last 15 against. And Sydney to finish, who they've lost their last 11 against.
I mean, they haven't beaten too many teams in the last 3 or 4 years. So it sounds ordinary, but that's just the reality.
Oh, yeah, but 3 or 4 years. Don't forget, they only played these sides once, maybe twice. So, I mean, we're going right back into the early into the 2000s.
5 of those are 6+ losing streaks.
Yeah.
Are they that bad?
Numbers.
Have they been that bad? Because they shouldn't be that bad now by finishing down near the bottom regularly over the last few years. They should be, I know we're going to be seeing one player today in Horn Francis, who was a first-round pick. Didn't last.
But they ended up getting Sheasel and Wardlaw.
Oh, no, I'm not disputing those players. But there's surely a goodness. There's got to be other players. And the unfortunate thing about North Melbourne is they cannot, and nor can the bottom sides, attract good free agent players. So they've got Luke Parker, great experience, sound head, does all that. Jack Darling jumps up and helps out. But they're not match winners. They're not match winners, and they can't attract those players.
Yeah, it felt like a miss. Last night was the one they had to get.
You said it off
the top. You said it off the top, Mick. They had their opportunities, and you mentioned Darling. You go right back to the first quarter, and their skipper, I thought was terrific. Kept, in terms of his work rate, and kept presenting and giving himself an opportunity. But you've got to go back and kick those goals in the first quarter, don't you? And that's his challenge at the moment, isn't it? Again, I thought he battled out really well. I mean, I thought they got really well beaten. So their class is around the ball. Now, Cherry, for whatever reason, hasn't been able to, maybe a little bit the new ruck rule, or he just hasn't been able to.
Oh, I think it was good last night, Paul.
Well, I thought his second half he fought on. They got hammered early, Mick, around first quarter.
I think Winnie might have given him 2 votes last night. I'm
2 votes? Cherry?
They were the top 2 rated players on the ground.
Yeah, I thought he battled on pretty well, but I thought
early rated his goal.
Early on, Collingwood said clearance work was they were all over him, Mick. They were scoring out of clearance.
Yeah, but that doesn't always fall to the ruckman. Sometimes you've just got to be able to look at your personnel at the.
It was a good battle. You're right. It was a good battle. But they had to win last night, didn't they?
Oh,
so that gets them to 9, and then if they can pinch 1 or 2 more,
that's right.
Maybe
it's growth. It's growth.
It's growth, isn't it? Yeah. And it's going to be the question, isn't it, whether they have improved. They've beaten the teams below them twice. They're 6 of their 8 wins this year. Then they pinch 1 against the Gold Coast here, and the other one's going to come.
Port Adelaide.
Yeah, that's right. So. But I think their percentage, you take the Freo game out, they've certainly been in games like last night longer. So I think you'd have to say that they've improved. And But they need to finish off the year well. They need to close out the year well. It's no good now getting, falling in a heap and losing against all those teams that you mentioned with that record by an average of 6 or 7 goals.
Sonia Hood was in the studio with me a couple of weeks ago with Raf Epstein on ABC Mornings, and we asked her at the time, would they contract Alistair Clarkson, extend him out beyond 2027? So he's only got 1 year left on his deal, which is next year. We're in year 4 at the moment. Keeping in mind year 1 had the big asterisks on it, obviously, given all the off-field dramas that were unfolding at the time. What would you do if you were North Melbourne's board at this particular stage? So I know they've got another 6 weeks, and maybe that'll tell a bit of a story. But when they sit down at the end of the year, would they just let it run and give him 12 months in the hot seat, or do they kick it out another year or two?
I think so. I think let it run. I think Alistair's experienced enough, has been around enough to say I'm okay with that. I'll either back myself in, or if it doesn't go the way that we plan after that period, maybe it is time to bring someone else in. I think you're right. Take that first year out. It's been slow, but this year they can point to some growth, and so maybe next year's the year that they have to go from 8 or 9 to 11 or 12 and start beating some of those teams like last night. But the reality is no one's coming for Alistair in the next 12 months, are they? So it's not like they're going to be warding off interest from other clubs, which that's
the key to it, is let things unfold. There tends to be a rush.
Yeah, I think we're getting better at that, aren't we? I think over the last...
Well, you think that, then all of a sudden you go, oh, hang on, look, I stand in the coach's corner all the time, but there's no need to rush those jobs. It's only, look, I think, and I really believe it's media-driven, and then the board go, oh, do we need this pressure? Let's make a decision. Instead of just... the one that's done it the best, I think in the last 30 years, has been Richmond. I reckon... When Damien Hardwick was under massive pressure, she stood her ground and said, no, we're going to let it unfold and we'll watch it. I think we ended up winning 3 premierships.
Yeah.
Now, that could be so if they didn't win the premierships, but they held their nerve. And I think that you've got to be able to hold your nerve and absorb the outside noise.
1300 558 222, the talkback number. Very quickly, Bally, you're our MRO officer here on ABC Sport. Jack Crisp.
Had another good look at it this morning. I don't think there's any more he could have. I think even when Blamires hits the ground, Crisp almost has let go of him. So I think it's just an unfortunate
it's a strong
outcome.
tackle.
Yeah, and the momentum and speed.
I didn't see any sling.
Arms weren't pinned, so I think the streak continues.
279 as it stands at the moment, so high stakes when
can't do it.
When we learn that later in the day as to how Jack Crisp goes with that tackle that concussed Tom Blamires last night. Let's hit the phones. Josh Carr's coming up a little later in the program. Your calls on 1300 558 222. Matt is in Caulfield South. Hello, Matt.
Yeah, g'day. I just got a question for Mick. Overall, where does he talked about Collingwood and how good they are, and they are a good team. What about the D's? We have beaten Collingwood. We've beaten Hawthorn twice now. We flogged Hawthorn last week. Mick, I respect you, but I'm not so sure that you're giving Melbourne the credibility that it really should have. We've got some really good footballers, main footballers, and we've got some good generations coming through. And no one seems to be taking the D's very seriously in Victoria. What are your thoughts on that, Mick?
Yeah, well, when we talk about Melbourne, I'll talk about Melbourne. We've actually been talking about last night's game, so they weren't involved last night. So I did watch them last week, and I was in Launceston watching them against Hawthorn.
You not impressed last week? Did you not give them enough love?
I tell you what I did say at half time. It wasn't about Hawthorn; it was about Melbourne, and how could they live with a 96-point lead, and what they're going to do about it. 4 minutes to go, we were holding our breath to say, will Hawthorn pinch this game? I have been a firm believer in the way Melbourne have played this year, very, very firm. I'll just go some stats it doesn't detract from them, but what it does say, that's probably where they are. So their average winning margin is 27 points. Their losing margin is 29 points. So it's around about even. They've won 37 quarters. The top side has won 41. So that is very, very impressive. There's a third side in Hawthorn that's only won 32 quarters. So it gives you an idea that they're highly consistent. The game plan itself, I think, is simple. It is good, and simplicity is what we need in these games. Overcomplicate game plans, overuse the ball, you lose it when you're not good enough. you give the ball back. Melbourne were very, very good with the football. They used the ball. The new coach, King, has he improved the players? That's to me is a judgmental thing of a coach. Almost to the man, they've been improved, and that is full credit to King, to his player group. There's a few players that have emerged. What side has recovered from losing two key players that probably average close to 60 possessions between them, Petrarca and Oliver? They've recovered better than most people thought. Me being one of them, I thought they'd be able to get over Oliver, but Petrarca. And what it tells you is that now the gates have opened, let someone else in there. Pickett's gone in there as one of the most exciting players playing, one of the most exciting players who now joins with Gawn, and it's deadly, so that's fantastic. Van Ruin is growing. I think that if they don't get too many injuries, they will bother sides. Yeah. They will beat sides under them, and they've done that well. They will bother sides. Fremantle and Sydney, and perhaps, I know they beat Hawthorn, and perhaps Brisbane are the sides that they've got to counter. But no, I've been very impressed. Is that?
The Hawks won't want to play them in a cutthroat final.
No way.
I don't think
their record is unbelievable.
Especially at the MCG. And the couple of times that we've seen them live, what they are is fit and hard running. Yeah, their ability.
And they don't overuse the ball. What they do is they get the ball into those forwards' ball, and that's what makes those forwards just like get the ball to me. Yeah. And they were asking for him. When Melsham was very good early, he's dropped off. Yeah. There's a player waiting in the wings to jump up. I know he's got, he's 33, 34, but he will make a difference when he gets his form in the seconds.
AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Mick and Bawley taking your calls. My name's Corbin Middlemass, and the talkback number 1300 558 222. Bob is in Camberwell, the next of our callers. Hello, Bob.
Good morning. Welcome, guys. Look, what a game on Thursday night. A team that only scored 11 single points in the first half without a goal. I think that's an AFL record. And then come back with 100 points in the last half, absolutely annihilating Sydney and leaving them flat-footed. But very little coverage in the media. I opened the paper this morning and there's a picture of a Freo player standing beside a Sydney player. No credit to their names. And the whole article, which is about half a page, was about the AFL and how wonderful they are on the Thursday, Friday night coverage over Channel 7. I think, good grief, we've got one of the fittest teams in the comp, and nobody's really mentioned why does Freo have very little injuries, and it's their fitness. I've spoken with Raf during the over the last couple of weeks, and he came up with all sorts of reasons why Freo will never win the grand final. Well, I sat in the 2013 grand final in the seats and saw Freo run out for their very first grand final, and they were dumbstruck because I think they'd only played on the MCG once and never before such a massive, massive crowd. And Hawthorn, of course, just obliterated them. Yeah. I think... Yeah.
No, it's a good call, Bob, and I think your point there about their or lack of injuries, their availability at the moment is a superpower for them, and that works hand in hand with, from what I saw on Thursday night, their ability to put Sydney to the sword. It started in that third quarter, but in the last quarter, they are a powerful, hard-running team. They're off a 5-day break and travel, so that was a scary performance. I thought the Swans were great in the first half, or 2.5 quarters. I thought their pressure was as good as there's been. It was a finals-like game.
What a great game!
That's right, and you mentioned the 11 points. A lot of that was due to where they were having shots, or they were rushed and under pressure, and a lot of that was due to Sydney's pressure. But that is hard to maintain, especially against a team like Freo. And when the tide turned, they absolutely put the foot down and shifted into gears. We've spoken about how they've got gears, haven't they? And they've got match winners all over the park. We spoke about Dacos and both Dacos' last night. Fremantle got guys all over the park. Pearce was unbelievable in the first half. Yeah. And then through the middle of the ground, whether it's Bolton or Reid, Brayshaw's second half.
Bolton's got better.
And then their front half, their firepower at the front half. So, no, I agree, Bob. They're rightfully flagged favourites. It was 1v2 the other night. I thought it was a terrific game. It was a finals-like game. And in the end, Freo stared down their nearest competitor at the moment and said, well, you can't come with us. And it was so powerful.
Bob, you've got to realise this. Wherever you are in Australia, the news will be always about that central city. So if it's Melbourne, of course it's going to cop that, and it's going to be fleeting about Fremantle. Believe it or not, living in West Australia for 10 years, I thought it was a two-team competition. You hardly hear about the opposition at all. So and if you go to Adelaide, it runs true. That's the way it works in this world. So it's like other sports are always whinging and moaning that they can't get on the back page because football, whether it's soccer or whether it be rugby, whether it be union, whether it be whatever, everyone's fighting for that back page, and it's always going to be local. It's who reads it. I think you'll find that most people now are nodding their head saying yes, Fremantle deservedly are the flag favourites.
I think the coach wouldn't mind.
But it is
flying below the radar if it's down here. And the reality is, and we won't know until we think that at the moment they should at least they're going to get 2 home finals. You'd think at a minimum, so they wouldn't need to come here until hopefully the last day from their point of view, and then we'll find out.
I know how Bob feels, because it does feel like we skip pretty quick from Fremantle are coming, not quite yet, and then the narrative changed to, are they too good too early? And then it's, we already know they're the premiership favourites, and it's sort of like, when's the moment where we actually put a light on them and talk about how great they are, which we'll do plenty of that, I'm sure, on the run towards the spring, Bob, given the position they're in. Just to upset Bob and all the Fremantle fans out there, I actually thought Thursday night said more about Sydney than it said about Fremantle, that the Swans were in a winning position. Fremantle were always going to have, pardon the pun, a purple patch at some stage. They had that. And, gee, it was glaring that Sydney had nothing to keep them off them. They didn't have any armoury whatsoever to stop the rush when it came. And now you look at their record and you go, right, they're 12-0 against the rest. And against the fellow contenders, Sydney are 1-4. So their record against Fremantle, Hawthorn, Geelong, Brisbane, 1 win, 4 losses. And the only win that they've got out of that 5-game stretch was against Brisbane in round 1, when the Lions had a heap of injuries, short summer, suspensions. So all of a sudden now, when they come up against the really good teams, they fall short, and they've beaten a whole lot of the also-rans, including a bunch of close wins in between. I actually almost feel like Sydney's probably more like the 4th or 5th best team in the competition, and they're a few wins ahead of where they the ladder probably suggests that they are. So I thought it was pretty revealing for the Swans the other night.
Just to add another stat, and I know this is a bit different again. It's interesting when you have players use. If you can control your player group and have them available for most of the game. Let's face it, Bull, you've played in sides where they've been injured, and you know it's just going to be a real hard year. Others, you go, we've had a good run. Fremantle have used 30 players. Hawthorn 37. Brisbane 35. The other, I think it was Geelong. Geelong have used 31. You can go to sides like West Coast have used 40, probably, and Western Bulldogs 38. So it does take us, if you can hold your group together in that 30, because I reckon you've got to go into a grand final. You have 23 players. With 26, 27 fit players by the grand final week, and you can cover it if someone's out. It's when you haven't got those numbers that you really struggle. So Fremantle got it all in front of them. If they can stay sound, Brisbane on the other hand, 33 players, that's okay. Hawthorn, well, they've had a few players introduced this year, which has helped them. That's helped them because they've discovered a couple of good players. One last week was an absolute cracker last week, the young centre-half back.
So if the qualifying finals this weekend and you're picking Fremantle's team, is it Cox or is it Darcy?
Well, he says horses for courses. On the performance last night, the night before, Cox was extraordinarily good because and again he's pinched a free kick for that stupid rule where he didn't jump. Grundy jumped over the line by 1 inch, and where was Cox for this stage? He was heading back towards the goal square. So, and he gets a free kick. Wrong rule. But anyway, at the moment,
if he plays like that, obviously,
and those marks he took.
That's the key. The key's the marking.
Took the marks and kicked goals.
Yeah, the key's the marking.
Yeah, and you know what the thing is about it? He knows it, and I just see a subtle difference in his body language. He seems to be more humble. He knows that he's under real pressure to hold his place. So he just puts his head down and just does what he has to do for the team.
We talk about the bottom six. You always talk about the bottom six helping win it. That's the Swans' challenge at the moment, isn't it? They're bottom six, and McInerney's out. Where's Rosas gone? He burst out of the blocks this year. That was great to see Papley back, but that bottom
He'll
six.
get better. He'll get better.
Yeah, that's right. Really, that stood out. When the heat came and the Freo put their foot down, they were far too powerful.
And Paulie, one of the worrying things is you being a midfielder is how quickly offence turns into defence, and there was little from Heaney, Warner and these players being able to chase back. And I had the same thing with Brayshaw early. I looked at him and someone went past him. He just stopped. And I thought, that's a bit damning on Brayshaw. I thought better of him. But as the game went on, he started to chase a bit harder. But Sydney stopped the hard work in the middle. That'd be a big, major worry.
We fluctuate too much in the contest was the quote from Dean Cox talking about how they went the other night. Your calls on 1300 558 222. We'll talk about the AFL's push into India, plus the Category B list spot, which is going to be available for a First Nations player in the AFL and the AFLW from 2027 onwards. And the NRL have signed a mega deal for their broadcast rights. How should the AFL feel about all of that? Coming up next, Josh Carr's going to join us. More of your calls on 1300 558 222. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
How much can we really know about the dead?
In our podcast, we're gossiping each week about the divas, ruffians and con men of Australia's past.
So join me, Alicia Simmons.
And me, Lee Boucher. Search the Dead Can't Sue podcast on ABC Listen.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen. Just look for the AFL button.
Port Adelaide and St Kilda on the way. The first of 4 games on your Super Saturday of footy, all broadcast right here on ABC Sport. If you want to listen to either of the 2 night games, you can find them on ABC Listening. You can toggle between the 2 matches. Both teams out doing their preliminary warm-up ahead of the Saints and the Power. Bawley, you just made an interesting observation with 2 guys on opposing teams just found each other out in the middle.
I want to read into it too much, but obviously there's a lot of mates between the teams, isn't there? But I just Naz Wanganeen Miller just wandered into the middle and dapped up. Is that what they say?
Yes.
Yeah, dapped up Jace Burgoyne and Jason Horne-Francis. So
there we go.
That might be just mates.
Good
old
friends.
mates catching up.
They are mates. Right. They are mates.
Yeah, I know.
They'll play in one of the state games coming up in the next year or so.
There's all this talk about Zach Butters obviously coming back to Victoria. And now I've seen it raised in some quarters that maybe St Kilda should ask the question and go, you know what, if Naz is going to leave anyway, how about you have Naz and we'll have Butters and we'll just call it a day?
Oh, that's a big call.
Who's winning the trade?
Who needs to add? Who's hanging up the phone, as they say first?
I think.
Or who needs to add something? It's probably it's the age thing. I think.
Well,
Butters is 3 or 4 years older.
That's look, they're both potential champions.
Yeah.
And that's I reckon champions over the journey, not just 1 year. I think Wanganeen Miller he's
more upside. I think Port would have to throw in a pick or a sweetener, I reckon.
Yep.
What's he get, Naz? Jeez.
Yep. You're a Butters man?
I'm a Butters man.
He's one of my favourite players.
He's one of my favourite too.
Talking about pure assets, I just think there's an age thing and a little bit more scope.
But he can. I've seen him take
4 miles on the clock of Butters.
I reckon I've seen him taken out of the game though. I've seen him really. Whereas.
He's not the last couple of weeks.
No, not at all. Not at all. But this will be.
It'll be great today. Yeah.
Well, you know what? You'll get tagged today. You'll get tagged today. Now, whether or not they tag Wanganeen Miller is going to be an interesting one. I think today's a fascinating in the box. You've got Josh Carr and Ross Lyon. Like they think differently. Clearly, from my angle from coming up here, it'll be a very interesting game.
Ross Lyon has said a moment ago that they're out of the Lachie Neale race, by the way. So Lachie Neale not going to St Kilda in 2027.
Well, why would they want him? Or they reckon they're a day off of the grand final? I mean, reality-wise, let's do something for the Saints supporters that gives them a future.
I spoke with Josh Carr, the senior coach of the Port Adelaide Football Club, only moments ago, and I started naturally by welcoming him to ABC Sport.
No worries, Corbin. Good to be here.
Has the year been a success so far? It's 6-10 and you've lost, 5 games by 3 points or less. Has it been a success year one?
Oh, so that's a good question, Corbin. For us, obviously it's about, growth week in, week out. From the start of the season where we started to where we are now, I'd like to think we've grown a lot. Whether that's successful or not, I'd like to think we've developed a number of players and developed our game style and feel like that's in a lot better place for us for this back end of the year. still a lot to play out before I'd reflect on the season and start successful.
I think you'll get asked this question multiple times already across your journey, and I'm sure in years to come. Did the succession plan work? Did it set you up in the way that it was designed to be able to hit this year, running as the full-time senior coach?
Yeah, look, I'd like to think so. I think, during it there were some challenges, no doubt about it. But at the same time, what Kenny did and, he stuck at it and the way we worked together and worked through it, I'd like to think where we sit right now, there was a number of players in the back end of the year that we, gave a look at it. That last game when we played Gold Coast, Whitlock and Ram and Berry and these guys, we're all a part of it. So for me personally, it allowed me, time to, navigate my way through it and plan and make sure, this year we attack this year the right way.
He's clearly a passionate guy. I mean, we've seen that at his press conferences over his journey in his 13 years in charge as the senior coach. We even saw it during the showdown where he was part of the television coverage on Fox Footy, and that was overflowing pre-game and during the match. Have you heard from him much as the season's gone on?
Oh, look, our games have been mostly done by Fox, so nearly pre-game every second week I'm getting interviewed by Ken.
Has he given you any advice along the way, or have you asked him for any feedback?
Oh, not really. I've got plenty of advice, in my time with him, from starting my coaching out to when I came back to Port the last few years. I've spent a number of years under him.
The coaches have been told, explicitly by the league, they don't want to hear any feedback for the umpires. You obviously played in a game last week where there was a record number of free kicks, something like 37 free kicks in the first half. There was 77 for the game. Did you have a word quietly with the officials just to get some kind of an understanding as to what happened last Sunday?
No, not really. I felt in the first half, in the conversations for us as coaches, we felt like North were getting to the ball first. So, a number of free kicks were there. There was obviously a couple that both teams were unsure about. But as I've said in my press conference yesterday, we make mistakes as coaches, players make mistakes. Umpires are no different. It's not an easy game to officiate, and they've got a big task in front of them, and they're not going to get every decision right.
The obligatory question that you get every week across the course of the season is around your acting captain, obviously Zach Butters, your number 9. When do you need an answer from Zach as to what he's doing in 2027?
Oh, we don't need an answer right now, and we've had a number of conversations and navigated our way through the year the right way. He's the captain on game day for us right now, and he's leading really well and doing everything right. So from our point of view, we've had the discussions that it's nothing's going to take place until the end of the year, and we're okay with that.
So it doesn't impact your planning?
Not at all. We plan for everything. Both sides of the coin, and whether he stays or goes, we'll make sure we're prepared for both.
We work in this system at the moment where, it's very different to the NRL or even to some of the other leagues around the world, for example. But there's a little bit of the don't ask, don't tell aspect of it. If he has made a decision, would you want him to tell you?
Look, that's in the conversation. Do we want him to tell us? It doesn't. To be honest, it doesn't really bother me, Corbin. We as I said, it doesn't change our planning at all with the conversation. So, is it best how it is? Yeah, probably. We're having great, honest conversations and on where it's at. So, I'd like to think we're in a good spot.
And it wouldn't impact how you use him if you knew that he was, say he was going?
Not at all.
Josh Carr with us, the coach of Port Adelaide on AFL Saturday across the country. You were quite passionate a couple of weeks ago about, understandably, other coaches in the competition talking about your star player in Zach Butters and speculating on what he could be doing next year and the possible emotional pull to certain clubs. Obviously in the NFL, and I know you've done some work over in America with certain programs over there, they do have an anti-tampering rule, which basically prohibits teams from communicating with or attempting to negotiate with players or staff who are currently under contract. Is it something you think would work in our game, and would you advocate for it?
It'd be interesting how it would work, because right now where it sits, I'm not sure who would abide by those rules, and people, I'm sure they'd find a way, whether it's through management, to still do it. But I'm sure if the first person that got caught and there was a hefty fine or whatever it is, it might scare a few away. But look, I don't. I'm probably sitting on the fence on that one. I don't really know what the right way to go about it is. I'm okay with how it is. It's just You've got to do it from a place of respect.
Have you done it? Met with other players?
Corbin, great question. I'm not going to comment yes or no, but if I did, no one would know about it.
Connor Rosie, your captain, he's obviously out of the team at the moment. Kane Corn spoke about this during the week. He said, look, he can't even feel his hamstring, given the fact he's got nerve damage there. And he's obviously out for the remainder of the year. He's got an 8-year extension, which ties him to the club through to 2032. What is the status of Connor? How is his hamstring, and are those reports accurate?
Well, I think they're inaccurate. His hamstring's improving and getting better each week. It's just slow. It's slow. If you saw him out in training yesterday, you'd probably nearly think he hasn't done anything. That he's moving well and he's not that far away. So it's improving. It's slow. He'll be right by the time we run out next year.
And you've tapped out Sam Powell-Pepper for the remainder of the year, coming back from a second ACL tear. Can you give us the reasons as to why you've decided to put him in cotton wool as such, or just take him off the park at sample level for the remainder of the year?
Yeah, look, he was just lacking a bit of confidence, getting out there, and the oval was a bit shifty last weekend, and he just felt like he just wasn't quite ready mentally to do it. So in the end, we've sat down this week, we've put in a plan, and ultimately we've obviously stopped him from playing this year to attack the pre-season, be ready, and by the time we run out next year, we have a lot of confidence.
We know in successful teams, and you've been part of plenty of them, Josh, that there's lots of people involved and lots of fingerprints on it. Obviously, your role at Fremantle and what the Dockers have been able to do now, you work so closely with Justin Lomuir. They're a team that has clearly built themselves from defence out. Is that part of your motivation in what you're doing with this group? You're the second best team defensively this year, despite the fact you're 4 games below 500. Are you keeping an eye on the Dockers, and are you taking any inspiration from what's happening there to what you're building at Alberton?
I'm always keeping a close eye, on what Justin and those guys are doing. It's been super impressive. I love my time there, and I learned so much from them, and Justin in particular. And defensively, there is no doubt that he had a really big impact on me as a coach, and the philosophy around it and behind it, and learn a lot. So, yeah, definitely got some inspiration from those guys. Not taking away the fact that Luke Webster's done a terrific job as the defensive coach here.
All the best today, Josh, and the rest of the way in 2026. Appreciate your time as always on ABC Sport.
Appreciate the chat.
Josh Carr, Josh Carr, the senior coach of the Port Adelaide Football Club, with us on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse here at Docklands. Just on that, by the way, so Port Adelaide 6-10, so they've lost 4 more games than they've won, and they're the second best defensive team. The last side to have done that in the competition was the Swans way back in 1985. Wow. The team before that was Geelong in 83, then it was North in 1970 and Footscray in 1952. So we're talking about an event which has occurred 5 times in 70 plus years.
Yeah, but also add on though, Corby, you got to look at the fact that they've lost, I think it's 4 or 5 games under a goal.
Percentage of 103.
So if you reverse half of those, all of a sudden that's not a, they're in the fight for the top 10. And probably right now they'll take some skills.
Oh no, they're a tough out. You wouldn't want to play. You speak about not wanting to play. They're a really tough opponent for that reason. I think he's clearly, and you played a lot of footy against Josh Carr, Mick. He was a tough opponent. So he started with that really miserly, defensive,
mindset,
tough in the contest sort of mindset. And you can see it in his players. And he's had some challenges. He's lost his captain early in the year for the season. He's had the Butters thing hanging over his head. He must be.
And they've never replaced Dixon either. They've never been able to replace Dixon. Yeah. There's that big key forward. And Georgiades done a magnificent job, given the fact that he's a medium tall with no support, because Marshall keeps falling over. So they've done I think they've done a fantastic job.
Yeah, I agree. You talk about players improving. Jordan Sweet's becoming one of the best in the competition.
Exactly.
I think young Lies had he's a good story. He's had a really good year. Jace Burgoyne continues to improve his game. Young Berry, you mentioned Georgiades. He's had a terrific year, hasn't he? I like young Whitlock as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think it's been. The first question was, has it been a success? I don't think you get it. I think it's categorically.
How many players they use this year, Bully? I'll find it for you. So I think they've gone through a few players as well. It'd be in the high 30s. So
just on their demos too, Mick. So they're third youngest in terms of average age across the season, and 4th least experienced.
4th least experienced, yeah. Yep. And the more they play these young fellas, the better it's going to be for next year, because it's sort of it puts pressure on players that just take it for granted they're going to get a game.
Handles himself well in the media, doesn't he?
He's fantastic. He's very, very nice and cool.
All the stuff around Zach Butters.
37 players I've used.
37. That's a lot of players. Yeah. That's a lot of players on a list of 42. Is it 43?
Yeah. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your thoughts on 1300 558 222. Some broad topics to finish, and we're on the clock a little bit here. But the AFL's unveiled their push into India. So that the question is here: is the juice worth the squeeze as such? So essentially, they've got an ambition to increase participation in India to more than 100,000 registered participants over the coming years. At the moment, there's 1 million people of Indian heritage currently residing in Australia. Clearly, it's a country that has sort of obvious overlaps with Australia in terms of the fact that obviously cricket is hugely popular there. Remember, in the origins of our game started once upon a time to keep the cricketers fit during the winter months, and there's oval-shaped venues. Is it worth the push from the AFL, given they've got 20,000 registered participants in and around Ranchi already?
I'd spend $1 million for one sentence. Get Coley just to say, I support Australian rules.
Get him on as an ambassador.
You'd have a billion Indians going, what is Australian rules? I'm jumping on board. Because he controls the world over there.
I think there's a photo of him wearing a Richmond jumper somewhere that when he came out to Australia. So
yeah, right.
Maybe they can push that as much as they can in India. I feel like it's a more worthwhile exercise than, say, China or the USA. I don't mind it. I think there it is. Yeah, it's a great photo holding the Sharon in the change rooms. So I can understand why the AFL would be pushing as much as they are. The other thing which we touched on last night as part of the pre-game, the way that sports rights are going globally, you have huge streaming services. Essentially, they want as many eyeballs as possible on your product. And unfortunately for Australia, it is a closed market as such. And when you've only got, a population of 26 million and, we've got our football code split in two, to be able to get more and more money out of the broadcasters in years to come, you need a bigger and bigger audience. And certainly going into a hugely populous place like India is one way to try and do that.
Have we had any players over the years with Indian heritage play the game?
That's
trying to think top of my head.
Great question. Certainly,
I saw Meet Baines was there with the president, the prime minister the other day.
Did you say your local Auskick?
Yeah, I just made the comment before when we were talking about it off air, and I need to get up to speed with the push, but just down at the local Auskick, Mick, with my young daughters, there's a good sort of smattering of girls and boys, of Indian girls and boys getting involved and playing. So
that's thrilling.
That would back up what you were talking about.
Jer Saxena, Rama tells me, who's
yes,
Collingwood's list.
Yeah, he's on Collingwood's list.
So he's Indian heritage, first-year player. And Daniel Kerr also has Anglo-Indian descent, who, of course, was a sensational footballer for the West Coast Eagles for many years. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. The other thing to boost sort of diversity and participation in the game, particularly for our First Nations community, was unveiled this week. It's NAIDOC Week, and this has been floated for a long period of time, that a Category B rookie spot will be available to boost First Nations participation, so in both the AFL and the AFLW. Now, Sharad Wellingham, who is a First Nations footballer, works for us in Perth. He was with us on ABC AFL Daily on Thursday, and we put this to him. This is, in part, a little of what he had to say.
Yeah, I think it carries some merit. There's been a little bit of kind of commentary on it in the aspect of, I think you remember Adam Simpson kind of coming out and saying, if somebody's coming from a school system and somebody who's coming from remote regional area where they're not used to living in the city, and it seems like a bigger risk, they're probably going to go with the less risky prospect, and so they're missing out on the potential talent. The system, from a lower point of view, in terms of when players are younger, and some of the stuff that Eddie Betts and a lot of other foundations are doing in making elite lifestyle decisions from a younger age, is what's going to make it a lot better for young Indigenous players coming through. Just the exposure to what life is like, not only away from community and away from family, but at an AFL kind of standard of what's expected. Exposure to that at a younger age is what's going to make it better for AFL clubs to feel like there's less risk.
You can listen to that full episode through ABC AFL Daily. It was a good answer in terms of,
Yeah, it is.
It's great, but it's not everything. There needs to be more done in this space to be able to help.
I get it. Having been in West for 10 years, there are a lot of communities that you go out there and watch them play. They've got the greatest skill, but they just want to live in their community. Now, to bring them out of that community, it's massive. It's a massive change. You virtually have to almost make it a family connection. That's where the family come down and take that pressure off of living in an environment that is so foreign to the young fellas that when they grow up, they're so used to that type of lifestyle, and it changes dramatically coming to a city. So there's no doubt there's talent out there, and it's capturing that talent and expand that talent to the point where the player feels comfortable to play a full career, whether it be 5 years to 10 years, but also, Bully, take something back out of the game, not just a pair of shorts and a jumper. So that the money they earn, it helps. Look, the Aboriginal community can't understand a lot of the Anglo-Saxon community. Like they go out and hunt, they bring back the kangaroo, and they share.
Two very different cultures.
And yet they earn let's say if they earn $1,000 a week to play football. Well, you can't go then. Oh, you put that in your pocket, and you've got to. That's going to be spread. That's the culture.
Yep.
So you've got to acknowledge that culture, and it's a beautiful culture. And somehow or another, that's got to be. At the end of their career, I want to see these players have some capacity to be able to invest in their life for the rest of their life.
Just back to the category B, it feels like a natural progression from the time and resources that have been put into the next generation academies, probably over the last 8 or 10 years, where these younger, non-traditional, which includes Indigenous footballing people, have been given the opportunities by the clubs. Irish, but also, we talk about Indian or any sort of ethnicity.
USA.
That's right, exactly, So... But then it gets to the point where, and it's what Sharon's referring to, where you've only got a certain amount of spots on the list. So you and you're going, oh, no, I'll actually just go for the local kid because it might be less risky. It feels like we're getting them to the point, but they're not completing the job by having these spots available on the list. And so the Category B makes complete sense to me.
And Mick, you were great at this as a coach. You had many First Nations footballers that played in your teams, but also you had plenty of rat bags. The famous rat pack, obviously, at the Collingwood Football Club, and you were big on treat everyone the same, but treat everyone differently. There's different things that you need to keep in mind.
They're all got X factors, see?
Yes.
So everyone deserves X amount of chances, and they are. You shouldn't treat. To have it all on they're all the same. No.
Yep.
And treat them all the same. No. It's the biggest mistake you'll make.
The NRL struck a record-breaking $5.3 billion broadcast rights deal with Nine Entertainment, Foxtel and Sky NZ during the week. It runs for 7 years from 2028 through to 2034. So it's the largest commercial agreement in Australian sporting history, which overtakes the AFL. So the AFL are in the middle of a deal at the moment worth $4.5 billion. This is $5.3. How should the AFL feel about it? Here's a little of what Andrew Dillon had to say on ABC Sport the other night.
Look, I think they've done a good deal. And I think what it does show is that live sport is something that brings together big crowds and big groups of people that are watching it, whether it's on TV or streaming. And I think what that shows is for a sport like the AFL, which is the most attended and is the most viewed, it's a great deal for the NRL, and it's a good deal. It's great for us for our current deal and also our deals into the future.
How should they feel?
I just think we just need to bash it anywhere we can. We compare ourselves to another sport. It's not a threat to us. Rugby league is not a threat to Australian rules football. Just focusing on what is good for Australian rules football. Now, this step to get into India, that's a positive step if it becomes a positive step. With the introduction of trying to get the Aboriginal young players more involved, that's a positive step. Forget about what the NRL are doing, because once you start, there becomes a hatred, there becomes all your energies are used up for the wrong reason. I just don't get that.
Well, I think he handled it. I think he was responding to comments from his counterpart over the other mob. So I thought that was right. I think he said it was a great deal for them, and we think for the bigger picture is it's a great deal for any sort of live entertainment product, because as tough as it is for people out there in terms of grocery bills and all that sort of stuff. One thing that people are still happy to spend money on, Nick, is live entertainment, live sport or concerts, whatever it is. So I agree. It's a good deal that should augur well for our game as well.
And the comparison between the two, the biggest rights deal is always the sport that's off contract last. The same way that the top 5 players in the game, whoever's the most recent one-off contract, they're on the biggest deal. It's not necessarily the number one in the game, it's whoever's off contract last as it keeps going up and up and up. And so well done to the NRL and the AFL. I'm sure it'll be just fine. Have a great day, Mick.
Look, yes, it'll be a good day of football.
Big day, Super Saturday.
Yeah, man.
Enjoy.
And an Ocean Grove one, so and my grandson got through his game from injury, so I'm wrapped.
Good on him. ABC AFL Daily, catch up on the whole show there.
What's loaded with fun for the whole family? ABC iView. Ring it! From the investigators and caper crew to Andy Lee's Do Not Watch This Show.
You can keep watching.
Find it all on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rising all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Rosen kicks off goal for Francis Pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Make it goal square. Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. St Kilda and Port Adelaide, two teams on the wrong side of 500. The Saints, 2 more losses than they've won, while Port Adelaide, 4 games below 500 on the season, and yet both teams with a positive percentage. 105 plays 102. An incredible record for both these sides to show how competitive they've been. Port Adelaide, the wildcard spots may be too far adrift, while for St Kilda, they're still very much in the frame, but they can't afford much margin for error on the run home. It is the Saints and the Power standalone Saturday afternoon footy. Following this, it is the Giants and the Cats. And then in different directions tonight, the Crows hosting the Suns. And, of course, the Blues looking to try and make it 8 in a row at home up against the Hawks, who all of a sudden find themselves in a bounce-back spot. There's no late change. The Saints and the Power. Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller up against Zach Butters and his teammates. The roof is on for Saturday afternoon footy on what is a cool, overcast day in Melbourne. 14 degrees currently outside. My name's Corbin Middlemas. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Great to be here. It's been a strange year for Port Adelaide. They had a fairly easy first 4 games. North Melbourne, Essendon, West Coast and Richmond. A lot of people, myself included, expected them to possibly be 4-0 out of the gates. They were 2-2 instead. But from that point onwards, they've been relatively impressive with what they've been able to dish up. And St Kilda, how do we judge them? I mean, they're 7-9. They're still live for the wildcard positions. They don't want to be 7-9, but they have scored 100 points 7 times this year, up from only 1 last season. And you can see growth in the likes of Hugo Garcia, amongst many others like Max Hall, who had a career-high disposals last week. So there is improvement, but is it coming fast enough for the Saints?
This game has already happened once this year, so the Saints have won the last 2 against Port Adelaide. You'll remember famously the last time that they met. It was in Gather Round. It was the Zach Butters Nick Foot game, where the whispers, of course, that weren't quite captured on the audio, that the umpires' packs, of course, and we had the tribunal hearing that followed that week. And in the end, after Butters was fined initially, was able to beat that charge at the tribunal. St Kilda and Port Adelaide, no late change. Our premiership pair in the second row. First of all, the youngest premiership player from the Bombers on planet Earth, Adam Ramanauskas is here. Hello, Ram.
Yes, good afternoon. I was here last Sunday watching St Kilda, and they clearly did it pretty easy in the first half. So a lot of possession to a couple of those boys. Naz had 46 and Hall had 4. Brad Hill had 40. And
someone has a career day against Essendon.
Someone has a career day against Essendon. There's no doubt about that. But look, I think from an expectation point of view, you would say St Kilda are probably just a little bit under to where Port. I wasn't expecting much of Port Adelaide this year. I've got to be totally honest with you. But again, I think Josh Carr's done a terrific job. Their defence is tough. They've got a very, very strong defence, Port Adelaide. So I like the way they're set up there behind the football. And I'm looking forward to it. I think any time you can see 2 young stars of the competition in Butters, and I'm forgetting Horn Francis as another one, and Nasiah Wanganeen-Miller, it's a special day. It's always a special day at the football.
First team in 40 years to have lost 4 more games than they've won and be the second best defensive team in the league. Yeah. So that's an incredible number. Sydney back in...
There you go. My eye test is pretty good.
There you go. Sydney back in 1985. Luke Ball's here after AFL Saturday. The Collingwood Premiership player. He's held just about every single role in footy. Hello, Bally.
Corby, I'm looking forward to this one, and it's the first of a good Saturday of
it's
footy.
A good slate.
It is a good slate. And make sure you get in front of a TV or get to a game, because it's a pretty ordinary slate tomorrow. But anyway, let's talk about...
Or the radio.
Let's talk about... Well, that's right. Tune in. Absolutely, Ramit. Thanks for picking me up there. But I'm looking forward to this one. And you're right. It starts in the middle for both teams. I think just looking down at Big Jordan Sweet, when I say big, he is a monster, isn't he? He's been a real story, I think, and he's been a significant part of Port Adelaide's, I want to say resurgence, because the ladder doesn't reflect that. But everything you're talking about in terms of the way that since about round 5 or 6, they've been able to really stiffen up their defence and be really miserly and hard to play against. And so all the space and all the time and freedom that the Saints had last week on exposed form, they're not going to get that today. And I think that's good. I think that's really exciting. Corby had a really good interview with Josh Carr, the Port coach, before the game here on AFL Saturday. One thing you didn't ask him is what you're going to do about those players, in particular, Wanganeen-Miller, who's clearly the trump card for the Saints through that middle of the ground. But he is starting to get really well supported by a really good support cast. And Hugo Garcia's really emerged this year, hasn't he? And Philippu's another one who's starting to emerge a little bit. What does Windhager do? He's been squeezed out a little bit, play a little bit more forward. Does he come in and go to a Butters? I think he probably had that matchup at the start of the year. So, some really interesting matchups across the ground. And then, Jason Horn-Francis, who, if we think we're presuming that Zach Butters is going to move on at the end of this season, then the keys really get handed over to Jason Horne-Francis. But he is playing like a player who's ready for that, isn't he? He's playing like a player who's ready to assume the number one mantle in the midfield. So, I'm really looking forward to that battle in particular. And then can St Kilda, with still a bit of a makeshift forward line, Higgins is back, and I think Kamini, I liked what I saw from him forward of the ball. He got drafted as a forward, so I'd expect him to play forward more today with Liam Ryan. Only 24 goals for the season as their leading goal kicker. Can that kick a winning score today against the second best defence in the competition? Looking forward to it.
Question off the top to all three of you learned gentlemen in this box. Who would you prefer right now, Jason Horne-Francis or Harley Reid? We're talking what?
I'll go quicker.
Horne-Francis is a year older.
Year older.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you mean for a game today, or do you mean for the rest of their career?
Yeah, whatever you want.
I'd say Horne-Francis for both, mate. Just at the moment. No knock on Harley Reid, but I'm with. I really like what I'm seeing from Horne-Francis.
I'll take Horne-Francis today, but I'll take Harley for the rest of his career.
That's a bit each way. Harley for me. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in the Horne-Francis camp.
Right. I feel like the reason why I'm Harley is we've seen Harley do it without a whole lot around him, whereas we've seen Horne-Francis do it so far alongside Rosie and Butters. The test for him is going to be, how's he going to do it next year if Butters isn't there and Rosie doesn't come back?
I think there's a lot more consistency already in Horne-Francis' game.
It was great to hear from Josh Carr as well. We would have loved to have brought St Kilda fans their senior coach. We were told that another radio station got their request in first, so I can only assume...
Got to get in early a bit.
I can only assume that they've been asking for him for 18 months as well.
Wow.
But Ross Lyon politely declined because another radio station got in first.
That's right. 14 of the 18 clubs we've had on AFL Saturday across the course of the year, so we appreciate...
Who are we missing?
The sport. We're going to name and shame?
Yeah.
St Kilda?
Yep.
Geelong?
Yep.
Gold Coast?
Yep.
Dimmer will do it for us, though.
Yeah. We're one.
And Josh Fraser, Carlton.
Yes, the Blues.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We had 17 of the 18 last year.
I don't think you'll have any trouble with Josh Fraser.
Yes.
And Damien Hardwick.
Yep. So then we just got to get Scotty and Ross over the line.
That might be.
Chris did it for us last year, to be fair.
Okay.
So hopefully we get Chris before the season's out. Their season will go a little longer too. So we've got about another 10 weeks to try and chat to the coach of the Cats. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sports. St Kilda and Port Adelaide coming up. Saturday afternoon footy. There's no late change.
No, there is. There's a really, really late change here, Corbin. So there was no late changes announced, but just coming through literally a minute ago, a note from the match manager. Zatto is out, so Mitch Zatto is a very late out, and Jacob Ware has come in. Now, Zatto was out there for the last on-field warm-up before they run out in their playing kit, so the penultimate on-ground warm-up, but he's not going to play the game. So something has happened very, very late there.
Yeah, Jacob Ware was eating a pie in the grandstand, but he's had to quickly strap on the boots, so...
Let's kick it down to the fifth member of our team, Ray Chamberlain, our near 400-game umpire who's officiated in multiple grand finals. He's with us again this Saturday afternoon. Afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon, guys. And Jacob Ware might have knocked over his pie. I've just knocked over mine, so I hope no one in green goes down or they're in strife. They're one short. I'm looking forward to this game too, guys. I love the way you've matched this up. If I'm Rowan Marshall, I'm licking my lips today. Massive task against a massive man, but he wants to put his best foot forward today, and quite frankly, the Saints just have to win.
Explain to me how the week's been from the officials' point of view, Ray. It feels like every single week there's something going on for the umpires in 2026.
Don't have to look too far for content, Corb. I sort of normally have my boots up by Friday night, and I've got the week that's coming up done. But, look, I think more broadly, just in relation to umpire contact, as an issue, the main concern from the AFL Umpires Association is that for 2 years they've been highlighting to the AFL a gap between intentional contact and careless. You know, intentional being like a 6-weeker, careless being, we bump into one another and it's $1,500. They've acknowledged the gap, they've acknowledged it for 2 years, and they've got a laundry list as long as your leg, Corb, as to why they haven't been able to address it. And, you know, potentially this might highlight the fact they might want to dust off the notepad and get it done.
I was actually talking about Tom Morris's big story during the week that the umpires who have been wearing yellow, green and light blue are considering a fourth colour in season 2027, either red or there's some outlandish move. They could wear white. Who'd have thought that the umpires could be wearing white in 2027? Do you have a preference, Ray, as to
to what the fourth colour should be?
I'll be honest with you, the multiple colours, as I said last week, nearly brought me unstuck. That would just have my follicles falling out. The anxiety of, have I packed the right kit? That is just something I don't need.
I couldn't believe he mentioned that when they wear yellow, so ordinarily the umpires wear green, and you talk about them being team green and the third team out there and everything else. Oh, I didn't realise that's actually a sponsorship deal when they wear yellow, and that's only for one game a weekend.
Yeah, well, so all the umpires have investment properties and farms, and it's funded by Chemist Warehouse, because that money goes directly into the field umpires' pockets, as you can imagine, Corb.
Amazing. So it's one feature game a week, brought to you by the sponsor, essentially, and they'll decide if that's Thursday or Friday night. So that's not today's game. That's why they're wearing green as opposed to the yellow colour.
Umpires in white have to go back to black boots.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen anytime soon, is it? So
who wins today? Who's a better team?
I think the Saints, there's more to it, even though they're not too far apart, are they, in the ladder? They're only 4 points apart.
Yeah.
I just think the Saints have got loftier. They've still got a top 10 spot to play for. So Saints under the roof, albeit Port have got a pretty good record here.
Yeah, soft kill last week for St Kilda, so I'm going to go with Port.
Hall to Butters, Garcia straight to Horn Francis, and Burgoyne's gone to Wanganeen Millera. So all the primetime players in the middle of Docklands to get us going. The power of the Saints here with Ben Cameron.
Marshall and Sweet, neither decisive. Butters sweeps onto the footy, runs at J-curve. Kicks Port Adelaide deep inside 50. Georgiades is down there. Silvani with him. Off the hands of Silvani. Spills out to Durden. Snaps the first. Port Adelaide inside 15 seconds. They snatch the early lead. 1 straight 6, plays no score. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's the centre clearance work there. A sweet, beautiful tap to Butters, who was just on the move. And then this is the issue. When the wingers keep their width, as all of them do, Butters is able to run that J-curve, as Benny Cameron said there, whack it inside forward 50 for a goal. It's always, I've always found it fascinating with the wingers now. They just stand there. It's like, well, what's the purpose of them actually on the field of play?
Rather than rush in.
Rush in and get defensive, I believe.
Maybe even pick one off. But having a sneaky good year, Corey Durden, that's a great start, obviously. He couldn't get a better start, but that's goal 25 for the year. So, again, as a context, Liam Ryan leads the Saints with 24.
Port kick the first. Now, Sire Wanganeen Millera is going to get a free kick for a high tackle in the middle. So one clearance to Butters, one to Naz. Drives it to full forward. Juggled mark. Kamenides down there and he's got it. And what a start this is. So a clean break for Butters. Then Naz gets a free kick. Drives it deep at the other end. And if Kamenides knocks his through as he should from 15 out straight in front, it'll be a goal each and a centre clearance each to the 2 stars.
Yeah, I love the importance of centre bounce clearances these days. I quite see the free kick. I have to have another look at that. But the deep entry is the key. So Butters, deep entry. Get it to within 20 metres and you'll either get a nervous defence, maybe make a mistake, or give your key forwards an opportunity one-on-one. And I like Kamenides forward. He looks a forward to me, Rammer. I know they've been playing him back.
The St Kilda swingman knocks through their first of the day. 1 goal each. 2 minutes in, 1 straight to 1 straight. Just repeating the late change. Mitch Zatto is out with illness. So he's the late out after the teams came through. Jacob Ware called up after the preliminary warm-up. So Port with an extremely late change. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, our team on ABC Sport.
Interesting one, isn't it? Illness sort of that late in the piece. Surely they would have known about that when he got to the ground. I
can imagine, give it every chance. See how you feel. See if you feel like you can play.
He can sweat it out.
Yeah. Must have got a bad energy gel or something with the warm-up.
With all due respects to Mitch Zatto, I'd be thinking if you're crook, stay away from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, more will come to light, but what an electric start to this one.
Something like vertigo or some kind of thing, or a migraine, something like that.
So a goal apiece. St Kilda, the best opening quarter team in the comp. Marshall takes it out of the ruck. Handball errant, though, picked off by Jason Horn-Francis. Kicks out to Lukosius, who might have hurt himself. Immediately reached for the calf. He's limping too as he kicks up towards half forward and finds Burgoyne. Runs off, though. Lukosius still limping.
Yeah. What's he doing?
Good pick up.
Burgoyne kicks into the pocket, looking for Whitlock, reaching over the pack. His twin brother played here last night. Comes down to Windhager, who kicks it out on the full. And Whitlock will get it in the pocket, left forward pocket. Mark said 20 around from goal.
What have jammed up his ankle.
Yeah, he's calling for the trainer now. He doesn't look like he wants to come off. Jack Lukosius. Good pressure there from Joe Berry, who's having a good year as well.
Jack Whitlock from the pocket across the goal mouth, and a minor score. So first blemish report, first blemish for either team. 1-1, 7 plays, 1 straight 6. Nearly 4 played opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I love David Roden as a goal umpire. Just so much theatre.
His grand final debut might have to wait, though, after his blunder earlier in the year as Naz kicks out towards half-back and Hall takes the mark. Was that the Ollie Dempsey one? I think there was David Roden was involved in.
They're not all perfect, Cobb.
No, I agree. I'd love to see him do one. He's a popular figure. He's had to wait a long time for that. Dabs it down the line. Garcia gives it to Naz. Kicks over halfway. Finds Wilson. This is good build-up. Hands it back to Garcia. Puts it inside 50 for the Saints and onto the chest of Sharman. He wasn't the intended target. Carried the head of Marshall, and Cooper Sharman hitting up Mark, centre half forward, 40 out.
Well, remember, he's had the most kicks of the competition this year, Masai Wanganeen-Miller, and they want the ball in his hands. You can see why. And again, too much time and space there. He's coming off. How many kicks did he have? 26 kicks last week. If he's going to have 26 kicks again, Port Adelaide, they're in for a long day.
Just looking at Jack Lukosius, he's come off the ground now. He's got all the doctors and physios around him.
Cooper Sharman, the number 1 goal assist player in the game. He goes direct here. Puts it through himself. And St Kilda snatch an early lead. So 5 minutes in, St Kilda 2 straight. Port Adelaide 1-1, Saints by 5 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Razor.
Yeah, Lukosius, as you say, in deep consultation with the physios and the doctors. It's a right lower leg. I think it's inside calf from where he seems to be rubbing right now. They're having a chat about it. I'll keep you updated as it progresses.
He, of course, heard it again in the Collingwood game where he came off and then ended up playing the next week.
It's like it's a negotiation down there at the moment with the doctors and physios. So they're clearly going to have a look at it, test it, find out if it is a strain, see if they can rub it out, warm it up, whatever they want to do. But sort of like looks like they're playing around behind the knee there, or the inside of the knee there, Ray, a little bit as well.
That's what he had, wasn't it? It was the Baker's cyst, wasn't
That's
it?
right.
Yeah. Back in the middle, both rucks share it. Sorry, Ray, jump in.
Definitely lower leg, upper inside, just below the knee.
St Kilda by 5 points. First lead change of the night. Marshall slaps it down, butters onto it, jams it on the boot, tumbles it up to half forward. Windhager gathers for St Kilda, off the hill. His handball knocked down by Whitlock. Now coming through Berry, his kick lands in the lap of Wilkie. St Kilda back with it, back pocket. Sweeps a handball to Hall, who does the same to Burns. He'll get it back towards Hall, overruns it. Wilson picks it up though. St Kilda on the back flank to Garcia to Hasty. He kicks laterally, and that kick is good. And now Wood can move it out towards the City wing.
Looks for Marshall, who marks just inside the boundary line City side. Continues to shift it further afield on that line and finds Higgins. Cuts back inboard to Marshall, who marks just. I'll give you a little description on a Baker's cyst in just a moment. Handball away to Hill. He moves it further on. Back to Higgins. Long to full forward. Sharman marks. Turns and pumps it up into the second deck. He's got 2. And the Saints found a way through the maze. 3 straight to 1-1. St Kilda out by 11 points. 7 minutes in. Sharman's got a couple. A Baker's cyst is a fluid-filled sac behind the knee that causes a bulge, stiffness and tightness. It typically is a secondary symptom caused by underlying joint issues. So that is what Jack Lukosius has been dealing with, and he's hobbled again early in this game.
He doesn't look too happy.
No, he looks disconsolate, doesn't he?
Shaking of the head, but just great ball movement again from the Saints. It's been a feature of their last couple of weeks. We saw it last night. The ability for Collingwood to transition from defence to an easy shot at goal, really. So Port back 6 need to get together and get themselves organised here. That was far too easy. Two in a row for Sharman.
Yeah, 3 goals in 5 minutes for St Kilda. Sweet the tap down. Butters gathers at ground level. Trying to work his way through Wines. Ball comes out for Philippou. St Kilda ball to Hall. Out to Wood, to Hill. They work it to the City wing. 3-metre kick away to Wilson. He dabs it neatly to Lake. 2 kicks from home for the Saints. They've done all of the attacking after Port Adelaide kicked the opening goal inside 15 seconds. Lake to Hill. Kicks to the pocket. Up they go. Caminiti through his hands. Out the back. Burne-Jones gets rid of it. And then Bergman connects it. Defensive 50 for Port. Long kick. Bouncing ball. Silvani slips over. Gets some support though from Stocker, and then Silvani comes back, gathers for the Saints on the wing. Off to Windhager, and he goes backwards with his kick. Works it out to the Irishman O'Connell.
He retreats back to Wilkie. Wilkie, game number 172 today, all of them from the jump consecutively. Finds Hill on the wing. Long kick down to half forward, and a mark taken out there by Hasty. Turns and pokes it inside to forward 50. Oh, hitting up Ryan. Heavy landing. Jones did well to knock it away for Port Adelaide. Close to the boundary line. Wine scoops it up. Gives it to Aaliyah. Hurried kick out of defence. Deft touch from Burgoyne, but straight into the path of Filippo. Hand pass to Hill. Handball away to Wilson. At the 1-2 with Wood. Low trajectory kick inside 50 and picked off by Aaliyah on his knees. Out to Burn-Jones to Wines. Now to Mead, and Port Adelaide off the back flank. Mead to Butters.
Butters flicks it away to Burn-Jones, who cleverly lifts the handball, but spilling it is Evans. He's good enough to recover. Port handball away to Richards. He spills it. Fumbly here, Port. On to Mead. Mead tries to slip the tackle. Has to go back. Gets it to Butters. To Burgoyne. Forward of the wing now, Port Adelaide. Deep kick. Georgiades is down there. One-on-one. Stocker halves it. Brings it down and Burns robes. And St Kilda are able to calm it down. Kick to Wilkie. Kick to Windhager. Still inside the defensive 50, Saints by 11.
Missed opportunity for Port. They were out, weren't they, chaining the ball. You can't fumble, Remmer, and it allowed Stocker to get back and cause a good contest there.
Stocker involved again here. Receives it on the back flank. Kicks down the wing to Henry. Corridor opens up. Filippo marks. Port scored the first goal inside the opening 15 seconds. It's been all St Kilda since. That's a great kick to Naz. And Wangane Miller marks 45 out directly in front. Filippo hits him lace out.
Smart lead by Naz there. Wasn't at the kick, it was a sideways lead. So really forcing his direct opponent to get some body contact, to get an arm across. But it's incredible just how much they look for Naz now. Look, he's a superstar of the competition, no doubt. But they find him and he rewards them so often with the way he uses the football.
Masai Wangane Miller from straight in front, trots in, kicks from 48 out, way out to the left, doesn't score. It's out on the full.
Oh, sorry about that, Bully.
It's an 11-point lead for the Saints, 11 minutes in. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Hey, Corb, when you were Googling Baker's assist, I don't know whether you looked at effective in-game management, but Jack Lukosius has had some compression strapping undertaken and he's up and down. And then, as I continue my doctorate in body language, his does not look positive.
Thank you, Ray.
I don't think he can do any more damage, so he might just have to strap it up or do so and play with a bit of discomfort. He hasn't got the jacket on or anything yet, so I've got time. But
he's got to tough it out.
Yep.
Best round boundary rider in the business, Ray Chamberlain, with us as always on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Towering Inferno, Dante Vicentini brings it down in front. Wines scrapping after the footy. Vicentini picks it up again. Handball to Windhager though. St Kilda back with it on the wing. Out to Wilson. Snaps around the body. Bouncing ball. Favours Evans. He can only paddle it down though for Port. Onto it quickly though, Drew, and they work it out. Off the Butters. Now Durden. Left foot kick. A bit of a shank, but it bounces through. Works out. Burgoyne picks it up. Misses the hand with the handball. Has to turn tackler clumsily. Gives away a free kick. Going the way of O'Connell of St Kilda.
Looks to the wing. Hill's holding his shape. Takes the mark and immediately plays on. Between wing and half forward. Bradley Hill kicks deep for Cooper Sharman. Juggled effort. Not quite. Ball hits the deck. Saints get it out. Lake hand pass to Ryan. Ryan goes back to Garcia. Hurried kick goalward. Needs a kind bounce. Doesn't get it. Through for a behind. And Evans just let it bounce there. Logan Evans. A few nervy moments.
Yeah.
3-1 to 1-1, 2-goal lead for the Saints.
Spoke about Port's defence, didn't we, in the lead up to this one, Rammer? They just look all at sea or disorganised at the moment. There's free Saints everywhere inside 50.
Evans taking the kick in, chopped off by Wilson, gets a hand on it. Burns for St Kilda. Tumble punt, inside attacking 50. And there he is again. Cooper Sharman is the everywhere man. He marks 20 out directly in front, and we'll look at his third, which would be his third consecutively in the game.
Well, I think they look all at sea, the Port defence, because of the speed of ball movement. They're just not allowing the Port defenders to set or find a direct opponent or guard a dangerous area. The ball's just coming in. So inside 50's 9-4 at the moment.
Jack Lukosius back on the ground. Cooper Sharman, a native Crow Eater, and Super Cooper kicks it. He's kicked his third and the last three in the game. St Kilda by 18 points. 4-1-25 plays 1-1-7. 13 and a half minutes into the opening term.
Yeah, it's a good call, and they've already had almost 30 more possessions, so they can't lay a glove on them up the field. And when you look at who's doing the damage, it's Brad Hill off the back of last week. Now, surely they would have watched last week's game and realised that if you allow Brad Hill to run around in space and have 40 possessions, you're going to put your defence under a lot of pressure. Darcy Wilson's involved as well as Nasiah, so yeah, they need to tighten up the field, because you're right, even the best defence is not going to be able to hold up under that lack of pressure up the field and that weight of disposal. Great start from the Saints.
Sharman the last 3 in the game, the Saints the last 4. 18-point lead for St Kilda. First quarter action, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Horn Francis with strength, works his way through the Wilson tackle. Hand pass goes back to Farrell. He's returned today. Long kick inside 50, punched away by Stocker. At the drop, Durden. Hand pass goes back to Horn Francis. He's on his left-hand side, takes a bounce, just dabs it off the left peg. Out wide looking for Bammett, knocked away from him by Stocker. And out of play, forward pocket for Port. Ray Chamberlain.
Lukosius has made his way onto the ground and he's running up and down this wing, and a significant limp.
Just on Cooper Sharman, has booted 4 goals in a game of AFL footy before, so not quite a career high yet. Vicentini double palms it down, burns onto it for St Kilda. It's in their back pocket, kicks across to Travalia, tackled immediately. At him quickly there, Berry, who's down hurt behind play. Travalia goes back and gets it off to Garcia, who runs off the back flank. Handball to Hill. Hill will lift the kick out to Wood. In front of the interchange gates. Berry still saw in back play. Ray Chamberlain will keep his eyes on that. Wood with it on the wing. St Kilda by 3 goals. Oh, his kick dangerous, but it finds Silvani.
That wasn't meant to go to Silvani.
Handball away towards Hasty in the middle of the ground. This puts a bit of height in the kick for Wilson to run onto. Collects on the hop. Hand pass goes back to Owens. Kicks inside 50. Lake hitting up. Touched it on the way through and impacted the marking efforts of Caminiti. Lockie Jones with a clearing kick for Port. Up to the wing. Machito Owens collects. Hand pass goes back to Wilkie. Wilkie's hand pass threads it forward to Burns. Some indecision. He retreats. Kicks back to the logo. Finds Filippo.
Setting up the ground well, the Saints, even when they can try and release pressure. Port, the Saints are controlling the outside. They can just play a bit of keepings off here.
Saints by 3 goals, 16 minutes in. Last 3 in the game, all to Cooper Sharman. And coaches will love that. The #1 goal assist player in the league. He gets his lick of the ice cream today. Regularly doing the team thing and fills his boots with 3 of his own. Saints through the corridor now. Hill to Filippo. Hand pass to Silvani. Long to full forward, and Aaliyah able to settle it down. Marks at fullback for Port. He's got the white long sleeves on. First Nations jumper today for Port Adelaide. More on that in a moment.
Aaliyah, the exiting kick, up towards Georgiades, has 3 to beat, halves it. And here's Berry, who's back up and at him. Can't run it in, though, out of play. Throw in between wing and half forward. St Kilda the last 4 goals of the game. After Port kicked the first, they lead by 18.
Uncle Mickey Kamapi O'Brien, the Ghana elder and former player, designed the jumper, which is describing the meaning of Yada Pulti. Yada meaning place and land, and Pulti meaning sleep or dead. So that is the jumper for Port, all white with the First Nations design on it.
Mitch Owens in the ruck, does well enough, brings it down. Wood hurries a kick inside 50 for the Saints. Aaliyah's there, Caminiti clean bowls him. Onto it, Jones, the mullet flowing as he flaps around in the tackle. Ball up, 40 out from the attacking goal for the Saints.
Get onto the pump. Very Port defence, aren't they? 12
very reactive.
50s.
Very reactive Port's defence.
Vicentini palms it down. Free kick here for a hold. It's going to go Port's way, and Miles Bergman will get it.
And when I say reactive, that means Port defenders just behind their direct forward. They're second to the football. They're allowing St Kilda's forwards really to dictate.
You know how good the Saints are in the opening term. Best quarter 1 team in the comp as Lukosius. Long kick down the wing, and Bammett went very early, marked on his way down.
He's actually gone back, Lukosius, gone back behind the footy. They're obviously just thinking they can just not place as much pressure on whatever that injury is behind the footy, and they'll use his kicking skills.
Short to Josh Lai. Lai goes long down the wing. Punched away by Whitlock at the back. Ball hits the deck. Burns scoops it up. He's got nothing really to go to. Hand pass to Wilkie. Handball on the ground from Stocker. Back inside to Garcia. He's under pressure too. Got it away to Hasty. Ripped down by Bammett. And the ball up on the wing. City side. 18-point lead for St Kilda. Cooper Sharman's kicked the last 3 in the game. We're 18 minutes in.
Vicentini with the tap. Drew can't gather it though. Hall can for St Kilda. Off to Garcia. Off to Travalia, who's picked off. I think Hall was as well. So the free kick will Go to Garcia, in fact, who was the man who was put down. So Garcia on the logo, kicks back towards Silvani, who breaks a record of his own today and one that belongs to his family. Most games across 3 generations. For Serge, Sauce, and now Jack. He moves it on to Wilkie, who goes to O'Connell, who goes to Travalia, back to O'Connell between wing and half forward for the Saints. They lead by 3 goals. Shorts it to Hall. 60 from home. Sets the Saints up towards full forward. Wines is down there fighting with Naz out the back. St Kilda are there in number. They work it out through Caminiti. Is tackled quickly though, right as he was trying to get it on his boot. All up at full forward here for St Kilda.
Saints to the Lockett end, appropriately in this opening term. Ball up in front of the behind post. Vicentini palms it down. There's really 20 players around the footy and Bergman caught with it. Umpire to toss it up again. Vicentini wins it down to Jones. Kick smothered, trying to race out of there. The Saint on the bottom of all that. He's tackled, taken to ground. It's Higgins and a ball up. Tried to rush out of there and Josh Lai said, come here. Make sure we're not doing that. Up it goes for a third time, same spot. Vicentini knocks it down, then got a clearing handball to Horn Francis. Loops a handball looking for Durden. Through his back goes Stocker, no free kick. Ball spills to Ryan. Ryan pumps it back inside 50, top of the goal square for the Saints. Spills to Caminiti, has to get boot to ball, he does, but misses. Out to the right and behind. St Kilda 4-2, Port Adelaide 1-1, 20 minutes in, the Saints by 19.
Well, it's just weight of entries at the moment. They're just holding up the damn wall, aren't they? This Port defence, 14 inside 50s.
Jones kicks to the pocket, looking for Lukosius, who's definitely a little hampered by that calf injury or the Baker's cyst. Got a hand on it though, forces a throw in. About 52 out from Port Adelaide's goal. Sorry, from St Kilda's attacking goal. Saints by 19. Done all of the attacking after the opening stages of this game. 14-5 inside 50s. Horn Francis with the clearance. Kicks around the dockside wing. Silvani going back with the flight. Brings it down, gathers at ground level. Off to Travalia, dangerous. Bambit nearly got there, but the mark taken by Wilkie. And now the Saints look to the city wing.
Stocker needs it to sit for him. It does. Trying to wrong foot Bergman, his opposite number, turns it straight over. Burgoyne takes the intercept mark. Looks back inboard for Port. Finds Mead. Has it on that city wing. Port kicked the first goal in the opening 15 seconds. From that point on, all St Kilda. Kick doesn't reach its target. Burns intercepts. Hand pass goes back to Travalia. Handball away to Hall. Long kick down that city wing. And Caminiti strong overhead. He's going to be paid the mark, is he? No. Ball hit the deck up, said play on. Aaliyah goes and grabs it and darts away. Kicks down to half forward. Carries the pack. Silvani picks it off for St Kilda. A bit of kick to kick. No, there's a push. And some intervention.
Yeah, it was.
Andrew Stevens says it's coming back to Xavier Bannett, who's going to get the free kick at left half forward.
Yeah, umpires Johansson, Stevens, Gianfagner and Birch in charge of this one. The long kick into the pocket for Port. Sweets there. Hand on it and push though. Wilkie the recipient. St Kilda are about to win a 15th opening term of the year. They've only lost 2. As I said, the best first quarter team in the comp. Wilkie kicks beyond defensive 50. On a lead, Caminiti hands to it through his hands. Out the back, Vicentini cleans up, gives it off to Drew. Here's Bambit again, kicks inside. Mark taken by Mead. Too far out to score here for Port.
Doesn't always guarantee victory, as we've seen. They're 7-7 though when leading at quarter time, the Saints.
Mead just sets it up towards the hot spot. Whitlock, lots of it. Comes down to Sweet, who takes it, snaps and misses. Hooks it left. St Kilda's lead back to 3 goals need, 22.5 into this opening term.
Right, you feel like they're going to have an impact for the resting ruckman, either Sweet or Vicentini today. There's going to be a lot of focus on Georgiades and Jack Silvani. He's going to have his hands filled with Silvani and Wilkie, so they're going to have to find some goals elsewhere, Port.
Oh, Naz, too much hang time in the kick, swatted out of bounds. Nice bit of work out there from Butters, and we'll have a boundary throw in left half forward for the Power.
8th time this year that Sweet and Vicentini have played together. 3 and 4 Port Adelaide the previous 7 times.
Proper dual ruck combination today, as it was last week. Boundary throw in. Garcia couldn't quite trap it. Spills to Naz. His hand pass picked off. Sweet handball forward. Late had a play on it, couldn't trap it either. Back out of bounds, half forward for the Power. So 4-2-26 St Kilda, 1-2-8 the pair. That's a 18-point advantage for the Saints. 3 goals for Cooper Sharman. And 1 late change. Mitch Zatto out after the preliminary warm-up with illness. Jacob Ware taking his place in the 23 for Port Adelaide. The only late change. As Willem Drew whacks it inside 50. Gee, O'Connell lost his footy, went to ground. Whitlock and Lake. Lake wanted it more, went and got it. A hand pass out towards Silvani. Hurried handball to Windhager. Floats a kick out of defence straight to Burgoyne. Picks it off. High half forward for Port, and he's retreating.
Wearing his Dad Peter's old number. Moves it back to Farrell, who wants to bring it towards the dockside wing. And here's Lukosius. Sets off with that sore calf. Picks it up. Sets up a high ball into the pocket. Whitlock launching at it out the back. Wilkie able to clean up. Back pocket for the Saints. Gives it off to Wanganeen Malira. Kicks across the goal mouth and finds Henry. Henry pokes it around the boundary line and he's able to find Max Hall. Lukosius, are you talking about, Rama?
He's done. He had to push off there and then the kick, and he just put his hand straight up to the bench and said, get me off.
Long kick for the Saints down the wing, and Elias stretches tall, takes the intercept mark, so a bit of territory here for Port Adelaide. They keep it in their front half.
That's right, man. The last 4 inside 50s, they've just got to find a way, an avenue to goal, find a mark inside 50.
Short to Mead. Mead goes all the way back to Burn-Jones. Defensive side of halfway. Port predominantly in white today. St Kilda in their home strip. The black shorts and the columns, of course, the red, white and black across the chest. Farrell. There's a long 60-metre drop punt to the top of the goal square. Wilkie's there to calm it down. Hand pass out the back, supporting Stocker. He goes back by hand to Windhager. And again, it's coming out of defence. So no mark inside 50. Windhager looking for his teammate there in Owens and can't handle it. Off hands, fumbles out of play. So a throw in 60 out from the Power goal. 18-point lead for St Kilda. 4-2 to 1-2. We're 25.5 minutes in.
Georgiades just back on the ground. Those last 5 inside 50s now. Georgiades been stuck on the bench.
Oh, Sweet takes it out of the ruck, then tries to don't argue. Eventually gets a handball away, but St Kilda through O'Connell to Wilson to Silvani. Onto Hasty by hand. Filippo again from the back pocket to fullback. Off to Trevelyan. Now Wilson using his wheels. He kicks neatly out to the wing. Just too hot there for Wood, who has to get a fingertip on it right in front of Fake Kenny. Interchange steward of Port Adelaide, who is a little bit of a doppelganger for Ken Hinkley, and other teams might have mistaken him for Ken in years gone by. St Kilda by 18 late in the first.
Just on that, Ray Chamberlain, what's your understanding of what Mason Wood should be doing there, running to get a touch on it before it goes out of bounds?
He's allowed to try and get it to keep it in. He can't touch it and push it across, which I feel as though he did okay there.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Boundary throw in. Saints get it going forward. Lake on the end of it. Hand pass to Filippo. Gets it back to Lake. Lake dabs it inside 50. Too much on the kick. Intercept mark taken by Bergman. We've seen a lot of that already today. Guys over kicking the pack. Depth perception of Dockland Stadium, which we love to talk about. Kick goes out wide for Burgoyne. Kicks down the wing. Bammett got upstairs. Tried to sit on the shoulders of O'Connell. Spills the mark. Regathers at ground level. Does a full 360 and finds Whitlock. Just kicks it over the head of the 2-metre tall Jack Whitlock, who takes the mark. Not to be confused with Matt Whitlock, his brother who played last night. Jack goes long into the forward pocket, carries Georgiades out the back again and trickles out of play. So throw in forward pocket for Port. 18-point lead for the Saints, 27 goal opening turn.
Bizarre term too. We had a goal inside 15 seconds or 15 seconds into the game. And we had 3 goals in 5 minutes. We're now 27 minutes in and it's been 14 minutes without a goal. Thrown in the pocket. Sweet brings it down to the front. Wilson can't trap it. Sweet goes again. The big man gets a handball out. Forward pocket here for Port Adelaide. Wilson's there for St Kilda in the pocket to clean it up. Away to Windhager. Getting involved Richards. Now to play on the elbow of 50 in the boundary line.
There's no reward, but it's been a bit of 10 minutes, hasn't it, from Port? They looked all at sea, or disorganised, as we said earlier. They've just stabilised the game pretty well. It's been played in their front half for the last 5 or 6 minutes. Can they get a late goal just to reward for effort?
Ron Marshall is the main ruck in the absence of Tom De Koning. He palms it down right at his own feet, and Horn Francis slides in, held up, another ball up 48 metres out.
Interesting, there was an extremely late change, so Jacob Ware wasn't anticipating on playing. He's only just come on the ground. He's played only 3 minutes of this opening turn.
Might have needed to go through the warm-up, I would imagine. So it was that late that it's taken them a little while, the strength and conditioning team, to get him ready for action here today. St Kilda in their back pocket through Windhager. They lead by 18.
Replaces Zatto with illness, so when the teams came through, there was no late change, and Zatto came out after the preliminary warm-up as the teams ran out. So Jacob Ware in the team and just now on the ground. 28.5 minutes into this opening quarter. 3-goal lead for the Saints. Liam O'Connell with it on the back flank. Kicks to a contest on the wing. They come from all directions, and Sharman stands at the back, takes the mark. A quarter he's had, 3 goals in this opening term. He's got a career best of 4, which he's done on 3 previous occasions. He's kicked the last 3 in the game. Long kick to half forward. Gee, 2 Saints collapse in all of that. I think there was a bit of friendly fire as Higgins had collided with his own teammate.
Well, that's Mitch Owens.
Yeah. That's Mitch Owens. He's at the heavy landing. Meanwhile, Lake was collected in the pack too. Yeah. Ray Chamberlain, did you have a look at that?
Totally accidental. Higgins doing what Higgins does, just trying to make things difficult for Alia, who shifted him out of the way, and there's just a head clash.
Yeah, they'll have to check that. He'll go downstairs.
Who got the worst of it? Owens?
Owens did, yeah.
So Owens is with the trainers at the moment. Higgins looks like he's going to stay out there for now. We're only seconds away. 8 ticks before.
Well, Higgins should come off as well to check him with his history.
Higgins staying out there. 18-point lead for the Saints. Waning moments of this opening quarter. Filippo, hand pass away to Hill. High up and under inside 50. Bergman will settle that down, and that'll do us.
That's smart by St Kilda then.
So it is quarter time. St Kilda 4-2-26. Port Adelaide 1-2-8. It's an 18-point lead for the Saints. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain, explain to us exactly what happened there with Mitch Owens.
Yeah, it was as Machino was making his way to interchange, and as you intimated, there's only a handful of seconds left until the end of the quarter. He got a signal from the interchange bench not to come off, so stayed on the field to allow the time to lapse. That's a philosophical one for discussion.
So what was
done that to save
a rotation?
It doesn't count though, does it? If a player comes off for a concussion reason?
No, I'm still certain that's an interchange still.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. That's we'll check on that. We'll get an official ruling, but. I don't think.
Oh, look, when I say smart, that's the wrong word I use.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No. What you said was fine.
It's strategic.
Yeah. Strategic.
Yes,
that's a better way to put it, Corb.
Yeah, but I mean, clearly, even though it is the duality of the whole thing, isn't it? Where clearly they've got a limited numbers of interchange. The quarter's about to run out anyway. But you think if head trauma is the main thing we're trying to prevent, why is that front of mind in that moment where we're worried about the?
I would have hated the ball
rotation
to come towards.
But that's why I thought it didn't count. Maybe I've made that up.
Well, I think if there's intervention from the game stops and the arc drags the player and says, the independent official says we want the player off the ground, I don't think that counts as a rotation. Do you have any more on that, Ray? Sorry to throw you under the bus on that. Do you know how the rotation, that's not really an umpire's job, but whether the rotation would count under the circumstances given the concussion?
I'm not clear on the clarification around it, but clearly they are down on the field, so that's why they've done what they've done. And I think, the point around if that ball got dump kicked out up the line, that's right where it's going to land. So I think it's one that needs to be, again, don't be too clever. Let's look at the hierarchy of need here. You've got a head clash with a player, get them off the ground.
Good on you, Ray. Appreciate all that. So we'll keep a watch on Mitch Owens, and I imagine they'll have a chat to Jack Higgins as well after that head clash late in the quarter. 4-2-26, St Kilda lead Port Adelaide 1-2-8. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Beneath the heat and dust lies gemstones, secrets and murder.
This is homicide.
Nothing stays buried forever. The suspenseful new crime drama, Treasure and Dirt, starts Sunday, July 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Port Adelaide deep inside 50. Georgiades is down there. Silvani with him. Off the hands of Silvani. Spills out to Durden. Snaps the first. Port Adelaide inside 15 seconds. They snatch the early lead.
Now, Cy Wanganeen-Miller is going to get a free kick for a high tackle in the middle. So one clearance to Butters, one to Naz. Drives it to full forward. Juggled mark. Kamenides down there and he's got it. The St Kilda swingman knocks through their first of the day. 1 goal each. 2 minutes in. Garcia puts it inside 50 for the Saints and onto the chest of Sharman. Cooper Sharman, the number 1 goal assist player in the game. He goes direct here. Puts it through himself. He moves it further on. Back to Higgins. Long to full forward. Sharman marks. Turns it. Pumps it up into the second deck. He's got 2. And the Saints found a way through the maze.
Tumble punt inside attacking 50. And there he is again. Cooper Sharman is the everywhere man. Cooper Sharman, a native Croater, and Super Cooper kicks it. He's kicked his third and the last 3 in the game.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Saints by 18, quarter time at Docklands. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Adam Rabanaskas, Luke Ball and Ray Chamberlain, your call team. Quick clarification, Ben, from our friends at Champion Data.
Yeah, I just ran around and had a chat to them. They told me the only time a rotation wouldn't count is a blood rule.
Okay.
So that would have counted as a rotation. Yeah. Same if the independent doctor was to bring someone from
an
the
injury,
ground.
someone, has to be carried off on a stretcher and the like, yeah.
Well, in that case, it is quick thinking from the bench and they save a rotation.
What do we make of it? Q1.
Well, largely dominated by the Saints, Rammer. Aside from that first centre-bounce goal in the first 40 seconds to Corey Durden, the Saints really controlled the game. They had 60 more possessions, and a lot of those were uncontested. So you do feel that when the game gets out into open space, it really does suit the Saints. And you think of players like Brad Hill, who's had 10 possessions himself. Darcy Wilson's had 10. Windahager 9. Wanganeen Miller has only had... he's had 7, yeah. So they've... he's looked dangerous at times, but they've largely got him under control. But really, if the game continues in that form, you feel like the Saints are going to be able to control it and have it on their terms. So I'd imagine only 9 tackles for the quarter. They need to work out a way, the power, to bring it more into a contest, and it might suit their inside midfielders. And in the end, the Saints probably left a few out there. At one stage, it was 14 inside 50s to 5. And then, as we mentioned, they just were able to stabilise the game that last 10 minutes poured, but had nothing to show for it. And part of that was because their big forward, Georgiades, was stuck on the bench. So, but I think that's the template, that last 10 minutes where they were just able to control the footy a little bit more, bring the game into a bit more of a contest and set up behind the footy and control field position. That's the method, I think, going forward, because if they play an outside, shootout type of game, you feel like it's going to favour the Saints.
Well, and what Port are allowing St Kilda to do is take the ball from one side of the ground to the other. So St Kilda are asking the question of Port's defence, we're going to shift you until we find a gap. And on many occasions they found a gap. So Wilkie takes 4 marks in that quarter, basically from the ball on a wing, coming back central corridor, going out to another wing. So Port are going to squeeze up harder. I think force St Kilda into decision earlier.
42 to 20.
Yeah, that's right, marks.
Yeah.
So force them into decision early, so they kick down the line. So you look at Port's big boys out there, they're a bigger, taller team.
Here's a stat for you, Rama. When Kel Wilkie takes more than 11 marks, they're 6-3. Yeah. When he takes fewer than 11 marks, they're 1-6.
Oh, he's on track for 16 at the moment.
Yeah. All right, second quarter upon us. Saints by 18. We'll get to Ray in a moment. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Knocked down in front of Horn Francis. In the end, it's knocked away towards Richards, who turns, kicks it inside the forward 50 for Port. Georgiades hitting up. Hands to it, no mark. Broken up by Silvani. Comes to O'Connell. Hand pass to Burns. Hurried kick down the wing, and Butters there to knock it away. Boundary throw-in, 60 out from the power goal. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, not to demean or discredit the Champion Data document information that came across to Ben Cameron, but I've just sort of flicked a couple of text messages of my own. My understanding is if the player comes off with the doctor for that, it does not count as a rotation.
Okay. Oh, we might have found a problem. What if Champion Data are not recording them as interchanges, but they're meant to be? Oh, that's controversial as Butters goes inside 50. Brad Hill breaks it up, fists it away over the boundary line. It's all right, Ray, no stress. We're all
that was my initial reaction and contention. I just feel like that came up. Was that the Hawthorn-Collingwood game that they thought they might have gone over, but they recounted it. One of them was
right at the end.
Yeah, one of them was a forced interchange. Anyway.
Throw in the pocket here for Port Adelaide. Marshall reaching over the top. Free kick. It's against Marshall. And it will go to Jordan Sweet.
Wow. Just having a look at him. I mean, he did hold his right arm and stop him from being able to contest the ball. So a little bit too obvious. I must admit, watching last night, the Cameron and Cherry battle in the ruck, they were just wrestling all night. And I thought that was really umpired well because there wasn't anything obvious where one player disadvantaged the other. But I think to the letter of the law, Ray, you'll probably say that was there.
That's a warranted free kick. It's pretty hard to contest the ruck by tapping it when the oppo's got your arm pinned to your base with his hands.
Jordan Sweet misses hard left.
See the Greco-Roman wrestling last night, though, between Cameron and Cherry. It was unbelievable.
Ray, I'd love to know, is that how you explained it at times when a player said, what was that for?
Generally speaking, direct is best.
St Kilda by 17 points, 2 minutes into the second term.
4-2 to 1-3. Hill marks the kick out. Hand pass away to Wanganeen Millera. Kicks down the wing. Caminiti flies from the back. Spills down to Sharman. Higgins is out, running back towards goal. The kick finds him in the pocket. And Higgins marks up against the fence right half forward.
Zero chance Jack Higgins is passing the ball. There was 2 options. And if he went quick, he could have hit them both. But he just chose not to. The old, I'll fake it, but you're just a little bit closer.
He just went slow enough, didn't he? Just went slow enough for the options to be closed off. So it looked like he was looking, but...
no, better not.
I was looking, Coach, I was looking.
And now he's going to have a ping from the front row of the grandstand. Jack Higgins, tight angle, puts it across the face. Still a live ball. Sweep kills it through for a rush behind. And the margin back to 18 as it was at quarter time. 4-3 to 1-3. 3 minutes into the second term. Saturday footy.
Gosh, he's like Milne. On that front, Milne was the best at that.
Farrell kicks out. Long. Bergman marks. Put Adelaide down the dockside wing. Long kick for Whitlock. Bracketed by a couple of Saints. It comes down. Wilkie keeps his feet. Wins it. Handball misses Windhager. Has to try and retrieve it. Third time, fourth time, doesn't. Wines takes it back for Port Adelaide. Off to Lukosius, who gets the handball away, a turnover. And Burns with the ball for St Kilda. To Hill. To Henry. Who's too slow. You don't have that much time, Liam. He's caught holding the ball. Port Adelaide with the free kick, centre half forward.
Well, this could go here.
Farrell, who's a long kick of the footy, loads up on the run from 60 out. It's just saved on the line by Silvani. Knocks it into the post for a rush behind. He just effortlessly knocks him from 60 metres.
Poor checking by St Kilda.
17-point lead for the Saints. 4 gone second term.
They know. Sorry, Benny. They know that Farrell is the designated kicker at any opportunity. They got to man up quicker. There, Saints.
Well, Adelaide have been better, but they're 1-4 now.
Yeah.
St Kilda 4-3. Still a 17-point lead. And way over the home side. Filippo accepts it on the short kick from Stocker. Lifts it out wide for Bradley Hill. Right on the centre line. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Hill tight ropes the boundary line with a kick for Wood. Slips straight through his grasp. Out the back, Hall runs into Zach Butters. Held up, and umpire Harrison Birch, the brother of Libby Birch, the AFLW star defender, comes in to ball it up.
Umpire tosses it up. Marshall wins it down. Ball comes out towards Byrne-Jones, who's tackled, dispossessed. Taken away by Wanganeen Miller. A centering kick, and Liam Ryan takes the juggled mark. Hitting up from the goal square. He marks it left half forward, 30 out.
That's incredible skill by Wanganeen Miller there. Going left.
Yeah.
And then still to be able to kick it on his right foot and hit Liam. Who was that? Sorry, that's
Liam Ryan. Yeah.
Liam Ryan on the chest.
It was a good mark, wasn't it? Because it was flying. It's Dacos and Wanganeen Miller, just masters of that outside of the running one way. Don't need to use the left, outside of the right foot.
Ryan casually trots in and kicks it. Celebrates with his index finger in the air. And Liam Ryan, with his 25th of the season, extends St Kilda's lead to 23 on the day. 6 minutes into the second term, 5-3 to 1-4. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Off the SMS, regarding the Baker's cyst, I suffered one a few years ago. No idea why it happened. I didn't know anything about it until it burst. I certainly knew about it then. I couldn't bear any weight on it. Now, I'm no athlete, so not sure how it would affect Lukosius, but I can't imagine being able to run around and play footy. So no name, no pack drill, but off the SMS.
Yep. Well, I never had one myself, but certainly take our caller's word for it.
Well, marks again here in the start of this second quarter. We're 6 minutes in. 8 marks to 1. Uncontested football, 12-5 in this quarter. So
that's the key.
They're not learning their lesson at the moment.
Yeah. They're not getting their hands on the pill. They've got to get some more.
Or their man
hands on the prune. That's right. Yeah, you look at the numbers. The Saints have got the highest 12 possession winners on the ground.
Like it's simple. If you don't want your opposition to get the ball, get closer to your direct opponent.
Free kick in the middle, going the way of Garcia. Sends it long inside 50. Sharman got his hands to it. Doesn't come down with the mark. Wanganeen Malera goes in. Gets a handball out to Lake, to Henry. They work it through them. Charlotte off to Ryan. Slick hands. What a finish. Brilliant from St Kilda. Lightning hands. And Ryan finishes it off. He's got a couple, and they've got the last 6 of the game. They lead by 29. 6-3, 39 plays, 1-4-10. Luke Ball, Adam Romanaskas.
It's a great example of fundamentals in football there. So I think it was Naz who was fighting in that contest initially, just not to get a restart, not to get a stoppage, but let's try and get the ball clear. So comes in deep inside forward 50. A contest there. Sharman in that contest. Yeah, it is Naz. He just wouldn't accept the ball up. Darcy Byrne-Jones had the tackle. One handball by Lake, 2 handballs by Henry, 3 handballs by Sharman, then a goal. Terrific play by the Saints inside their forward 50.
Liam Ryan just kept moving. Yeah. He got pushed to the side of the contest, but good lesson there for Lockie Jones. Smart forward, just kept moving, and Cooper Sharman's in everything at the moment as well.
Garcia in Butters' back pocket, and he strips him with the footy there. Garcia, hand pass trying to link up with Wangane Millera. He'll jump back in on top of it, middle of Docklands. Still no clean takeaway. In the end, it's the big man Sweet. Got boot to ball. Kicks inside 50 for Port. Durden collects. Turns Hasty inside out. Durden.
That is brilliant.
Goals. Superb work from the small forward. And Corey Durden, who kicked their first of the day, kicks their second and stops the run of 6 consecutive St Kilda goals in between. Saints by 23, 6-3. They lead Port Adelaide 2-4, 8 minutes into the second.
It just took a bit of brilliance, really. Corey Durden, who we mentioned earlier, is having a career season. Just a hack kick forward for Port any way they can get it at the moment. And that's just a one-on-one win. It'll disappoint Ross Lyon in particular for the young defender there, Hasty, getting stepped like that. He was right where he needed to be, but far too easy, wasn't it?
He actually went the right way, Hasty, because Durden's a right footer. But what Durden did, smart by play by him, he went to his left foot. So Hasty sort of goes, I'm going to play the percentages here and think he's going to go onto his right foot. But that's the type of form that Corey Durden's in at the moment.
Marshall takes it out of the ruck, hurries a kick towards half forward, low down. Josh Lai, who's really made a name for himself recently, takes a defensive mark for Port Adelaide. From Cheltenham in the pre-season as an SSP, kicks out towards the wing, and Marshall, towering mark.
Yeah, just starting to assert himself, Marshall.
Revelling, playing as the main ruck. He pokes a kick forward to Windhager.
That's your neck of the woods, Cheltenham, just down the sandbelt there, Benny.
Do some of my best work down in Cheltenham. You're right, Rama. A few birdies.
Oh, please.
St Kilda work it out again at half forward. Windhager working his way through, stripped in the Bammett tackle. And Meads able to clean it up at centre-half back. Handball, dangerous though. Onto it, Lake. Gets it off to Henry. St Kilda back in possession. Getting back. The mark taken by Bergman at fullback for Port Adelaide. Saints by 23, 10 played, second term.
Razor?
No, got nothing for you down here, mate.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you might have had a contribution on Ben's golf game as the ball comes back towards Aaliyah. Short kick down to Georgiades, spills it at half-back. Handball away towards Richards, kick smothered, Saints win it back. Silvani away to Wilkie, hand pass to Wood, his handball broken up by Georgiades. Close to the boundary line, still half forward for the Saints. Silvani, Windhager, Lake, slick handballs, Wood fumbles, Lake goes and gets it. Ground ball win, hand pass looking for Wilkie, close to the line and now out. Boundary throw in, half forward here for Port Adelaide. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Oh, I would have loved to have been able to contribute, Corb, but unfortunately the time that I did invite Ben and put my hand in my pocket and got him a spot down at Victoria, he kicked it in front.
Oh, no.
It's Georgiades.
Got a young child. Sometimes you just got to do some unrewarded running for the team.
It's half forward for the Saints, by the way. Left half forward. Saints off to the Coventry end in his second term.
I've got a story about one of the players playing today in golf too. Is a kick from Hall.
Unlike you to name drop.
Just works inside 50. Well, I did.
Ball's out of bounds. Forward pocket for the Saints. Go on.
It was a bad story for me. I hit a slice on one of the holes where I play over a house. I thought for a long time it was hitting the house. About 150 metres right of the target. And the player I was playing with said, the only other person I've seen do that's Jordan Sweet. He's out there today.
Boundary throw in. He's rucking here. Underneath Wilson, who threw the boot at it into the lap of Sweet, and was tackled, taken down by Lake. Ball up.
I was looking at Mitch Georgiades, 0 possessions, had a golden opportunity there, just dropped the put. He's going to have to find a way. Too good a player not to have an impact on the game. To find a way.
Marshall grabs it out of the ruck from the ball up at half forward for the Saints, kicked it goalward, and Aaliyah spills it on the goal line through for a rush behind. So Saints by 24, 6-4 to 2-4, 12 minutes gone, second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Jones short to the pocket for Aaliyah. The Saints by 24. Aaliyah waits a kick, run and jump from Lai. Up he goes, very nearly. Spills down in front for Burgoyne. He kicks Port Adelaide to the logo, marking in stride Butters. Fires out a handball. Gets it onto Whitlock. He can snap it inside 50. They got a man out. It's Georgiades. Big collision.
No.
Georgiades is down, and he doesn't look in a good way. And the Saint is down as well. That was a heavy collision. It's Rowan Marshall who is the Saint. He's getting back to his feet. So too is Georgiades, but that was as heavy as you're likely to see.
I hope they've just both got the wind out of each other, but that's two big boys
looking at
two number 19s.
Both looking at the ball the whole time.
They've landed both square on their back.
I just finished saying he's had a tough start to his day, and it looks like he might come off. It didn't look like any head contact either with each other or the ground. I think they're winded.
Stiff, though.
Yeah, but I think they're just winded. I think he's winded and probably in a bit of shock. And sometimes he had 30 metres of space, didn't he? And sometimes when it's not your day, that kick just curled back into the path of Marshall.
Great commitment by both players.
Terrific.
Jeez, so they made body contact in the air, both left the ground, and they really collided chest to chest and with both eyes on the ball and hit one another, and a heavy landing for both on the way down. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Roland's come your way, and looks like Mitch is too.
Yeah, no, so great analysis of that and explanation, Corb. There was nothing other than pure intention for the football. No high contact with one another, more on the ground. Both players appear fine, actually, when they've come off the ground. Georgiades probably the one we need to keep a closer eye on.
Hill on the kick out, goes long to the wing, spills down towards Garcia, the Saints. Hand pass away to Higgins. His secondary handball knocked out of play, throw in on the wing. So score check, St Kilda by 23. 14 minutes gone in the second. They lead at 6-2.
Is there any update on Mitch Owens? Is he back? He is back out there. Yes, he is. He's back on the ground.
So he must have passed his checks. He's in the forward line at the moment with Elias standing next to him. Boundary throw in, Vicentini going to get the hit out with his shins, knocks it away to Horn Francis, kicks down to half forward. Trevelyan picks it off, string of handballs, and then gets it back. Toby kicks down the wing, and an intercept mark there for Bergman, who's got it logo broadcast side or dock side. St Kilda by 23 in the second term.
Just on Georgiades too in a moment as Bergman sends Port Adelaide deep. Whitlock launching at it, just off the fingertips, out the back. Richards sweating on it, gets it to the goal line. Durden very nearly knocks it through for a behind. St Kilda by 22. Has the longest active goal streak in the competition, Mitch Georgiades. 38 games with at least one goal. Longest ever at Port Adelaide. If he's out of this game with concussion, that will come to an end.
Hill goes long out to half-back, finds Wilkie. 22-point lead for the Saints. 15 minutes gone in their second term. Wilkie long down the boundary line, City side, competing for it. Owens, no mark, follows up at ground level. Hand pass away towards Wilson for the Saints. Handball further afield to Wood. Saints up over halfway. Short kick finds Lake. So here's Campbell Lake, one of the 10 mid-season draftees to have debuted already. Kicks inside the forward 50. Trying to hit up Ryan. Ball comes out towards Aaliyah. Hand pass over to Drew, to Lai, to Bergman. He winds into all sorts of trouble. Caught holding the ball. And a free kick for Campbell Lake, who gets it front edge of the centre square.
Did he what? Umpire's going to hold him up here. Looks like
it's Ryan and Aaliyah who are caught in a tangle as both went to ground and both get up hobbling.
Well, it's fortunate for Port Adelaide. It'll allow the defenders to get set up, but just a poor decision there for Bergman. He was out, shoulders out. That player's free ahead of the ball. Just one extra handball. Sold his teammate into trouble.
So Lake now into a crowded forward 50 up after the delay. Kicks to full forward. Higgins still almost got it out the back. The ball sits for him. Higgins runs onto it. Kicks it in the back of the net. And there's a World Cup special for Jack Higgins. And he celebrates Giant July by shooting the arrow up into the stands. St Kilda by 28 points. The Saints 7-4-46. Port Adelaide 2-6-18. 16 gone in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It was a really good flat kick inside forward 50 from Lake, where that's the one that makes the defenders nervous. The high one, a defender usually can come through, spoil it there. But it was just, again, poor defence by Port Adelaide. We don't say that too often this year about Port Adelaide's defence, but nobody behind the contest. And then Jack Higgins just runs through and off the ground, soccer goal for another one. So won't be too happy, I don't think, Josh Carr. What's that, 11 scoring shots now for this half of football.
Just to pick up on what Corbin was speaking about, Jai Arrow, the NRL player who's been diagnosed with motor neuron disease, which we know so much about through Neil Danaher. So Jai July is what they're calling it, and lots of players across both codes celebrating with the Arrow celebration. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, and further to Mitch Georgiades, the Port Power exercising extreme care. They've walked him around the long way and taken him down into the rooms in the hands of the doctor.
Thanks, Ray. Free kick to St Kilda in the middle of the ground, going the way of Garcia. Flares his kick out wide to the logo for Silvani. He pokes it on to Trevelyan. He's forward of the centre line. He looks infield for Hasty, who marks.
Lukosius has gone forward now with Georgiades off. See if they can get something out of him down there.
Saints by 28. 2 kicks from home. Hasty looks into the pocket. Owens got a fair ride. Lots of it. Not quite enough. Knocks it out to Ryan, who drills it from the angle but misses.
This is disastrous defending by Port Adelaide. Behind the contest again, Liam Ryan. It's by himself.
Yeah, it's their smalls, isn't it? So you mentioned, they've had good years, but Josh Lai, Logan Evans, really under the pump today.
Farrell on the kick-out duties, takes a bit of ground, goes long up to that outer wing. Lai flies for the footy, no mark, spills out of bounds between wing and half forward for the Saints.
9 inside 50s to St Kilda for 6 scoring shots, 3 goals, 3.
Look dangerous every time they go. We've got Lockie Jones, Miles Bergman. Just got to tighten up a bit, get that arm across.
Higgins and Owens had a head clash just before quarter time. Both of them A-OK to continue. Owens seemingly the worst for wear past the concussion test. And now another incident between Marshall and Georgiades. Georgiades significantly banged up and was really body-to-body contact in the air, and the heavy landing was the problem on the way down as they both thumped off the Docklands surface. Rowan Marshall is waiting to come back on the ground, so he's passed the immediate concussion test, and Georgiades looks like he's headed for the scant 6, the more serious 15-minute medical check, which is going to take place in the room. So Georgiades out of the game for the time being. We got repeat boundary throw in, same area in the ground, and now a free kick for Vicentini. Ruckman takes it by hand for Port. Hand pass away to Logan Evans. Long kick down to half forward through the hands of Sweet. Spills through into the path of Lukosius. Slick hand pass to Drew. Now inside 50. Kicks to Bannett, who marks it full forward for Port. A chance to knock through their third of the day.
Well, it's the first time they've been able to, move the ball from one end to the other. It was the kick from Evans, wasn't it? Yeah. Handball receive, and then the penetrating kick just to cover a few lines, and then young Bamman, who shows a bit, I reckon. He's got something about him.
And North Melbourne's VFL setup. He squeezes it through here. Bamman hits the scoreboard, and Port hang in the game. One they've been outplayed in for large periods. 20 minutes into the second term, Port Adelaide to 3-6-24. They trail St Kilda 7-5-47. Saints by 23. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
So Bammet, as an under-16, under-17, looked a surefire first-round pick. Then his top age, then his top age year just wasn't strong, and he just kept slipping and slipping and slipping to the point where he didn't get drafted in the national draft. Goes to North Melbourne in their VFL program, plays really well, and gets his opportunity. So he's played a couple of games now. But I always thought this kid has got a level of talent. But it's funny, in your top age, if you don't show that level of talent and you're playing consistently week in, week out, recruiters think there's something amiss.
2 out of the last 3 goals of the game now for Port Adelaide as Farrell comes through and wins it in the middle, but his kick is impacted. It spills out to Burns of St Kilda. Off to Stocker by hand, kicks forward to the wing for Wangani Malira. Forward handball to the run of Wilson. He can look inside 50 for the wide lateral lead of Ryan. Jones is inside his jumper.
Yeah, that's better.
Throwing coming 30 around from the attacking goal for the Saints. Saints by 23. Umpire flings it back in. Marshall and Vicentini. It's the latter who palms it down boundary side. Butters can't trap it. Jones can for Port Adelaide. Handball back into the mark. Higgins leaves it behind. Burne-Jones is over it. Rolling into a tackle and a ball up. 15 out from the attacking goal for the Saints at the Coventry end. Umpire puts it up. Ruck Sherritt comes down for Sharman, squeezes it on goal into the post.
Gee, he looks lively, doesn't he, Sharman? He's having one of those days.
Saints by 24. Time on second term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it looks like Josh Carr's put Lukosius, who's we know we've spoken about, limited in terms of movement. He said, righto, will you go and play on Kel Wilkie and make sure that he doesn't take those marks that mean that St Kilda are more likely to win, Corby. Just see him just standing next to him there to create a contest. Good coaching, actually. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Butters marks the kick out and then goes short and wide out to Burne-Jones. 24-point lead for the Saints. 7-6 to 3-6. Time on in the second term. Burne-Jones long to the wing. Punched away by Silvani. Spoiled his own teammate Wilkie. Down to Whitlock at the power. Handball to Vicentini to Wines. Handball to Butters. As soon as he got it, had to kick it high up and under. And Hasty underneath it picks it off. Intercept mark half back for the Saints. 24-point lead for St Kilda. 48 leads 24.
Hasty kicks to Stocker. Defensive point of the square. Kicks across the defensive edge. And finds Wilkie, who does have some room here. Goes for a little run. Kicks towards a heap of Saints. And Windhager is the one who marks. Saints by 24. Windhager forward of the wing. Driving kick towards a contest in the pocket. And Burgoyne marks defensively for Port Adelaide. Very close friends with Messiah Wanganeen-Malira as well as Jason Horne-Francis, which is who he kicks it to here at fullback. Those two doing a little bit of recruiting, trying to get Naz to come to Port Adelaide. As Horne-Francis kicks beyond defensive 50 for Whitlock. 55 out from his defensive goal, so working up the ground. Pokes it back to Burgoyne, pressured by Stocker, free kick. His famous name at Port Adelaide. Power in a slow play here.
Burgoyne goes back to Burne-Jones. He's off on a run across the goal mouth. Chips it up to half-back, finds Farrell. Still 6 minutes to play in the half. Farrell looks corridor, finds a layup, spills it on the way through. Wanganeen-Miller did well to break it up, then wins the footy. Kicks to Filippo, marks overhead, hand pass to Hill. Hill running, Hill shoots, Hill goals. The St Kilda veteran, the oldest man on the ground, shows he's still got every bit of it. Knocks it through. And the Saints lead by 30 points. 8-6 to 3-6. 24 minutes gone in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Rama and Bawley.
Well, he's having a big game, Brad Hill. He's up to 18 possessions now, Bawley.
Yep.
So 4 inside 50s, 4 score involvements. Out of those 18 possessions, 15 have been uncontested. So just using his absolute weapon with his running capacity to get free. Now, whether he's starting across half-back or starting on a wing, which he's been doing today, Port Adelaide just can't get near him at the moment.
Look, a good kick, didn't it, from Farrell? And you don't mind him, certainly him, taking those options.
Well, Naz's arm, they just put up. It just distracted or...
Just needed to make some sort of better contest out of it, Aliir. But those sort of midfield turnovers so often result in goals the other way.
Neon Moon is his goal song as well. Great track. Out towards the wing, gathered by Jace Burgoyne. Back feeds the handball away towards Butters, who's set upon.
Is that a karaoke favourite for you, Ben?
Yeah, I'd definitely go to Neon Moon. Band started singing it in Austin, and I loved it. It's Filippo cruising through half forward, kicks towards full forward. Off the hands of the pack, it's out of play. And a throw-in coming right forward pocket for St Kilda.
Was it a leg tap along, or did you get up and sort of start to sway a little bit?
There was an Australian artist who did a cover of it, Keisha, I think. And when they started playing it, I thought, I can't believe they're singing this Australian song in Austin. And then I learnt that the Aussies was a cover.
30-point lead for the Saints. Marshall grabs it out of the ruck, hands it to Higgins, high up and under to full forward. Waiting at the drop, Bergman picks it off. It's at the required range. I guess the height counts. It's a mark. And Bergman will take it. Full back for Port.
Have you got the leave pass this year, Benny, for the American Junket?
Nope.
Not with a 1-year-old at home.
No.
Bergman goes wide to Lukosius.
I'm sound too happy about
Not
that
this
either,
year,
Corb.
not this year, not next year, nor the next 18. I'm sorry, mate. That's it for you. That is it.
Put it in the calendar. Short kick away to Butters.
Golf weekend down the coast. Is that all you've got to look forward to for the next
2044 is your next chance.
Butters kicks down the wing for Port. Punched away by Hasty down to Horn Francis, who's tackled and the ball up on the... Oh, no ball up. He was taken high.
Yep.
A free kick for the Hornet.
Well, that was Zach Butters' 11th possession. Been pretty well held.
Yeah.
And Horn Francis the same. So 2 players that need to lift.
Hooks a kick wide for Richards. No mark, but follows up under pressure. Handball looking for Vicentini. Clears out some bodies, but can't win it. Hill to Wangadeen Millerer. Away to Garcia. Hand pass back to Hill. Kicks from centre half back in the middle of the ground. Henry marks. Naz is on. Got it to him. Wangadeen Millerer receives. Has a bounce. Kicks inside 50 to Marshall. That is brilliant from Naz. On the outside of the right boot. Kicks a check side to the ruckman. And Marshall goes shorter still to Higgins, who will have a shot from 35 out straight in front.
He meant that.
But Naz on the run outside of the right boot, kicks a check side and hits the target 30 metres downfield.
That's incredible because he had a St Kilda player to his left that was free, which has got to be the easier kick.
Yeah, which was Higgins, who ends up getting it.
He's going to snap.
He's going to go around the corner here.
We're about 40 metres out. Higgins across the body.
Too far out.
Misses. Behind. Marks inside 50, the difference in this game. So 9-1. 9 for St Kilda, 1 for Port. The margin's 31, the difference. So 28 minutes gone in this second term. And you look at the inside 50s overall, St Kilda +9.
When the ball gets down into space, they just look so dangerous, the Saints, don't they? They're running all over Port.
Long kick in from Bergman off the hands of the pack. The Saints have the numbers and take it back through Wilkie, who gives it to Hasty. Overshoots his target of Wood. Burn-Jones gets back onto it. Back pocket for Port. Handball away to Mead. He gets it off to Evans. Running off half-back. Handball away to Wines to Butters. Chips a kick for Lukosius. Nicely done from Butters. Lukosius kicks forward of the logo. Evans trying to track the ball now. Gathers it. Loops it over the top for Sweet. Right there with him, Garcia. Worries him out of it. And Caminiti gathers back flag for the Saints. Handball to Garcia. To O'Connell, fumbles. Allows in Evans, who's tackled quickly. Ball up, 51 metres out, Saints by 31.
Possessions in this game, St Kilda 236.
Wow.
Port Adelaide only 144.
Wow. Almost 100 more possessions. From the ball up, Wanganeen Millerer kicks a dart along the boundary line and finds Wood, who marks in front of Burn-Jones.
Now we're talking about how many players above 10 possessions there, Corb, already for St Kilda.
Yeah. More than half the team.
Yeah.
It's the kick from Wood down the wing, picked off by Butters, who collects, but running the wrong way. That's a great kick. Laterally finds Bergman, opens up the corridor for Port. Hand pass to Richards. Floats a hand pass out wide to no one in particular. Picked off by Stocker. Stocker's into open space. Chase on for the footy. Higgins will get there first. Higgins collects for St Kilda. Just dabs a little kick over the top to Stocker. Hand pass further afield for Henry's mowed down. Good tackle from Lai. Forces the ball out. Saints still win it. Windhager goes back to Trevallier. And Trevallia's hand pass inboard finds Garcia on the wing city side.
Sweeps it away to Marshall. He'll chip to half forward. Filippo marks, 51 out. And he turns his back on the attacking 50.
Got it in him.
And almost gives it to Babe Ruth as if I'll go back and kick this.
He'd want to now.
He's a confident young man.
Isn't he? Can't turn your back. Anyway.
Saints by 31.
So all of 55 metres he's going to have to kick this.
And the teammates streaming past him as well. Not them and said, don't worry about it.
I've got this, boys.
Don't get touched on the line.
Long left-footed kick. Has plenty of journey and the accuracy too. Forget it. Don't worry about it. I'll kick it from range.
No doubter.
Saints by 37. 9-7-61 plays 3-6-24. Time on 30 minutes into the second term. Luke Ball, Adam Romanaskas.
Oh, we forgot. I think that he had it in him. He had a bit of a Dermy Brereton strut after he kicked that too. Yeah. Chest out. So he knew exactly what he was doing.
This is a very similar first half that St Kilda had last week against Essendon. So they're plus 101 in possession, plus 9 inside 50. it's the uncontested possession. They're just completely dominating.
So that's work rate, isn't it?
It is.
And you can see it.
Yeah,
As I said, when the ball gets out of the stoppage, out in the space, they are just putting their head down and running harder than their Port Adelaide opponents.
71 marks to 40. Now, they've out-tackled Port Adelaide. Port Adelaide have only had 19 tackles.
Yeah, cannot lay a glove on them.
Out of the middle, Butters first disposal, hand pass away to Wines. He gives it to Horn Francis. Port go inside 50. Whitlock the target. Caminiti puts his fist through it, back down back. And linking up with O'Connell there. 2 touches of it for Caminiti. Kicks out of defence and Wood sees it over the boundary line. Throw in on the City side. So Caminiti started forward, kicked a goal, and St Kilda's first of the day, and he's now at fullback. Ray, any sign of Mitch Georgiades downstairs?
No sign of Ray downstairs.
Okay.
He's on his way back up.
There we go. No, don't worry about it. That's all good. So he's not down there either. Mitch Georgiades, he's had the concussion test.
Got to go to the siren, Ray. What are you doing?
Oh, he's an early meat pie man, Ray.
Doesn't want to miss out.
Out it comes from the boundary throw-in, Port's way. Sweet on the end of it. Tumbles a kick inside the forward 50. Oh, Durden. Body went flying through all of that. Hump says keep rolling. Picked up by Horn Francis. Hand pass back in to the muck as they all jump in again, and eventually a whistle, a free kick. Sweet taken high. Between wing and half forward, 37-point lead for the Saints. Sweet kicks it deep, finds Whitlock, who leaps up and marks overhead, and Jack Whitlock will have a look here, right forward pocket.
Well, call for a mark inside 50.
It'll annoy Ross Lyon.
Yeah, absolutely.
That one.
It's only their second for the game. Just trying to have a look that Caminiti got caught on. Young Whitlock there. No Silvani nor Wilkie in the picture. So just a little lapse in concentration perhaps. An opportunity for the young man who really has to assume the number 1 role now for the rest of this game.
He's going to hit the scoreboard. He's going to use his full 30 seconds here after the bell. So tied up the shoelaces, mouth guard and the sock.
You can use 3 minutes, can't you?
Yeah, you can use the whole 20 minutes if you want scored.
Kicked 3 last week, a career high against the Kangas. To hit the scoreboard for the first time today, Whitlock misses. 15 out just right of centre. That's a poor miss. And it's emblematic of the first half for Port Adelaide. It has not been them. The Port Adelaide team that we've come to know in 2026, buttoned up defensively right throughout the season, but today, not the same way. They've had 16 scoring shots that they've conceded in that first half of footy. Incredibly, they've given up 93 more possessions. It's staggering numbers, and that's the reason they're 6 goals down at the half. St Kilda 9-7-61, Port Adelaide 3-7-25. The goal kickers to the long break, 3 for Sharman. They all came in the first quarter, 2 for Liam Ryan, and then singles for Higgins, Hill, Philippou and Caminiti. While for Port Adelaide, Durden's kicked 2 and Bammett's got 1. Down the other end of the page, Georgiades had a heavy collision and crash landing into the Docklands turf in that second term. He was taken off the ground for a concussion test, and we haven't seen him since, so we'll get a word at half-time as to how that concussion test has gone and whether he will continue. A couple of other head knocks throughout, some friendly fire, Higgins and Owens. They both passed subsequent tests and have been able to continue, and Marshall was the other player involved in that incident with Caminiti. Marshall okay and has continued and played a role in the game. St Kilda by 36 points. There was a late change. Mitch Zato replaced with illness, and Jacob Ware took his place. That was extremely late after teams had dropped and after the preliminary warm-up had been conducted. So Zato out of the game and Ware took his place. Saints by 36. Rammer and Bawley with their assessment to the half. It's been all St Kilda.
Oh, outstanding by the Saints. They're clearly the effects of last week and the easy kill they had against the Bombers isn't there. So you look at the numbers just alone, plus 93 possessions, plus 76 uncontested. They've had 10 more tackles than Port Adelaide. 71 marks for the half. Brad Hill's had 21 possessions, a goal, and 428 metres gained for a half of football. So just their ability to run. Look, if you look at all Ross Lyon's good teams that he's coached over the year, they've all been fit. They've all been able to run, particularly those wingers, half-backs.
Yeah.
He loves guys that can cover the ground.
High forwards,
get up the ground. So, Brad Hill, I know he's getting a little bit older, but his running capacity is certainly not getting any less. Hugo Garcia is having a really underrated season. I think he goes under the radar with Wanganeen Millera, Brad Hill, Wilkie, those type of guys. But he's had the 17 possessions himself. And you mentioned Zach Butters has probably been a touch quiet in in that first half. He stood Butters, he stood Horn Francis in the centre of the ground. So as much as, he's found the football, it's also that defensive side of the game which continues to impress. Inside 50's a 32 to 24. So not a huge difference. We're talking about 8 difference in that half of football. But St Kilda have had the 16 scoring shots, so probably could have got a little bit more value for their money, Bally, with 250 touches of the football in that half. But, you can't not be impressed by the Saints' first half.
Yeah, absolutely. The numbers back up what the eye sees, isn't it, Rammer? And it is just a lesson in work rate at the moment. I mean, first and foremost, they're beating him around the source, the Saints. And then when the ball gets to the outside, they are just head down and running. And as you said, that is a strength of theirs. Yep. And Port just have not been able to lay a glove on them. And the tackle count, suggests that. I'd imagine the pressure rating would be far too low for Josh Carr's liking, and for a team that, as we said, since round 6 is the number 2 defensive team in the competition. They have just looked all at sea at times and looked far too easy to score against. You're right, they actually could be further ahead, the Saints. They've just had way too many easy scores. So I think, what could Port Adelaide do? Well, we spoke at quarter time about trying to work or find a way to bring the ball back into a contest and try and, at least make it more of a stoppage game, which really relies on their pressure, doesn't it? But the ability for the Saints, and their hands have been slick. A couple of those goals that we spoke about, it's almost been basketball stuff. Their ability to flick the ball around and then find a player like Ryan or guy on the end of 2 that quarter, or Sharman, who's been terrific as well. But you'd love to be able to play on the Saints forward line today. The way the ball's coming down and the uncontested nature or unpressured way for which the ball is coming down. It's just playing to players like Brad Hill's strength, isn't it? And I think they have to put someone to him. He's starting across half back, so it's a challenge, but you just can't let him run around in space and have 21 possessions and 500 metres gained, as you said. And he snuck forward, kicked the goal that quarter as well. Darcy Wilson, another player, and Philippou, who's starting to emerge as well. So the game completely on the Saints' terms at the moment. They're winning the ruck battle. Marshall's got the better of both Sweet and Vizentini, so everything going the Saints' way at the moment. So 9 of the top 10 players ranked or rated, however you want to describe it, are St Kilda. So the only Port Adelaide player in the top 10 is Bergman,
and he's 9th.
Football, he's 9th. Yeah,
so
I think if Josh Carr hasn't given the Port Adelaide players a spray for a while, I think this half-time would be perfect timing. Because effort, intensity, application, want, desire, however you want to describe it, it wasn't there from Port Adelaide.
You can't have the opposition getting 500 possessions. They're on track for 500. And it's not as though the Saints have been overusing it. No. They've just been spreading, getting to the outside and just picking the defence apart.
The only 3 goals Port have kicked have come from stoppage. 6 goals to zip from turnover. St Kilda's way. Half-time, that is the margin in the game. 6 goals, put St Kilda on top. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. More from Bally and Rammer coming up, plus a look ahead to the rest of the day. Round 18, Saturday footy here on ABC Sport, with 3 games still to come later today. But for now, with this second half around the corner here at Docklands, we'll get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, hello, I'm Satyam Weinstein. Telstra will appear before a Senate inquiry next Friday to face questions about this week's nationwide outage. The inquiry, which is being conducted by politicians from across the divide, was set up after the Optus network failure last year, but will now also investigate the Telstra outage, which resulted in more than 600 calls not getting through to emergency services. Government Minister Jason Clare says there are multiple investigations being conducted into the telco.
Telstra has let Aussies down. People could have died. That's how serious this is. That's why these investigations need to take place. That's why we changed the law to beef up the fines that telcos can cop.
The US is demanding a public guarantee from Iran that the Strait of Hormuz will remain open and ships transiting the vital waterway won't be attacked to ensure that talks can move forward. A delegation from Qatar has travelled to Iran in a bid to save the ceasefire agreement between Tehran and Washington amid escalating tensions. US President Donald Trump says talks with Iran are continuing despite declaring the ceasefire over. Hot weather in southern Spain is fueling a wildfire that's devastated a remote mountain community, killing at least 12 people. Dozens more are missing as the fast-moving blaze in Almeria province forces fresh evacuations. Authorities say many of the victims died trying to escape after ignoring shelter-in-place instructions. This man says it's heartbreaking.
I see that it is very bad, awful, a disaster, not just for the woodland, but for the people who've already died and everything that's happened. The house right up there above has burned completely. It rips your soul out. This is what you're left with. I had 600 orange trees.
American tech firm Apple is suing the maker of ChatGPT, OpenAI, and 2 former employees, alleging they misappropriated confidential information. The BBC's Lily Jamali reports.
Former Apple executive Tang Tan is named in the suit, with Apple alleging he directed the iPhone maker's employees to bring actual parts from Apple to job interviews at OpenAI. The lawsuit comes amid recent tensions between Apple and OpenAI. In 2024, Apple integrated ChatGPT into the iPhone's operating system as part of a partnership with OpenAI. Things changed when OpenAI purchased a startup from longtime Apple designer Sir Johnny Ive. Apple has since decided to use Google's Gemini in the next version of its voice assistant, Siri.
New South Wales police say an elderly man was allegedly assaulted and left on the street with critical injuries in Sydney's west this morning. Emergency services were called to Orchard Lee Street in Eunora in the early hours of the morning and found a 74-year-old man on the side of the road suffering head injuries. Paramedics treated him at the scene before he was rushed to Westmead Hospital, where he remains in a critical state. Detective Acting Inspector Brenton Somerville says a number of lines of inquiry are being explored.
This is a 74-year-old male, a vulnerable member of the community in what appears to be a cowardly and callous attack. And I'd encourage the members of the community to treat this as if it was one of their own family and to assist the police investigation.
4 people have been found unresponsive in the South Australian city of Mount Gambier. Emergency services were called to a home following reports of a potentially hazardous gas leak in the early hours of this morning. Firefighters and breathing apparatus entered the home and found the group in a back room. They were carried out and handed over to paramedics. The MFS says despite the initial report, gas was not detected at the property, and police are now investigating the incident. The ACT government has reached an agreement to buy more than 240 hectares of land from the CSIRO in Canberra's north to make way for thousands of new homes. The land's part of the Science Agency's former Ginninderra experiment station between the Belconnen and the Barton Highway. The ACT government says it will pay off the $385 million bill for the land over 8 years, and it hopes ground will be broken on new homes at the site in about 3 years' time. Acting ACT Chief Minister Yvette Berry says there's still years of consultations ahead.
We'll start seeing development start to occur in October 2029, so there's a bit of work that needs to be done between now and then. Obviously a significant consultation process that the ACT government will need to carry out with the existing community.
And Spain will take on France in the semi-finals of the FIFA World Cup after beating Belgium 2-1 in Los Angeles. Spain dominated the match early, but Belgium equalised before half-time. Mikel Merino scored the winner in the 88th minute to send Spain through to the Final Four. ABC News.
Meet Hugh Shen, leader, visionary, builder of dreams.
It's a great honour to be leading Tasmania's new football club.
Starting a brand new footy club. Can't be that hard.
I need a song and a mascot by yesterday.
Adam the Apple from the Apple Isle.
Should we please show Adam the Apple Donny the Door?
Sam Pang's brand new office comedy, Ground Up.
Thank you. I'll be taking no questions whatsoever.
Ground Up. Stream now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Taken away by Wanganeen Miller, a centering kick, and Liam Ryan takes the juggle mark. Hitting up from the goal square, he marks it left arm forward, 30 out. Ryan casually trots in and kicks it. Celebrates with his index finger in the air. Wanganeen Malira
it goes in. Gets a handball out to Lake to Henry. They work it through them. Charlotte off to Ryan. Slick hands. What a finish. Brilliant from St Kilda. Lightning hands. And Ryan finishes it off. He's got a couple, and they've got the last 6 of the game.
Still no clean takeaway. In the end, it's the big man sweep. Got moved the ball. Kicks inside 50 for Port. Durden collects. Turns hasty inside out. Durden goals. Superb work from the small forward.
They got a man out. It's Georgiades. Big collision. Georgiades is down, and he doesn't look in a good way.
Further to Mitch Georgiades, the Port Power exercising extreme care. They've walked him around a long way and taken him down to the rooms in the hands of the doctor.
Kicks to Filippo. Marks overhead. Hand pass to Hill. Hill running. Hill shoots. Hill goals. The St Kilda veteran, the oldest man on the ground, shows he's still got every bit of it.
Sweeps it away to Marshall. Hill chip to half court. Filippo marks. 51 out. And he turns his back on the attacking 50.
Got it in.
And almost gives it to Babe Ruth as if I'll go back and kick this.
What a confident young man.
He can't turn his back. Anyway, Saints got 31.
So all of 55 metres he's going to have to kick.
Long left footed kick. Has plenty of journey and the accuracy too. Forget it. Don't worry about it. I'll kick it from range.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
It's been all St Kilda, it must be said. They've had 93 more disposals, 8 more inside 50s, 30 more marks. And the top 8 rated players on the ground, all wearing a St Kilda jumper at half-time. 9-7 to 3-7. It is the Saints by 36 points at half-time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The slate still to come. GWS up against Geelong. The Giants currently hold the longest winning streak in the league against the Cats. They've won their last 4, including 3 of those at Cardinia Park. They've got the advantage of the fact that it's at the Sydney Showground today. That is our next stop in the twilight. And then different directions tonight. The Crows up against the Suns. And the Blues back at home looking to go 8 in a row up against the Hawks, who find themselves on the rebound too. Earlier today on AFL Saturday, of course, which is carried through ABC AFL Daily. It is your home for the footy conversation. 5 episodes a week. Join Ben and myself with a whole range of guests on Saturdays. Of course, it's Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball for AFL Saturday. On Sunday night, Ben Cameron and Daniel Harford go through each game, the key takeaway, so you can download that on Monday morning on your way to work or school or whatever you're up to. It's a perfect chance to catch up with everything before it happens on a Monday morning. The full wrap of the round. On Monday night, Adam Ramanauskas will join Ben and myself for a full look on everything that's happened across the weekend, the hot button issues, and take your calls. Tuesday, Bob Murphy joins me for a look back on the Monday night footy shows that set the agenda in the footy landscape. We look at the key takes from all your leading analysts and pull them apart on a Tuesday. And then on Thursdays, Brett Deledio gets us into the weekend right with a preview question from each of the 9 games for the weekend ahead. So ABC AFL Daily, if you're not already on board, that is the place to find it in the podcast store. Josh Carr joined us on AFL Saturday a little earlier. And naturally, it started with a question around Zach Butters, his acting captain and prime midfielder, who, of course, is a free agent at season's end. And I asked him, when does he need to know by?
Oh, we don't need an answer right now, and we've had a number of conversations and I guess navigated our way through the year the right way. You know, like he's the captain on game day for us right now, and he's leading really well and doing everything right. So from our point of view, we've had the discussions that it's, nothing's going to take place until the end of the year, and we're okay with that.
So it doesn't impact your planning?
Not at all. Not at all. We plan for everything. Both sides of the coin, and whether he stays or goes, we'll make sure we're prepared for both.
We work in this system at the moment where, it's very different to the NRL or even to some of the other leagues around the world, for example. But there's a little bit of the don't ask, don't tell aspect of it. If he has made a decision, would you want him to tell you?
Look, that's in the conversation. Do we want him to tell us? It doesn't. To be honest, it doesn't really bother me, Corbin. Like, we as I said, it doesn't change our planning at all with the conversation. So, is it best how it is? Yeah, probably. We're having great, honest conversations and on where it's at. So, I'd like to think we're in a good spot.
And it wouldn't impact how you use him if you knew that he was say he was going?
Not at all. Not at all.
So it was Josh Carr a little earlier today on AFL Saturday. If you want to hear the full interview, which is really a look at the season overall and how he feels about it from a Port Adelaide perspective, ABC AFL Daily, the place to find it wherever you get your podcasts. Corbin, Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, your call team. Saints by 36 at halftime. One story we didn't get to today, which is a bizarre one, and I hope everyone's okay in this particular incident. Josh Worrell, the Adelaide defender who was really unlucky not to be part of the All-Australian mix last year, did not train yesterday after he was involved in a car accident on the way to training. Now, the Crows insist that he'll play, but he was shaken but physically okay from the incident. Now, later in the day, it emerged that South Australian police confirmed that they were investigating a collision between a car and a pedestrian in Woodville. Now, it turned out that both parties attended police stations in the afternoon to report the collision. Other reporting talked about the fact that Worrell actually drove the pedestrian to the hospital afterwards. I imagine a pretty frightening incident. It sounds like from the early reports that everyone's okay, but that's not a backdrop you see every day 24 hours out from a game, and Josh Worrell seemingly is going to put it behind him and play tonight.
Well, he's done the right thing if he's drove the pedestrian to the hospital. So hopefully everybody's okay as you mentioned. But yeah, that would be scary in any case. So hopefully he can take his place, and hopefully there's no more to it other than making a little statement of what happened and everyone moves forward.
Hopefully all parties are okay on that front.
Well said. Yeah, it looks like Mitch Georgiades is out of the game, so that streak, was it, Benny, is over. Might be the weekend for streaks. I think, we think Jack Crisp will be okay.
Or do we?
We'll see. Scotty Scheffler overnight. Benny,
78 straight cuts that he's made, Scotty Scheffler. Right. Not this weekend in Scotland.
I can't see if Paul Curtis got suspended.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think he's in trouble?
I think he might be in a bit of trouble, yeah.
Blues fans are nervous too, listening to your analysis there, Bally. They've got a 7-game winning streak to protect tonight. The Saints 6 goals up here on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Marshall brings it down at the restart, gets it out to Garcia, who feeds a handball to Wood, cuts back infield. Handball back to Garcia. Left foot kick, shallow inside 50. Wanganeen Malera in from the side, very nearly. Down at ground level, able to work it out. Evans for Port Adelaide. Off to Wines, to Butters, to Burgoyne. All by hand now, a kick coming from Drew. Up towards half forward. Durden doesn't mark. Wilkie does well to win it. Centre half back for St Kilda. Off to Marshall, to Windhager. Out to O'Connell, who kicks out to Hasty. In fact, make that Wood on the back flank. Saints by 36 points, 9-7-61. Plays 3-7-25, opening minute of the second half.
I'm just watching Wanganeen Miller just burst forward after that centre bounce, and there's still no opponent anywhere near him.
Jordan Sweet.
He's standing by himself. I mean, they're going to find him now, but I'm not sure Ollie Wines is the man either.
No.
They got lucky then.
Wood to Wilson on the wing. Wilson sets it up long towards half forward off the hands of the pack. Down at ground level, Garcia. Back feeds a handball, away to Wood. Gives it off back to Garcia, now chips it forward. And Owens marks 53 metres out from goal. Had a head knock earlier on in the game, cleared to continue, pokes it inside 50, turnover. Bergman marks back pocket for Port. Saints by 36.
Miles Bergman, deep in defence. Now White First Nations jumper today. The power, long kick up to the wing. Wilkie knocks it away from Whitlock. Ball hits the deck, but straight to Richards. The power regather. Hand pass away to Bammett, who's got it on the wing. The lefty turns and kicks down to half forward. Silvani over the top. Spoils away for the Saints, down into the path of O'Connell. Hand pass down the back flank. Finds Hill. Tries to fend off the would-be tackler. Gives a hand pass further back to Garcia. Handball away to Windhager. He just waxes back with Silvani. He pokes at the kick and finds Marshall. Hand pass away to Wilson. He shows... great bit of toe, darts away, kicks to Hall. Hall marks, hand pass to the runner in Hill. Has to give it back to Hall. Now they're under the pump. The numbers went out. Port forced the turnover. Bammett gives it to Drew. Short kick to Butters. Butters goes long inside 50 and Horn Francis runs into the vacant space. Marks left forward pocket.
Yeah, it was good by Port because St Kilda are out forward. If Hill got through that tackle...
The tackle wasn't a young Bammett.
Yep. There was probably 2 St Kilda players by themselves inside forward 50, so love that from the first year player.
Been few and far between, hasn't it? And then it looks like Horn Francis has starting forward, just in an attempt out of necessity, really, see if he can generate some sort of firepower ahead of the ball without Georgiades.
Horne-Francis to start the second half right for the pair. The kick is right. It's a behind. 3-8 to 9-7. Margin 35 points in Kilda's way, 3 minutes into the third term. Robin Greensborough, I reckon Rammer's forgotten who Jack Crisp plays for, and the Collingwood discount that will apply.
Well, maybe, but at the same time, if you read the transcript of Paul Curtis's tribunal hearing a few weeks ago.
The momentum in the tackle.
Yeah, correct.
Hill takes the kick in, sends it long to a contest, and now ball up between wing and half forward for Port Adelaide, attacking the Coventry end in this third term. Sweet taps it down, winds, feeds it out to Ware. The late inclusion, the very late inclusion. High kick into the pocket. Whitlock trying to get to it. Silvani beats him to it. Marks defensively for the Saints.
And on that, Corb, I don't think he should be suspended, but...
Precedent.
Yes, correct.
So in that case, they found that they weren't going to ground anyway, and it was only due to the tackler in Curtis that forced them into the ground and the concussion occurred. You could argue the same. They weren't going to ground if it wasn't for Crisp last night. It'll be interesting to see which way it lands. We'll learn later today when the MRO findings come out.
Usually we would know by now.
Yeah. The Saints. Saints exiting defensive 50. Port coming back and now 50.
I thought he did try and get out. He found himself in the protected zone, Jack Higgins. Let's have another look at the replay. Obviously, he was asked to get out. I thought he did put his head down and make a direct attempt to get out. Obviously,
so Jace
probably didn't go lateral enough.
Jace Burgoyne will go from the wing now to having a shot at goal 20 metres out, just right of centre. This is all happening pretty quick. Burgoyne's not going to wait. He's on the way in for his 6th of the year. Burgoyne puts it through. Can that be a tone setter for Port Adelaide? They kicked the first of the second half. The power 4-8-32. St Kilda 9-7-61. They've played in front today. 5 minutes into the third. Saints lead trimmed to 29.
Yeah, so a little bit of luck there, I think, Paulie. Is Higgins too close? Maybe, maybe not. It's a very marginal call.
Haven't heard a boundary call from our man down. Did he get back to his seat, or is he still eating pies?
Boundary.
Boundary?
Yeah, no, I just think with Higgins there, like he's outside of the protected area and then he enters in from where the kick goes. He's just got to veer left. Just give the umpire something to hang their hat on. That's all you got to do.
Where I hang my hat is where I call home. St Kilda by 29 points.
Oh, bad.
Back in the middle, Sweet taps it down. Out of the middle goes Hall. Hurries a kick inside 50. Coming out, Liam Henry can't take the mark. The ball hits the deck. Wilson soccers it out. Picked up by Caminiti. Saints half forward. Off to Burns, who goes back to Wanganeen Malira. Dribbles it inside 50. Low down, light. Knocks it out. Throw in 45 around from the attacking goal for St Kilda. Saints by 29, 5.5 into the third term.
Georgiades out of the game. Suspected concussion after that heavy collision in Q2. 29-point lead for St Kilda here. And the boundary throwing. Marshall wins it down, but straight to Butters. Port with it. Handball away to Lai. That's a nice bit of work. Works his way through traffic. Runs, carries, kicks down for Horne-Francis. Too much on the kick. Horne-Francis forced to spoil back pedaling and then tackles Wilkie. And got the footy off the deck and a ball up half forward for Port.
That's all you got to do. Just at least halve the contest. Get a stoppage.
Edging closer to those 11 marks. Wilkie's already taken 7.
Marshall down to Burns. Hand pass back to Marshall. He shares it with Wanganeen Miller. Wraps around the back of the pack. Gives a handball away. Back to Marshall. He's inside the defensive 50 for Port. He's got to be clever here. Low trajectory kick. Big body on that. Butters clears out Burns. Port win it. Drew on the end of a handball. Gives a kick into the pocket and finds Horne-Francis, who marks against the boundary line 30 metres out left half forward. And the bump is not dead. Zach Butters.
Great contest, wasn't it? Just a bit sloppy there, the Saints. First Wanganeen Miller and then Big Row Marshall. I'm not sure that's the answer. Him being the handball receive out of defensive 50 and trying to just bite off a little bit too much there. Great contest, Butters.
Well, Horne-Francis held up Wanganeen Miller because you could clearly see Marshall wanted to give the handball back. But when the option disappeared, Marshall had to then make a decision.
Horne-Francis, tight angle here up against the boundary line left half forward. He skips in. He's missed one set shot already in the quarter. Horne-Francis drives it straight through the middle. Here come the power. 2 in a row for Port. And they're within 23 points. 8 minutes into the third. St Kilda 9-7-61. Port 5-8-38. They took only one mark inside 50 in the entire first half. They've taken 2 already in the first 8 minutes of quarter number 3. Saturday footy on ABC Sport with Rama and Bawley.
Yeah, they've taken 2 and he's taken 2. And that's the move. Again, good coaching. Sometimes you've got to rob something out of the middle of the ground. Obviously, they'd love to have 2 of Jason Horne-Francis, but there was just nothing without Georgiades. They were just struggling to find an option or a mark inside 50. So we know that he's been able to do it so often in his relatively young career. Just smart, isn't he? Just knew when to just duck out into space when the ball turned over.
Well, they put Jackson Mead in the middle with Butters and Drew.
From the ruck tap, Butters swoops onto it, bursts away out of the middle, running that little J curve again, gets his kick away towards half forward. No mark for Berry. Onto it though, Durden floats it on goal. He'll get a bounce, but it will tumble towards the behind line. Silvani's there. Hamilton straight into a tackle. And luckily for him, it spills out over the behind line. That could have been holding the ball. Port Adelaide have lifted.
Yeah.
Saints by 22, 9 into the third term.
That's Bammett again too.
Little Bam Bam.
Yeah, he got some real closing speed then, didn't he?
Naz taking the kick out, looking at Horne-Francis, his great mate, and then kicks up to the wing and picked off. Burgoyne, intercept mark. Burgoyne goes laterally with the kick, finds Farrell. Farrell taps it to the 50. Here's Drew. Port have got a real pep in their step here. Kicked 2 quick goals to start quarter number 3. They were 6 goals down at the half. Maybe one of those Josh Carr baits did come at the long break. Kick along the 50, finds Butters. Butters kicks in the man on the mark. Touched on the way through by Wood. Durden, though, scoops up the loose footy. Still at half forward for Port. Butters gets a second go, this time in general play. Butters kicks hurriedly. High bomb to full forward. They come from all directions. Spills down to Durden. Couldn't get boot to ball. Burgoyne kicks it off the bonce of Filippo. Still doesn't go through. Ricochets back to Silvani. Live play, no score. Handball away to Windhager. He can't clear 50. Aaliyah trying to slip the tackle. Was he legs?
Yep.
Yes. He's going to get the free kick. The umpire pointed the wrong way.
He did, yeah.
It is going to be a free kick for Aaliyah. Hang on. No, it's not. They're going to check to see... I think they're going to check with the arc to see how this ball went out of play.
No, I think they're waiting for Burn Jones to, or is it Durden? Someone's injured down there, Durden.
So he did play legged. It's going to be a free kick
free
for
kick to Aaliyah. Durden caught one in that passage of play. He's been good again, Durden. He's
should probably check on Filippo too. Got the real falcon from
close range.
Jeez. So Durden's on his way towards the bench. He's got the physio. He's been dragged from play, and now the footy's handed to Aaliyah. And the crowd is realising what's happened here. It's going to be a shot at goal for Port. Good way to keep an eye on Corey Durden down there. He's up to 26 goals for the year. Goalless only once, kicked 2 today. And Aaliyah. It's a rare look at the sticks. Tight angle, left half forward, across the goal mouth, punched over the boundary line. Throw in Wood with the 1%er. 22-point lead for the Saints. It was 36 at the half. We're 11 minutes into quarter number 3. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It's funny how these things work, isn't it, too? Like, it's a tackle on a North Melbourne player, and the North Melbourne fans feel particularly aggrieved as to what's happened with Curtis. Forward 50 stoppage report, tapping it to the back. Vicentini spills out to Richards, gives it to Horne-Francis, backtracking, goes to Evans, gets around his man, eyes the goals, kicks it. A power surge from Port Adelaide, and they have surged back into this contest.
Someone's down there.
Now there's a Port Adelaide player down. I think it's Berry.
Berry again, yeah. Now Evans thinks this is touched, actually. He's telling his teammates to set up for a kick in.
Now, they don't look convinced here, Port Adelaide, so maybe not yet.
Well, it's been called a goal.
We're heading back to the middle. Berry's still sore. 9-7-61 St Kilda. Port Adelaide 6-9-45. 12 played third term. Margin just 16 points.
Oh, yeah, just looking at Joe Berry. He's had a rough day. He copped one early. He's copped another one right down the middle. He was charging through the stoppage. He's copped an accidental knee from Liam O'Connell, I think, right in the middle. Tough kid. Looks like he's going to shake the trainers off.
Oh, they want those ones.
Yeah, he's had He'll know he's had a game, but
clumsy defenders were very good at those.
Craig McRae was quite outspoken about the technology last night in his post-game press conference about the fact we're not using the higher frames per second, the good cameras that are on the way to the league, but won't get here till August.
Well, Evans himself was too honest here. Well, it looks like
they have signal for a score review. Everyone's waiting, and yet even though Evans thought it was touched, clearly there's nothing to support that on the cameras. So even though the guy who kicked the goal was saying, I thought it was touched, the goal will stand, and it's a 16-point game. Saints have got to wake up. Comes out the back from Hill towards Wood. Hurried kick towards the wing. Philippou got it out to Wilson. Hand pass forward to Wanganeen Millerer. Handball chain. Now over halfway the Saints. Wanganeen Millerer gives it back to Wilson. Runs, carries, kicks inside 50. Through the hands of Aaliyah. Lakes on in the pocket. Collects. Tackled by Burgoyne out of play. Throw in forward pocket for the Saints. St Kilda have conceded the first 3 goals after half-time. They led by 36 at half-time. They lead by just 16 now, the Saints. 14 gone in the third.
Caminiti and Vicentini. Bounces off the chest of Vicentini. Henry onto it for St Kilda. Handball to Ryan. Tackled by Jones. Dispossessed. And there's no room to work for anyone.
Sound like an Italian restaurant menu. I'm Benny.
Wagyu Vicentini.
Benny knows a lot of menus.
Penne Caminiti.
Haven't found a menu I don't like yet, Rama. Vicentini palms it down to the front. Wanganeen Malera on the tackle, and we'll go again. Up it goes. Vicentini slapping it down. Nobody can go anywhere. Third time lucky, perhaps, Corb. Saints by 16, 14 minutes into the third.
Ruckshare it down. Still can't take it away. Jacob Ware tackled high. He's going to get the free kick. Back pocket for Port. He was the late in for Mitch Zatto, who came out after teams were named with illness. Ware, he's left footer, 1 of 3 in this Port team. 4 now, in fact, as the late inclusion. Goes along up towards the wing. Spills down towards Vicentini. He's tackled, taking the ground ball up between wing and half forward for the Saints.
One of my favourite lines in commentary at the moment is Dwayne Russell's "Beware the skinny cook" for Braden Cook at Adelaide. I mind it from Dwayne.
Vicentini down to Wilson, trying to get a kick away. Pack forms at his feet, though, and we'll do it all again. Ball up, 70 metres out from the Saints goal.
Well, we're 15 minutes into this quarter. Inside 50s are 5-6 into Port Adelaide's favour. But Port Adelaide are very much playing a front half game. The ball's been locked inside their half of the ground for the majority of this quarter.
It's on the wing now. Philippou wins it, flicks out a neat handball to Burns, kicks into the pocket, overshoots Ryan. Jones drops the mark for Port Adelaide. Getting it back there is Bergman. Handball for Jones. Too wide out of play. Throwing forward pocket for St Kilda.
So 3 goals, 2 from those 6 entries from Port Adelaide to 0 for St Kilda this quarter.
I'd love a steadying goal, the Saints. Vicentini just palms it down. Henry on the move through. He's cluttered into by Vicentini. Different weight classes there. Ball up, right forward pocket. That's for the Saints. Vicentini lays it down again. Comes out. Ware gets a quick kick away. Jones handball. Turnover. Owens for St Kilda to Wanganeen Millerer to Henry from the pocket. Kicks it out of bounds on the full. Left back pocket for Port. Ali to get the free kick. St Kilda by 16 points. It was 36 at the main break.
Georgiades out of the game with concussion. Corey Durden had to come off for a rest moments ago. We'll get to Ray in a moment to see how all that's tracking as Aaliyah goes long down the line. Leaping in the sky, and a touch on it on the way through for the Saints with Stocker. Close to the boundary line and out. 70 out from the Saints goal. Ray Chamberlain.
And Corey Durden's just re-entered the play. Just a hard knock and appears to be okay.
It's good news for Corey Durden and for the Power. Just the one player out of the game, Georgiades with concussion. Boundary throw-in. Vicentini wins the hit-out. Loose footy on the wing. Whitlock goes and gets it. Hand pass over his shoulder to Mead, who moves it on quickly to Butters. Taps it in the middle of the ground for Bannett. Bannett turns, kicks deep. Horn Francis, one out in the cage. Breaks it up from Wilkie. Ball hits the deck. Durden attacks it. Got a hand pass away to Lukosius. He's got a bit to do. Hands it back to Durden. Durden paddles it out in front. Richards lends a hand. Richards snaps but misses across the goal face, but it's all Port. They're so threatening inside 50 in this third term. 15-point lead for the Saints. 17 gone in Q3.
Yeah, they are all of a sudden looking more dangerous, aren't they? And really, there's no secret to it. Just getting the ball to ground. So Horn Francis is the one who's just been able to create a contest with Wilkie, not getting outmarked, and then allowing Durden and Richards to get to work.
Oh, Wilkie turns it over in between two Saints. Burgoyne marks, kicks inside 50 for his mate. Horn Francis accepts it. 1 metre in from the boundary line, 40 out, tight angle, but he kicked one from a similarly acute angle on the opposite flank. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, well, on the side angle, Wanganeen Miller has just made his way off, and there was some sort of heated exchange between him and Garcia. I suspect that the Saints are equally frustrated with their start to the second half.
Horn Francis veers out to his left. His drop punt. Oh, looks pretty good. He is a special talent. Jason Horn Francis can do it from both sides and in all situations. Single figure game. Horn Francis has 2. Saints by 9. 9-7-61 plays 7-10-52. 19 minutes into this third term. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
Well, what a move, Rama, from the coach, the magnet. Jason Horn Francis, who was going okay, but they were getting well and truly outplayed in the middle of the ground. So I like what Josh Carr's done. We need something ahead of the ball. We know he's been able to do it. He's averaging 1.5 goals a game. And he's just a different look, different matchup for Wilkie, isn't he? You can just see Wilkie not as sure.
Don't leave him.
Compete really well, and they're just two brilliant finishers. But you're right, Mead's gone into the middle of the ground. He's having a good quarter. Wines and Drew and Butters have all lifted around the ball.
Sweet and Marshall. Sweet, the more telling touch at the restart. Filippo collects but coughs it up as he goes to ground. Bammett kicks inside 50. Vicentini takes the mark at centre half forward. And Dante's going to get a look here. 50 out straight in front.
There's a lot of clubs that will be kicking themselves because they knew Bammett had talent. And they had a chance to draft him. Then they had a chance in the rookie draft and SSP period. Even North Melbourne, he was under their nose. I think North Melbourne could certainly do with him.
Yeah.
He looks every bit an AFL player.
Good size too, is he? Was he 186? I think he's listed at, so really good hybrid size.
Dante from long range. Vicentini goals. The big man knocks one through. And the pair have kicked 5 unanswered in this third term. They are on the doorstep. 3-point game. St Kilda 9-7-61. Port Adelaide 8-10-58. 21 gone in the third term. What a turnaround after the half. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Saints here this quarter, they've had more possession, but they've had 24 kicks, 36 handballs, so they've invited pressure from Port Adelaide, and they've been brilliant in this third quarter. You look, Butters has had the 6 possessions, 2 clearances, Burgoyne 5, but it's been just forward half play. Like Lukosius is injured, clearly playing on one leg, but he's playing a role.
Yeah.
He's dragging a defender out, whether it's Silvani or whether it's Wilkie, just to get him away from disrupting and intercept marking.
Sweet taps it down for Port, but stolen by Filippo. Handball, a turnover for St Kilda. Taking it back, Port Adelaide, but they cough it up. Garcia, he's onto it. Saints in the middle of the ground. Trevalia away towards Stocker, who chips a kick. And that is marked by Burne-Jones. He's got rid of the tight curl, going with the shorter cropped hair the last few years as he kicks out wide towards the dockside wing and finds Burgoyne. He goes back to Burne-Jones, one of your old proteges, Rama.
Yep, brilliant. He's had a terrific year.
How's these for some numbers? 9 inside 50s, 5 goals, 3. So 8 scores from 9 entries. St Kilda 6 inside 50s.
0.
No score.
Oh, big ball here.
Berry kicks dangerously into the middle, looking for Wines. Might have had his arms chopped. Not paid. Now St Kilda are all over it. And that is a dangerous turnover. Forward they go. Hall to Filippo. Off to Henry. 30 out. He can chip it over the top. Higgins is in space. And he will run it in and goal. His second. A steadier for St Kilda. And it all comes back to Berry, who hung the kick into the middle of the ground. St Kilda back out by 9 points. 10-7-67 plays 8-10-58. Time on in the third.
Oh, high risk.
Yeah, it was a look. Yeah, it was there. Just didn't get there quick enough.
Yeah, it was too far, too long, wasn't it? Too long a kick. And I don't mind a young player backing his skills, but there's got to be some game awareness too. And that just releases the pressure valve, doesn't it? I felt like they were playing well, just playing keepings off a little bit, forcing the Saints to defend, finding the loose player. That's just a 55-metre kick into the middle of the ground. You're right, the player was free, but it's amazing how far, especially fast players like Liam Ryan, can travel on over a 50-metre kick, Rammer. And once that ball gets turned over there,
there is
big pressure relief for the Saints.
There is no better player running back towards goal than Jack Higgins.
Sweet wins it down. Garcia got it out, releases Naz, who's off and running, puts it inside 50. Lies surely a push in there, no whistle. Saints win it anyway. Henry on the end of it. Henry snaps goalward, misses everything across the goal face. One bounce out of play. Boundary throwing opposite pocket.
Yeah, Saints fans certainly thought there was a free. Another player down. Gosh, there's been carnage everywhere today, isn't there?
Had a number of bodies hit the deck, and yet only one of them out of the game permanently. That's Mitch Georgiades, who's out with concussion after that episode in the second term. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, talking about players suffering some injuries. So Lockie Jones has just headed downstairs with the doctor. I've got no idea what for, but I'll let you know when he comes back.
Oh, Jason Horne-Francis looks sore too.
This is a blood roll for Caminiti. He's got blood flowing from his face. So it's a 9-point advantage. I love that they give them a red towel too.
Smart.
We don't want to see all that blood everywhere. So mops that up. And Caminiti's going to have to come off the ground. It's a 9-point lead for St Kilda. Port, by the way, got within 3. So they kicked the first 5 goals of this third term. Saints have kicked the last. They got a forward 50 stoppage here. 24 minutes into the third. It's just a 9-point game. St Kilda on top. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, your call team on ABC Sport.
Marshall to the front. Taps it down that way as well, but pinched by Bergman. Exiting kick, Vicentini full-chested at the ball. Brings it down, now onto it Richards. Inside D50 here, Port Adelaide. Vicentini tackled. Taken to ground, ball up, 48 out from St Kilda's attacking goal at the Lockett end of the ground. Well, Francis does come for a spell. Marshall hooking it down, then following up his own work. Right there with him is Wines. Richards ends up soccering it forward. It goes a metre. Hasty takes it, and he's hastily tackled. Zach Butters has the man. Well, he's the man who has him wrapped up. St Kilda by 9.
Up it goes. Down underneath Ollie Wines. He's tackled immediately. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Interesting one going under the roof at Dockland. It's been a hot start to the weekend so far. Marshall grabs it out of the ruck, kick smothered. Butters gets a loose ball, just bangs it forward. Chase on into an open forward 50 for Port. Wilkie should get there first, needs a kind bounce. Pens down, picks it up. Clears the danger for St Kilda. Short kick finds Hasty. Marks at half back. 9 points. St Kilda's lead. Time on third term. Shocking kick. Hasty a turnover. Butters intercepts. 70 metres out. Lays it up to full forward. Too much on the kick. Wilkie the intercept mark. Beats Vicentini in the one-on-one. Flares it to the pocket. Finds Windhager.
Just rushed it a bit, Butters. Just had to wait. I'm used to saying that about him. It's amazing, isn't it? Jason Horne-Francis comes to the bench. And all of a sudden, Cal Wilkie mobs up.
Yeah, but Vicentini's your target. You don't want him as your deep target with Cal Wilkie.
He's up to 8 marks, Cal Wilkie. Magic number 11.
Saints by 9. Port kicked the first 5 goals of the third term. St Kilda the last. Marshall kicks inside 50. Aaliyah punches when he could have marked, but it's an okay result. Out of play, 60 out from St Kilda's attacking goal. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, the hot boot, Jason Horne-Francis, he's made his way off the ground. Got a bit of a high right glute issue, getting treated now in discomfort.
Man, even working, right into that high glute. You're right, Ray. Sweet. Takes it out of the ruck. I thought they were working on his lower back, but then I realised it was the high glute. Shouldn't have doubted you, the best boundary rider in the business. Put Adelaide down the dockside wing. The kick bounces past Bammett, and Hill swoops on it for St Kilda away towards O'Connell, who switches across halfback.
Finds Wood. Marks and drops into the slow play. Still better part of 5 minutes to go in this third term. 9-point lead for St Kilda. Wood. Long kick to the wing. Big leap at it from Owens, and in the end, safety of the boundary line knocked away. 27 gone third term. St Kilda 10-7, Port Adelaide 8-10. 5 goals to 1 in the quarter Port's way. They were 36 down at half-time, and the game looks like it was just about a wrap. And the Power kicking 5 goals in the space of 16 minutes to roar back into the contest. And the boundary throw-in. Marshall grabs it, tackled by Sweet, ball up City wing. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. It was close, obviously, here last night. Less than a kick in it. Tremendous game of footy to start the weekend. 1v2 over in Perth, where the Dockers came from 25 down to win. Didn't kick a goal in the first half. Kicked 100 points after that. And now we got the Saints and the Power in a close run thing here at Docklands. Ball back out of bounds. We'll have a throw in on that City wing. 9 points. A lead for St Kilda. 28 gone in the third. Momentum with Port.
Sweet palms it forward, but sweeping the contest onto it. Windhager of St Kilda. Towering snap around the wing. Bouncing ball. Aaliyah grabs it, loses it, gets it back. Port with it on their back flank. Evans kicks laterally out to Ware. The very late inclusion. He pokes it onto Richards. City side of the ground. Richards lifts it over the top for Sweet. Sweet tries to take them on. The big ruckman runs into Naz. And that is a dead end.
Ambition and ability.
Yeah. Wangane Malira will get the free kick.
He got past one. He got excited, didn't he? Got past Windhager. I thought, oh, gee whiz.
This is good.
I'm going to go again here. And
dodging and weaving.
Yeah.
St Kilda by 9 points. They've just settled this game down a bit.
Wangane Miller up, long to a contest, spooled away, down into the path of Richards. Hand pass trying to link up with his mate Butters, who zips through. Short kick finds Logan Evans. They continue to shift laterally across the ground. Port finds Burn-Jones, marks back edge of the centre square, kicks up to half forward, Bam at the target, collects on the half volley, tackled immediately by O'Connor, and the ball trickles out of bounds.
Last a little fumble there by Bammett. He sung his praises this quarter. But that's the ground ball you got to get. You got to nail those.
It was a tough half volley though.
No, doesn't matter. They're the ones that separate the good players from the great players. And if you want to be a great player, you got to nail those ground balls.
Difference between a 2-on-1 and an inside 50 instead. A neutral ball, boundary throw-in as Marshall palms it down to Garcia, who's tackled at half-back. Ball up 60 metres out from the Port goal. Port without Mitch Georgiades concussed in the second term, so they're one short. St Kilda lead the game by 9 points just before three-quarter time.
Ball up, 60 out from Port's attacking goal. Sweet down for Drew, spins in the tackle, rushes a kick, bouncing ball half forward. Burgoyne overruns it. Vicentini out the back, slaps it onto Wines. He's tackled by Owens. Ball spits out of play. He's paid insufficient intent against Ollie Wines. I'm not even sure he meant to dispose of it. He just lost possession and it ricocheted out of play.
That's bad. That's a bad one, I reckon.
Oh, he did knock it in the end.
He knocked it,
but I think he was trying to...
If he drags it in, what is it? It's holding the ball.
I think he was trying to pick it up and inadvertently knocked it out. Chalk that one up as a mistake.
Fitty.
Square up.
They're going to get a 50-metre penalty here from the wing. Aaliyah is going to be marched inside 50. Mark set 35 metres out on a 30-degree angle.
Has Aaliyah ever had 2 shots a goal in the same quarter?
30 quarter.
He's kicked 6 goals in his 195-game career.
Hasn't kicked a goal this year. He's one of 12 Port Adelaide players who have played every game. It's equal most for any team in the competition. This would make it very interesting. 31-year-old former Swan. Comes in casually, drop punt is sneaking through. Port Adelaide, they've come all of the way back, and it's just 3 points once again. 10-7-67 plays 9-10-64. 31 and a half minutes into the third. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
Just a simple mistake, really. Yeah. You felt like St Kilda just had that ball out of the danger zone. Aaliyah did well to get Cooper Sharman out of the way, but I think the 50-metre penalties...
Against Higgins?
Well, I don't think anybody stood the mark.
Yeah, it was against Higgins.
Against Higgins?
Yep. Would you reckon, Ray? 50-metre penalty?
Nah, for mine, he's played on. Higgins is going to an oppo, and there's a player in and around the mark who hasn't retreated. I think it's a poor call.
Yeah. Anyway, they've dominated the quarter. Let's see if they can get in front here.
Willem Drew gets the centre clearance, so Port going forward again. Vicentini and Whitlock the target. Ball spills down, and Bradley Hill with a get-out-of-here kick. Just pumps it up to the wing. Cooper Sharman at the drop, who started hot with 3 goals in the opening term marks for the Saints. Kicks out wide for Wood. 3-point lead for St Kilda. Waning moments of the third. Kicks down to half forward. Hall a heavy landing. And Butters gets up clutching his ankle too. So both guys a little sore. The two little men with the trainers trying to pick themselves up.
That tucked right under Zach Butters.
He's not happy at all, Butters, holding the lower part of his right ankle and his right foot.
And he doesn't play around. If he's injured, you know he's injured.
That could be a really nasty one.
And he's trying to hobble to the bench. This is no good at all. So Butters isn't even going to try and stand the mark. He can't put any weight on his right foot. And the umpire's going to say, I'm going to need to Sharon for a minute. Butters has been helped off by two trainers.
And that's an inside left ankle or right ankle.
Gee, that's the old dreaded, the S word.
The S word.
He got his right leg buckled underneath him, and that right ankle snapped back underneath his body weight. And
this goes too hard sometimes, doesn't it? Like, I don't think he was going to get there, but he just only knows one way.
It's full speed, wasn't it? When it never looked likely.
So Butters been helped off the ground. This is a moment here, and some syndesmosis fears for the Port Adelaide acting captain. And you don't have to be Einstein to join the dots here. Is this the last time he walks off the ground at AFL level in a Port Adelaide jumper? Zach Butters being helped off in round 18 on Saturday afternoon with the trainers. His right ankle is hurt, and he is seemingly out of the game as Hall kicks inside the forward pocket and Marshall marks. Butters in a lot of trouble on the bench, and Marshall will get it against the boundary line, left forward pocket for St Kilda.
Well, it's disastrous, isn't it, for Port Adelaide? For this game in particular, in terms of their chances, they've been brilliant this quarter, but Georgiades already down. Horne-Francis sore, now Butters.
Butters limping off. Marshall hooking across the body. Marshall goals. And the tenor of this game completely flips. St Kilda out by 9. And the Power without two of their best players, seemingly on the run home. 35 gone in the third term. It is St Kilda by 9, 11-7-73. Port 9-10-64. Butters with an ankle. Georgiades concussed. And the game changes again.
They're housemates too, so bad day for the house, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it just means now, so Horne-Francis is back on the ground. He has to come up into the midfield now, Bally. They got no other choice, so Ollie Wines, Horne-Francis and Drew in there at the moment. Was it in Bally or
right on the line? That's fair.
St Kilda are 7-1 when they lead at the final change. They're 0-8 when they don't. So this little breathing space is important. Free kick in the middle. The way of the Saints. Marshall takes it. Whacks it as deep as he can. Owens a run and jump. Brings it down in front. Lands like a cat as well. Goes after the footy. But Adelaide have the numbers. Wines out to Bergman. Hurries a kick up to the wing. Vicentini's there. Silvani too. Vicentini spoils. Spills to Filipov. St Kilda in the middle of the ground. Off to Marshall. Kicks out wide. Bergman pops in front of Hall to mark on the back flank.
Had a good day.
Bergman down the wing. Finds Berry. First round pick from a year ago.
Another one.
And another 50 in the protected zone. Berry's going to get a look at the sticks after the three-quarter time siren. Butters off the ground with a right ankle concern. Came hobbling off with the trainers moments ago.
I reckon this one's a disobeying of the stand call. Jack Silvani. Yeah. Natural for a defender, isn't it? Just a retreat towards goal, but he was in the marking contest.
Josh Carr just goes over on the bench and ruffles the hair of Zach Butters, his champion midfielder, seemingly done for the day with that right ankle caught underneath his body. Berry with the stuttering approach after the three-quarter time siren. The kick's left, it's a behind. And Port, who had all the momentum, lose their best player in the running late in the third term. St Kilda 11-7-73, lead Port by 8, 9-11-65. The Saints by 8 points. And it was a quarter dominated by Port Adelaide. They kicked 6 goals to 2. And our Port about to get a glimpse into their future with Zach Butters, of course, a free agent at season's end. He won't be there seemingly in his final term. What can Port do without him? The Saints, 3 for Sharman, 2 for Higgins, 2 for Ryan, 1 for Hill, Marshall, Filippo and Caminiti. Meanwhile, for Port Adelaide, 2 for Horne-Francis and 2 for Durden, 1 for Burgoyne, Aaliyah, Evans, Vicentini and Bammett. Three-quarter time here at Docklands. All of a sudden, an interesting one going under the roof on a Saturday afternoon. St Kilda by 8 points. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
I'm Maureen McGillicuddy.
And I'm Edith Vale.
And we host Another Cuppa.
Will we natter away with some of Australia's biggest names?
Pop the kettle on with Granny Bingo.
Woke garbage.
Exactly.
Search Another Cuppa podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Drew on the end of a handball, gives a kick into the pocket, finds Horne-Francis, who marks against the boundary line 30 metres out, left arm forward. Horne-Francis, tight angle here, up against the boundary line, left arm forward. He skips in, he's missed one set shot already in the quarter. Horne-Francis drives it straight through the middle. Here comes the power.
Spills out to Richards, gives it to Horne-Francis, backtracking, goes to Evans, gets around his man, eyes the goal, kicks it. A power surge from Port Adelaide, and they have surged back into this contest. Oh, Wilkie turns it over in between two Saints. Burgoyne marks, kicks inside 50 for his mate. Horne-Francis accepts it. 1 metre in from the boundary line, 40 out, tight angle, but he kicked one from a similarly acute angle in the opposite flank. Horne-Francis, his drop punt, looks pretty good. He is a special talent.
That kicks inside 50, Vicentini takes the mark at centre-half forward. Dante's going to get a look here. 50 out straight in front. Dante from long range. Vicentini goals! The big man knocks one through. And the pair have kicked 5 unanswered in this third term.
Forward they go. Horne to Filippo. Off to Henry. 30 out. He can chip it over the top. Higgins is in space. And he will run it in and goal. His second. A steadier for St Kilda.
Kicks down to half forward. All a heavy landing. And Butters gets up clutching his ankle too. Small kicks inside the forward pocket. Marshall marks. Marshall hooking across the body. Marshall goals. And the tenor of this game completely flips.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the third quarter. Zach Butters has not moved. He's sitting in the front row of the Port Adelaide bench. He's got his hands behind his head and now leaning forward, looking like a... he's a dejected figure. I think it's fair to say. He's got his right ankle banged up after being trapped underneath him in a marking contest late in that third term. And Butters sitting by himself pondering what might have been. Is it the last time we see him in a Port Adelaide jumper? Saturday afternoon footy in round 18. The Saints by 8 points. The game's still on the line. His Port Adelaide teammates out there in the huddle. Butters sitting alone in the front row of the bench for Port Adelaide, still in his playing strip. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Up next, we're off to Sydney. It is the Giants and the Cats. Brett Sprigg heading up our coverage in the Harbour City. Spriggy.
Corbin, the Giants last week said don't forget about us with that huge win against Fremantle in Canberra. The Cats haven't looked their best for a little while. 4 losses in their past 5 starts. Some part of that is the form dip of spearhead Jeremy Cameron, who until very recently was the Giants' all-time leading goal scorer. He's up against his old mob today, and is Toby Green playing against his future club. Can the Giants continue their streak against Geelong to a handful of wins? As you said, the best streak by any side against the Cats. All that and more we'll ponder across the 4 quarters of footy here at the showground. Plus, Mark Blitzarves officially becomes the most capped rookie lister in history with game number 309. Beautiful blue skies here in Sydney. Temperature about 18 degrees. One late change has just come through as I speak. Mitch Nevitt, who was initially omitted, will replace Mark O'Connor, who is injured for the Cats. They're up against the Giants. We'll bring it all to you at the Sydney showground next.
Thanks, Brett. Butters has got his boot off on his right foot. His housemate Mitch Georgiades and his great mate Connor Rosie just came and sat either side of him after being the lone figure by himself on the bench for the Power at three-quarter time. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas, should he have joined his teammates at three-quarter time, Zach Butters?
Oh, maybe. Yeah,
I think he should have. If you can hobble out there, you should always be with your teammates, but he also could be in a world of hurt.
He might have needed crutches if they weren't ready.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. That's not...
So I'm not going to say he's... Because he's the...
I mean, if you study in the body language, he looks like a guy that he realises the same thing we do, that this might be the last time he ever plays.
But so you'd never question Zach and his...
commitment to the team.
Commitment to the team, exactly. So he's either in just extraordinary pain at the moment that he can't get up or... They haven't got a set of crutches for him.
It's an incredible look, though.
It is,
isn't it? Where you've got one guy sitting on a bench that's empty.
Well,
and he's just in the front row by himself with his boot off, seemingly pondering, what's ahead.
Georgiades went over to him. Hamish Hartlett went over to him.
Yep.
Connor Rosie went over to him.
Hasn't had this is a guy who just loves being out there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So all that starts to dawn on you a bit. Gee, not only miss the rest of this game and an opportunity to win the game for our team, but next week and the week after and the week after that. So anyway, we hope for the best and cross our fingers.
Looks like a stock standard syndesmosis injury for Zach Butters. Hopefully it's not as bad as first feared, but he's out of this game with an ankle injury. Right side for Butters. Final quarter underway here. Is this a look into the future for Port as Sweet gives a handball away towards Richards? Hurried kick inside 50. Out to half forward. Wilkie collects for the Saints. Spin move and then decides to kick down the line, and mark taken by Wilson. So St Kilda by 8 points. Port Adelaide twice got within a goal. In that latter stages of the third term, they lost Butters just before the three-quarter time siren. Wilson long down the wing. Offhand spills to Farrell. He's tackled and a ball up broadcast wing. Ray Chamberlain all in front of you.
Yeah, I can absolutely confirm that Zach Butters cannot put any weight on that foot, so he wasn't going out to be with the teammates for no other reason other than that. And in relation to Lockie Jones, he'll take no further part, we don't think. He's got rib issues.
Oh. So they're down to 2 on the bench, Port Adelaide. Georgiades is out with concussion, Jones with rib issues, and then Zach Butters with that ankle injury, which looks like a really bad syndesmosis.
Well, they're playing with 7-8 on the ground too with Jack Lukosius.
Yeah,
who's Kel Wilkie's 11th mark.
St Kilda chipping it across the half-back flank.
So despite the fact they had all the momentum in the third, you'd think they're long odds here in the last.
Wilkie kicks around the wing and there's a push. He's on Nasiah Wanganeen-Malira.
Greg from Queanbeyan off the SMS. Question for Ben. If the 2 injured Port players are housemates, who goes to the fridge at 2 a.m. in the morning to get the ice pack?
That's what I was thinking. Sort of where I was going. Greg, it's on my wavelength. Is Naz moves it on to Hill, who gives it back to Wanganeen-Malira. Kicks inside 50. Holding free kick going the way of Higgins. 40 out. Slight angle right of centre. And Jack will go back and kick for goal.
That's 2 sloppy free kicks. One here on the wing on Wanganeen-Malira.
Didn't need a hold.
No, both times. Just didn't really affect the contest. So disappointing start to the quarter here for Port.
Jack Higgins. Right foot drop punt. He's out to the left. Never looked like scoring, so he misses to the left-hand side. St Kilda by 9 points. 2 minutes into the final term. 11-8. Plays 9-11. Saints by 9.
Farrell, the short kick in, finds Lai, who takes the mark. Hand pass away to Farrell. He dishes off another handball to Logan Evans.
Set play.
Long kick beyond the wing. Hands on it from Mead. Is he getting a free kick? He is. So here go Port Adelaide. Down to the 50. Short kick finds Durden. They're all streaming forward. Whitlock hits up in the corridor. Durden decides to kick out wide. That'll work. And Bannett skids in, takes the mark. Right half forward for Port.
Yeah, it looked a bit of a set play from the kick in. And when you get the ball in the hands of Farrell, and Evans is a beautiful kick too, isn't he? Moves from one end of the ground to the other pretty quick.
This is tough for the young
your
man.
Right side for a lefty.
Yep. Got him a little skinny, misses near side. Back in.
Oh, Lukosius.
Lukosius unreal. Hooked it over his head, and Berry puts it in the back of the net. That is the ultimate set play. The ball was missing to the near side on the skinny snap. Lukosius hooked it back into the field of play, and awake to it, Berry in the goal square soccers it into the back of the net. It's a 3-point game. St Kilda 11-8, Port 10-11. How about that for a bit of brilliance?
You will not see a better assist than that. He's on one leg, he's hobbled. Jack Lukosius, he's at a horror day.
That's
really.
High, that's very high IQ.
Isn't it a high IQ? He's
Goal
a smart
assist of the year.
It is.
Goal assist of the year.
That is brilliant. There's 2 St Kilda players there, and everyone thought it was going through for a behind, except Lukosius kept it alive.
That won't need any score review. He was well inside the field of play.
Yeah, but surprised. He could not do that again if he tried. No. It just went back perfectly to the foot of young Berry.
Ross Lyon, filthy.
How brave are Port Adelaide being? Marshall wins the tap down. Garcia tries to get it to Windhager, but Drew takes it for Port Adelaide. Off to Richards. Kicks inside 50. Durden's there, so too Wilkie. Leads them all to the footy. That hobbled Lukosius. quick between the ears at the moment, but not so much fleet of foot with that calf injury. Wilkie moves it on to Windhager, who goes back to Wilkie, out wide to Silvani, back flank. He kicks up to the wing, and Wood marks. St Kilda working it down the city side of the ground.
As good as that precocious effort was, I think they're going to have to think about Horne-Francis forward again to try and win the game. Just let the others do the work in the middle.
Saints by 3. They've led most of the day. Long kick down to half forward. Off hands of Spills, Port Adelaide's way. Burn-Jones to Ware, to Richards, all by hand. He gives it to Bergman. Short kick. Good intercept mark from Stocker. Jumps in front of Dirt and picks it off. So Port have got 2 fit rotations on the bench. They've got Lukosius out there playing with that banker's cyst, the inflammation and the bubble on the back of his knee. And the arch at the back of his leg. Centering kick finds Silvani, who marks back of halfway. Rib concern for Lockie Jones out of the game. Georgiades concussed, Butters an ankle. Silvani to half forward, and a mark for Wilson. Despite all that, Port Adelaide within 3 points. A game which the Saints led by 36 at half-time. 5 gone final term. Wilson with it. Crowded forward 50. Saints go inside the attacking arc. Hits up Caminiti, who marks it right half forward on that channel. He'll have a look 10 metres in from the boundary line, 50 out.
Good patience by Wilson. Wanganeen Miller was demanding the ball, but just wasn't on that target and waited for Caminiti, albeit very wide here. Closer to goal, so gives himself an opportunity here, Caminiti.
Francis comes off for a rest, along with Lukosius, the only 2 fit players on the pine. And St Kilda a chance just to answer again. Caminiti moves in. Oh, sprays the kick. It's a live ball right on the behind line. Getting up Vicentini, knocks it out of play. Boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Saints. St Kilda by 3 points. 6 minutes gone, final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. If you're in the ACT, the Dolphins and the Sharks coming up next. For everybody else, the footy continues. We're all off to Sydney for the Giants and the Cats.
Throwing in the pocket. Marshall palming it down. Live. Back pocket for Port Adelaide. Dribbles a kick away. Owens takes it. Snaps the goal. Saw his chance and took it. St Kilda back out by 9 points. And it's going to be very difficult for the threadbare Port Adelaide. 7 minutes into the fourth. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas are premiership pair.
Just a mistake there. Well, he had the football. Just needed to clear it out of the danger zone and just couldn't do it. It trickled off his boot inside that contest. And Mitch Owens was just onto it. Just sweated on it. One grab, straight over the shoulder for a goal. St Kilda, they got a full bench, so they need to run them. They need to completely run Port Adelaide off their feet in this last quarter. Keep speed on the game. Where the opposite for Port Adelaide, they need to bring the game into a contest. So almost like a rolling stoppage to gain territory and just stay in this quarter for as long as they possibly can.
Saints going forward again. Marshall kicks it out to the flank. Picked up, though, by Burn-Jones. Hot handball, trying to link up with Farrell. Knocks it back to Burn-Jones. Hand pass away to Horne-Francis. His rescue's over, by the way. After that, what do you have, 60 seconds off the ground? He gives it to Farrell. Farrell back to Horne-Francis. Breaks a line off the back flank. Gets up to halfway. Kicks laterally, and the mark taken out there by Logan Evans. We go all the way back to Farrell. So the last 3 Port Adelaide goals, each of them have got them within 3 points. Every goal answered. Haven't been able to get that next goal to poke their nose in front for the first time since the opening seconds in the game. St Kilda have led throughout, led by 6 goals at the half. They lead by 9 points now. 8 minutes gone, final turn. Farrell has nothing up ahead. They're just going east-west here and across the ground again. As the mark's taken by Logan Evans out on that city side. So Port with ball in hand, 9 points down, but plenty to do.
Well, they are conserving a little bit of energy here.
Just defending with the ball a little bit. There's Lai, kicks up towards half forward, and Durden, strong mitts, takes the mark. Now releases Ware, kicks inside 50. Bamet knocks it down, Vicentini. Handball out to Sweet. Sweet, check side. It's the inside of the post.
He flushed it, didn't he?
Hit it Sweet. Couldn't quite bend it back enough. St Kilda by 8 points. 9 into the fourth.
Slice on that one, Ben.
Yeah. Similar sort of trajectory, wasn't it?
Hill brings it into Silvani, marks on the back flank, long kick up to the wing. Wood the target, Lai gets across, punches it out of bounds. Boundary throw in on the wing, City side, Saints by 8. Butters, by the way, game high, 26 disposals.
Yeah, had a big third quarter, 11 in the third quarter. Got his team back into it.
7 contested, 5 clearances, 4 tackles, 6 inside 50s, 5 score involvements. His day done, though, through 3 quarters. Out with a suspected syndesmosis injury, that right ankle buckling underneath him in the third term. The boundary throw-in, free kick here for a throw. It's going Port's way, Wines to take it. Port inside 50, sweep the target. Marshall back, helps out. Intercept mark for the Saints at half-back. Saints by 8 points, 10 minutes gone, final term.
Oh, Marshall, dangerous switch, but it gets to Wilkie. It's just hanging in the air, but Captain Cal was calm.
12 marks to Cal Wilkie.
In the win zone.
Moves it on short to Hill, kicks it very nearly out of bounds on the full. Windhager keeps it in, gives it back to Hill. Goes with the check side up to the wing, and Bergman, who's been Port's best today, arguably, takes a nice mark on his chest.
When Wilkie takes 11 marks, they're 6 and 3. When he takes less than 11 marks, they're 1 and 6.
Bergman veers out to his right. Kicks low inside 50. In good position is O'Connell, to take the mark defensively for St Kilda. It is a famous St Kilda name, as well as Australian cricket. Saints by 8 points.
Wilkie marks again, number 13. Short kick away to Naz, who's got it on the back flank for St Kilda. Saints by 8 points. Been outplayed by Port in the second half, who are losing soldiers. Wanganeen Miller kicks out of defence. Good mark, Filippo overhead. Still at half-back, hand pass out wide for Hall. He works it further afield to Wood. Boundary line City side, dabs the kick, turns it over. Josh Lai jumps in the hole, takes the intercept mark. Port want to go. Centering kick to Mead. Logo City wing. 2 St Kilda players stand. 1 nervously retreats. The kick goes laterally to Farrell. And again, Port Adelaide go back and across. Now Evans marks. He pulls the trigger. Long to Horn Francis, trying to draw the free. Bypasses him and out of play. Throw in, 30 out from the Port goal. A dozen minutes into the final term. 8-point lead for St Kilda. Butters out with an ankle. Georgiades with concussion. And Lockie Jones with rib damage. So only 2 fit players on the Port bench.
And one of those is Lukosius, who's been hobbled all day. St Kilda winner from the boundary throw-in. Wilkie and Wanganeen Malera just waxing. Gets it to Hill. Handball too hot for Wanganeen Malera. Back into the mark. Porter there, though. Mead can't quite make it his. But Adelaide do well through Burns, St Kilda do well through Burns, who gets it to Naz, who gets it onto Hall. Now the run of Wilson to centre-half forward. Kicks inside 50. Lake low down. Can't pick it up. Going in Farrell. Tackled quickly. Held in, ball up, 40 out from St Kilda's attacking goal. Saints by 8 points.
Chase from Evans, wasn't it? Just did enough.
12 minutes into the fourth.
The players everywhere ahead of the ball, the Saints.
Vicentini palms it down, but straight to Garcia on the run. Snaps goalward, misses everything. Out on the full.
Just feel like the next one would be the killer blow, wouldn't it? From the Saints' point of view. All of a sudden, though, scoring's become a bit more challenging for them. Port just hanging on.
Aaliyah long down the line, and Stocker picks it off for the Saints. Well, there's a free kick in all that. It's going to be a shove, and Wilkie to take it. He goes laterally with the kick to Filippo. And marks 60 metres out, right half forward. Filippo kicks inside 50. Owens leaping from the back. No mark. Falls down towards Burn-Jones. Has a full 360 and eventually got a handball away to Aaliyah. Port clear out of defence. Flying for it, Bammett. No mark. Spills down to Ware. He's tackled upended. Still there to be won. Burn-Jones trying to hand it out. Lake had it, lost it. Gee, it's a hot footy at the moment. Pack forms half forward here for St Kilda, and a ball up. 14 minutes gone in the final term. Saints with an 8-point advantage and a ball up half forward for St Kilda.
Up it goes, tapped down by Vicentini. Wines can't get a kick away. Sock it out of there for Port, up towards the wing. Horn Francis sockers it on. Stocker gathers it for St Kilda. Handballs back into the rubble though. And Evans ends up with the footy. He's wrapped up. Free kick St Kilda. It is hot at the moment. I have no idea what for. Free kick going to Filippo. He retreats right back to Wilkie. Defensive half of the ground for St Kilda. He's the only player in their defensive half. He'll short it again for Stocker. Right on the centre line. Stocker goes out wide to the logo for Hill. Saints by 8 points. Hill will drive it inside 50, looking for a mark. Owens is there. Vicentini spoils. Punches it out of play. Half forward for the Saints. They lead by 8. Next goal, very important. Quarter hour into the final term.
So they're using Jordan Sweet as the deepest forward. Cal Wilkie's his direct opponent. But Wilkie's just given him no respect whatsoever.
Caminiti leaping over the back. The ball spills down towards Burn-Jones, and he's tackled. The ball up. Vicentini down to Mead, trying to squeeze a kick out of there. On the back flank, Farrell collects. Rip taken to ground by Lake. Ball up again.
It's an interesting little arm wrestle here, Corb. There's not much has happened the last couple of minutes other than just contest, ball up, throw in.
Vicentini palms it down. Garcia gets a bit of clear air. Turns, kicks inside 50. Wood takes the mark for St Kilda. 30 out, straight in front. There was 2 in the vicinity. Evans didn't fly. Burgoyne got nothing on it. And Wood marks on his chest straight in front.
It's a clean clearance, wasn't it? Hugo Garcia. Who's
stronger than that, Jace Burgoyne.
Really around onto his right. And you're right. I just feel like they had 2 players there. And Wood's going to go around the corner here.
Wood, the lefty, snaps, goals. Story of the day. The Saints keep Port at bay. 3 times after half-time they've got within a kick, and on every occasion the Saints have responded. St Kilda by 14, 13-8, 86, Port Adelaide 10-12, 72, 16 gone in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Done his bit, Mason Wood, that was his 10th mark. And yeah, it was Garcia, just speed through the clearance. As Port legs now starting to get a little bit weary with those numbers down on the bench. Yeah, Jace Burgoyne or Logan Evans look at each other and say, I thought you were going to go. I thought you had him covered. And neither of them did. One of you have to. Yeah. Desperate times. Well done by Mason Wood. Just using his experience there and using his body. The ex-forward. And just feel like that might be enough for the Saints.
St Kilda by 14 points. Sweet with the tap to the outside. Onto it, Horne-Francis. Kicks towards Vicentini. Clatters the pack down at ground level. Woods onto it again. Saints on their back flank to Silvani. Handball to Hill. Handball to Windhager. Kick smothered. Richards smothers it out of play. So St Kilda did lead by 37 points on the stroke of half-time. Led by 36 at the main break. Port Adelaide booted the next 5 goals of the game. The first 5 of the second half. 3 times they closed to 3 points. But couldn't quite get their nose in front. Now it's 14. 17 minutes into the 4th. Richards hurries a kick inside 50, and there's Wilkie again, Corb.
Just go and stand next to him, Whitlock. That's where the ball's going to be.
It's the half-back for Wood, who takes the mark. Wilkie up to 15 marks.
He's just completely dominated this last quarter. What a player he is.
14-point lead for the Saints. Feels like a lot more than that. Wood goes long down the wing. Offhand slips out the back, and the Saints are onto it. Trying to get a hand pass forward in all of that was Owens. Is he taken high? He was. Free kick for Mitch Owens between wing and half forward. Saints led by 36 at half-time. Port got within 3 points on 3 occasions. And they're 3 short on the bench. As Owens kicks into the forward pocket. Oh, almost reeling it in. Sharman, he had a couple to beat, and in the end, Evans knocks it free and out of play. So forward pocket for St Kilda and a boundary throw-in. Just repeating, if you've just flicked the radio on, Butters, a suspected syndesmosis injury. It was a bad one. Couldn't join his teammates at 3/4 time, so sat on the bench. He's got ice on his right ankle. Georgiades concussed, and Jones with a rib concern.
Sweet, laying it down. Burn-Jones hooks the ball out of defensive 50 for Port Adelaide. Silvani crushes the pack, punches it towards the boundary line, and Burns paddles it out. Insufficient intent or lasso free kick. Yeah, just nicked his boot on the way through. Bama with the free kick. Puts his left boot into it. High kick to the wing. Little nudge from Wilkie on Vicentini. All clear, says the umpire. Silvani ends up with the footy. Yeah. Court holding the ball.
Yeah, he fought the tackle, Benny.
He's going to have to hold it up high. Mason Wood's back.
Port have no quit in them at the moment. Drew with the free kick. Ford of the logo. 19 minutes played, final term. Saints by 14.
Drew, high up and under, inside 50, punched away by Wanganeen Millerer. Loose ball scooped up by Durden. Did he take on the tackle for Windhager? Yes, holding the ball. Mitch Owens, last man to get up to after that marking contest inside Port's forward 50, and the trainer gets to him. Had a number of guys tended to today. 3 from Port that haven't finished the game, but some running repairs for both teams throughout. Hill to Stocker. Stocker's looking to switch. He's got Wilkie out there. He's going to mark it again. His 16th mark. Hand pass away to Wanganeen Millerer. Bounding out of defence. Thought about handballing. Tucks it under his arm. Takes a bounce. Looks inboard to Philippou. Got it to him. St Kilda by 14. Philippou from the logo. Long kick down to half forward. Henry trying to edge Bergman underneath it. Henry trying to scoop it out. Port able to win it back. Burgoyne to Bergman. His kick smothered, close to the boundary line. Saints win it back. Burns, hand pass away to Garcia. Surge kick forward. He puts it out on the full. Free kick for Port. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Razor has Mitch Owens.
Yeah, he's come off limping and wincing. But other than that, I can tell you that Caminiti's looking like Sylvester Stallone's doppelganger in Rocky IV.
And is that Butters right at the back of the Port bench?
Yeah, no, he's wrapped up. As I said, he was in incredible pain when he came off, and you don't get much tougher than Zach, to be fair.
Evans kicks to the wing, socket on by Burgoyne, slapped on by Durden, and he slips over at the worst possible moment. Caught by Hill, just gets the kick away. The Saints are there through Stocker. Sweeps the handball to Wilkie, who handballs down the wing, gives it off to Garcia, pokes it over the top. Silvani marks. Sweet puts him down. It won't be 50. Saints by 14, 21 minutes into the fourth. Silvani kicks dangerously infield, but waited it well enough to get it to Stocker. And they can slow it down.
Stocker kicks out to half forward. Windhager takes the mark 55 metres out. Kicks inside the forward pocket. Cooper Sharman takes the body. Marshall takes the footy. Sharman bangs bodies with a Lear, and Rowan Marshall floats in front of the pair and marks in the right forward pocket.
Well, he's had a big day, big row in that number 1 ruck roll where he's really carried the majority of the load and taken on 2, young Byzantini and Jordan Sweet, who's been in terrific form. Marshall's been one of the dominant players. Will be possession 27, 9 marks, and it'll be second goal if he can kick this, the seal up.
Marshall got it skinny, misses near side.
Oh, it's complete go time now for Port Adelaide Corp. 15 points the margin, 3.5 minutes remaining.
I think it's almost fair to say Port are down to 1 rotation. We haven't seen Lukosius move much at all. One of 2 rotations on the Port Adelaide bench. 15-point lead for the Saints.
Burn Jones kicks to Logan Evans, who kicks towards the centre line, and Durden marks. He now looks quickly inside 50. Willie Wines nearly takes the mark, tries to go again at ground level, but Sharman swoops on it for St Kilda back flank, gives it off to Garcia. He can move it on to Silvani. Kicks up towards the wing. Lake's in good position. Horn Francis is there too. Over the back it goes. Gathered by Lai. He's tackled quickly. Manages to get it out. Now the Saints are onto it. Higgins got pushed in the back. And he'll get the free kick. St Kilda by 15. 23 minutes into the fourth. The Saints look likely to hold on against a wounded Port Adelaide. 3 out of the game. Georgiades, Jones and Butters.
The coach has been on the bench for 17.5 minutes in his final term.
So he's done as well by the looks.
1 fit player on the bench. Zalia grabs it in the defensive 50. Umpire gives him a little bit of time and then says, I'll have it. Ball up half forward for the Saints. So this game looks like a wrap at 15 points. 23 minutes in the final term. Port needs something dramatic. They've got to go the length of the field. They need to kick 3 quick goals. Sweet controls it down. He's tackled and the ball up. The incredible images, the 3/4 time ones with an empty bench and Zach Butters sitting on the front row with his boot off and just pondering out across the stadium with that suspected syndesmosis injury. And what could be his last game as a Port Adelaide player. Higgins from the stoppage, kicks to full forward. Bergman's down there to pick it off for Port and immediately plays on. Not a heap up ahead. He just knows his team's got to go. The length of the field. Gives it to Burgoyne, back to Bergman. Hand pass away towards Lai. He's got it at half-back. Kicks for Whitlock in a 2-on-1. Over the top comes O'Connell. Spoils close to the boundary line and out. A throw-in on the wing. St Kilda by 15 points. And it's a big 4 points in the context of their season. They'll get to 8 and 9. They'll remain in the hunt for a wildcard spot with 6 games left in their season.
Throwing on the wing, Marshall and Sweet. Marshall in front. Sweet tries to manoeuvre in, but Marshall gets there and brings it down. Garcia, sweeping handball about 30 metres. It tumbles on as well. Hall can't gather it. Burgoyne camp for Port Adelaide. Oh, he's worried out of it by Marshall, holding free kick. And that will go the way of Burgoyne. Saints still by 15 late in this game. 25 minutes into the fourth. Won't be a long quarter. Gives it off to Evans. Kicks dangerously into the middle. They've got to take risks, though. Off to Bergman. On to Richards. Drew can't trap it. And it spills out in the end to Farrell, who flicks it out to Mead. Mead's just run down by Garcia. Just got a kick away. Ricochets inside 50. Coming through Berry. He's wrapped up. And he's taken high. Berry gets the free kick.
He's definitely got something, hasn't he? We know young Berry, high draft pick. Love his attack on the footy. He's had a tough day. It's been a physical contest for him. He's got a couple of big hits, but he keeps putting his head over the footy.
He knows the equation too. No time to waste, so he skips back. Taking a little bit of time now. He's got to go. 25 and a half minutes into the fourth. Skips in. Boot to ball from 49. Berry has missed it. And that will be it. St Kilda will win. They're 14 points to the good. 26 minutes into the fourth.
It's a fascinating afternoon to pull apart. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball will do that in a moment. Port with more injuries and another what might have been afternoon as Wanganeen Miller goes long to half-back, spills down to Garcia. Hand pass to Hall, handball to Hill. He gives it away to Marshall, goes along the ground trying to link up with Wood, fumbles out of play. In fact, came off below the knee, so it's a free kick. And there's some dispute. The boundary umpire said it was last touch below the knee. The field umpire says, I'll have the footy. Let's have a little conference. I'll try and buy them some time waiting for the word through from the yard. Pretend like they're having a conversation.
What are you having for dinner tonight?
Yeah, but let's just have a very serious conversation. Pretend we're debating something. Wait for the little man in my ear to say, nope, that's a boundary throw-in, and that's all we've got. St Kilda, they won't care. They'll stay alive in the season. You've got Geelong Thursday night at Kardinia Park, and then it's Fremantle for Port Adelaide next Saturday at Adelaide Oval.
Sweet slaps it on from the throw-in, but Burns takes it, tumbles a kick up to the wing, bouncing ball for Aaliyah. He flicks on a handball after gathering away to Mead. Driving kick towards half forward for Port. Marshall's back there. Defensive mark, back flank. St Kilda lead by 14 points. 27 and a half minutes into the fourth.
Interesting, isn't it, with Marshall? I mean, clearly he's able to show his talents without De Koning in the team.
Shorts it away to Hill. Hurries a kick up to the wing through the hands of Lai. Higgins slaps it on. Out after it, Burn-Jones gathers it, stripped of it. Higgins picks it up. And St Kilda are staying alive in 2026 as Port Adelaide are left counting the cost. And is it the last time that we see Zach Butters in a Port Adelaide jumper? The Saints by 14.
Oh, when the Saints go marching in, oh, how I want to be with St Kilda. When the Saints go marching in.
So Port Adelaide goal 15 seconds into the game. After that, St Kilda went on a run. They booted the next 6 goals. They ended up leading by a game-high 37 just before half-time. 36 at the half. It was only 8 at three-quarter time. Port got within three times, but St Kilda steady and won by 14.
When the Saints go marching in, oh, how I want to be with St Kilda. When the Saints go marching
The goal kickers, Cooper Sharman's kicked 3, 2 for Liam Ryan, 2 for Jack Higgins, and then singles for Hill, Owens, Marshall, Phillippo, Wood and Caminiti. Meanwhile for Port Adelaide, 2 for Durden, 2 for Horn-Francis, and then singles for Berry, Burgoyne, Aaliyah, Evans, Vicentini and Bannett. 3 times in the second half, Port got within 3 points before St Kilda able to outmore, as St Kilda answered on every occasion. So they were never able to put their nose in front, Port, after the opening minute of play. St Kilda by 14 points. They led by 18 at quarter time, 36 at the half, just 8 at three-quarter time and 14 in the finish. Kel Wilkie records a career-high 34 disposals when at 97% efficiency, 16 marks and over 400 metres gained. And I asked the question about Zach Butters at three-quarter time, that the unusual nature that he was still sitting there in his playing kit, the only player on the bench. Well, he was so hobbled, he's barely able to move post-game as he makes his way off the back row of the bench. He went straight down the tunnel to join his teammates out the back. So a number of St Kilda players on the bench came over to meet him in the back row, but his mobility is significantly hampered. So that's right. Suspected syndesmosis injury for Zach Butters, which buckled underneath him as he hit the ground, and he knew straight away he was in serious trouble. Meanwhile, a concussion for Georgiades. The Baker's cyst read up again for Lukosius. He ended the game on the bench. Didn't play the last 20 minutes. Lockie Jones with a rib complaint. So Port had one fit rotation for much of the last quarter. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, they get to 8 and 9. They win back-to-back games for just the second time this year. Wasn't convincing after half-time, but 4 points all the same. And for Port Adelaide, it feels like, doesn't it, it just being here, that it's going to serve as the before and after moment for Port Adelaide, and a day that we'll look back on as perhaps the last time we see their acting captain in Zach Butters. The Saints by 14 points. Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball with their immediate thoughts here on ABC Sport.
Well, look, St Kilda dominated possession. They've had 129 more touches of the football, 41 more marks, and incredibly 21 more tackles within the game. So that's their blueprint. That's their real blueprint for success, where there's speed on the ball, and then their inside mids adjust pressure to get to release handball. Brad Hill's had the 39 possessions. Wilkie's had 34 possessions, 16 marks. Garcia 32, Wanganeen Miller at 32. Rowan Marshall, you mentioned late in the piece, he's had 29 possessions and a goal for the game. So he's had an enormous game playing as the sole ruckman in this team. But I don't think Ross will be all that happy with the second half though.
No.
It felt like they played with their food a little bit in the second half, where they allowed Port back into the game with 6 goals to 2 in that third quarter. So they were really made to work, where they could have had an easy day at the office in that second half if they didn't allow. Now Port were clearly hampered. You lose Georgiades very early in the game, albeit he only had one handball to that time where he had that big collision with Rowan Marshall. Then you lose Lockie Jones, and then you lose your absolute superstar in Zach Butters, and you've got Jack Lukosius on one leg. So look, they were clearly hampered by those 4 boys and rotations in the last quarter. You could just see, particularly that last quarter, particularly around the combative stuff, is that Port, St Kilda just had more options, more numbers, more energy to continue to go, whereas Port was they're almost hitting and hoping. We're going to try and get it out here. We're going to try, and if we win it, we're going to try and take it down the middle of the ground and just try to create one opportunity rather than multiple opportunities. They just couldn't create those multiple opportunities in the last quarter. St Kilda were able to steady it. The last quarter's 2 goals to 1. Port kicked the first one, St Kilda kicked the last 2. Their last goal came at the 16-minute mark of that quarter. So brave by Port Adelaide. I think Josh Carr will be incredibly disappointed with the first half. But St Kilda look good when their game's up and flowing, as it was in that first half. They'll go close with a lot of the good teams.
Yeah, they're going to be hard out. I think, especially in that first half, you're right, Ramo, when they were able to get from inside to out and then really spread the ground and use their running power. You mentioned Hill, Wanganeen Miller up, Hall, Darcy Wilson, Garcia, those sort of players. When the game's on their terms, I mean, that first half, Port weren't able to lay a glove on them, as you said. They had 250 possessions, and they weren't overusing it. They were just spreading them far and wide, using all parts of the ground. And then, when they went forward, they looked really dangerous. And that's still the challenge for St Kilda. When they come up against better teams, their scoring dried up in that second half, as you said. I thought Port Adelaide, you're right, we're brave. They They dialed it up in the second half. They needed to. They would have got a stern talking to at half-time in terms of their pressure. They just weren't able to get anywhere near St Kilda. Their pressure rating would have been well below, well down AFL average. They're able to dial that up a little bit in the second half and really, got within 3 points. And you think about that Joe Berry moment, which caused a turnover goal. It could have been a bit different, but in the end, the Saints do enough to win the game.
Ray Chamberlain with the winners. Razor.
Yeah, guys, as you can imagine, everyone's pretty joyful and buoyant down here. And as I'm seeing a lot of, there's a lot of underages down here, bottom-age players, about 3 years old. All the kids are in.
Oh, when the Saints go marching in. Oh, how I want to be in St Kilda. Oh, when the Saints go marching in. Oh, when the Saints go marching in. Go marching in. Oh, when the Saints go marching in. Oh, how I want to be in St Kilda. Oh, when the Saints go marching in.
So the Saints, they get themselves to 8 and 9 back-to-back wins for just the second time this season. Coming up, it is going to be GWS and Geelong. The Giants own the longest win streak over the Cats of any side in the competition. They've won their last 4 against them. St Kilda, by the way, if we look on the live ladder, they are inside the wildcard zone at the moment. They moved to 10th. Obviously, there's still a bit to play out this weekend. Carlton can bump them from that spot if they win tonight. GWS could also knock them out of that as well if they're able to be victorious in their game coming up. They'll have to make up a bit of percentage too on the run. The next 4 for St Kilda, so Geelong next. That is Thursday night, so a short week for the Saints. Following that, it's going to be North Melbourne at Docklands, Sydney at Docklands, and then Carlton at the same venue to finish. The good news for the Saints, they don't leave Victoria again for the rest of the home and away season. 7 minutes to go before we're off air. The Saints by 14 points. Port Adelaide a brave showing, but ultimately another honourable defeat. Let's go back to the winners' rooms. Ray Chamberlain.
G'day, Corb. Yeah, we're down here in the rooms, winning rooms for the mighty Saints, and we're fortunate enough to have Jack Silvani with us. Now, first and foremost, Jack, congratulations from all of us. A big family record today. Most games by an intergenerational group. Tell us about that and how much that might mean to the whole family.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've only played a small part. I'm running a very far third in the games tally, but no, it's a huge privilege. Obviously, to be able to follow in their footsteps at Carlton, and it's probably my proudest footy achievement having my name on the locker, on the number 1 locker underneath them for 100 games at the Blues. So to be able to do that's really special, and then to be able to get to sort of pave my own way at the Saints over the last year and for years to come is really special too. So it's something I'm really proud of.
I didn't get to see your grandfather play, but I watched plenty of your footy, mate. So don't talk yourself down too much. You're cracking along. So what, 8th win for the season, and as it stands now, you're inside the 10. 3 out of the last 4. How good's winning football?
Winning's great. I think we sort of don't get sort of drawn too much into the win-loss, but at the end of the day, it is a win-loss sort of game, and it's easy to look at the ladder and see where we're sitting, but I think we got to sort of look at it holistically and see the progress that we've made over the year, and we've been in games up to our eyeballs for the most part, barring Hawthorn, which was probably the outlier. So we're playing some good footy, and it's moments that we've had that have probably cost us, and today really could have easily gone either way as well. They really came hardest in the third quarter and parts of the last, and were able to hold up. I thought some boys were great down back. Liam O'Connell, William Stocker had some huge efforts. So I thought today was really good.
Before I throw up to the boys, you talk about your season as a whole, and today you owned the footy all day really, but particularly the first half, and the spread looked really impressive. Is this sort of just a bit of a case of coming together, understanding one another, a bit of synergy that's starting to build?
Yeah, I think so. I think we've been able to do it for parts of the year, but the competition's so close. So Swans could have gone our way, Crows could have gone our way, and our year's looking a bit different. But reality is we sit where we sit, and we've got some work to do, but we've got a huge opportunity this back half of the year to be able to make a push for something pretty special. So I think if we sort of button down on the things that we're trying to, it'll hold us in good stead for the rest of the year.
Boys?
Jack, it's Luke Ball here, mate. Well done. Not just on today, but on your season. It's been great to watch you. Now, you mentioned a few of your defensive teammates, Sam, but I want to ask you about your your running mate in Cal Wilkie. Just another superb showing tonight. 16 marks, 34 possessions. Tell us what makes him, and what you've observed in your first year this year. What makes him so good?
He's a star. They were kicking it down his throat in that last quarter. I was a bit jealous. That never happens to me. But he positions himself in such dangerous spots. He often gets attention from, opposition forwards. I've actually played defensive forward on him when I was at the Blues too. It's a shocking role. So, he's dangerous. He doesn't just hurt you in defence and position himself well to intercept. But, when you're running around getting 34 kicks as a key back, you're going pretty well.
Yeah, you had 250 possessions in the first half, and it wasn't a matter of overuse. It was just, from our point of view, it was just work rate. And your ability to get the ball from the inside to outside. It feels like that's a real strength of your team and something that, when you're playing well, that's a real standout for you.
Yeah, I think we really pride ourselves on our running ability. It's probably as good a group aerobically as I've seen in my time in the AFL. They're still doing the 3Ks at the Saints. I've managed to lump myself in with the big boys and do the 2Ks. Nice. That's experience. 11 years in now, not silly. Yes. But blokes like Darcy Wilson, Naz, Hugo Garcia, they're aerobically fit, but their ability to burst from stoppage as well. Max Hall as well. So I think that's a point of difference for our group and something we're probably just starting to be able to use a little better.
Jack, it's Ben Cameron here. I've seen your young fella down in the rooms with you the last few weeks. I saw your mum bringing him down through the media centre the other week saying, do you want to go see Daddy after the game? He's got a little knit St Kilda jumper that he wears. What are the origins of that? Where did it come from?
It was made by my grandma. My grandma knitted it and it got delivered about a week ago.
Very cool.
Yeah. So it's brand new, despite it looking retro. It's brand new.
And one of one.
Yeah, I think so. But there's been a lot of good feedback on it.
Yeah.
So she might have a little business in retirement now.
Absolutely, I'll put in an order for one.
Yeah, I'll let her know.
And Jack, just last one. I noticed when you signed up with the Saints this year and you got jumper number 3, there was one of those stats doing the rounds on social media earlier this year that you were the first player in the game now to wear number 1, number 2 and number 3, given your roles at Carlton. Is that by design?
I may have known that when I had the option. I reckon I hold the record for the lowest jumper number swap as well, from 2 to 1. So, I'll keep stacking those little records. That's nice.
That's excellent. Well done today, Jack. Good luck the rest of the way home.
Thanks, guys.
Jack Silvani in the winners' room. Thanks to Ray Chamberlain for his work too. Saints by 14 points. They led by 36 at the half. They let Port back into the game, who got within 3 on 3 different occasions, but they lost bodies on the run, and St Kilda held them off to win by 14. Super quick votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
1 to Brad Hill, 2 to Rowan Marshall, and 3 to Cal Wilkie.
I don't think you're not going to get any complaints there. What a day for Cal Wilkie as he does it again. So 3 for Wilkie, 2 for Marshall, 1 for Hill. Thanks to Stuart Hollywood Baker, our tech. Thanks to Akash Fodder back in the studio, and of course Ray downstairs. The footy's far from done. So coming up next, it is GWS and Geelong. Adam Ramanaskas, who wins?
Giants.
That's for me.
That'll be 5 in a row. And then later tonight, different directions. Crows up against the Suns.
Crows.
And then, of course, the Blues up against the Hawks tonight.
I'm going to stick with the Blues.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. I reckon the Hawks might smack them.
I'm going to go with the Blues.
I reckon the Hawks might be win by 6 to 8 goals.
Thanks, Ratner. Thanks, Baldy.
Well done.
Thanks to you, Ben. We're out of here from Docklands. Game 1 on this Saturday.